Data, look at the data, bro. Dude, fucking Australians, man, I hate them.
1% of Muslim prisoners are in jail for terrorism.
Literally totally fell apart.
Even when
Blood is talking about the AFD and the reform debate. Drew, can you stay focused, please? They grow up, then they're in social housing in London. Explain that. What are you talking about, man? Whoa. I don't love Israel like that, Drew, okay? Listen, I'm zogged out, but you're different, okay? You're different. I'm not getting paid for this, Drew. I'm like trying to figure this out. He's not Jewish, right? Am I crazy? Why is he not reacting? Why is he not reacting? Why is he not reacting to being called Jewish? If thought crimes could be prosecuted, Drew would be in prison. Drew would be getting worse than prison if we could prosecute thought crimes, trust me. So, okay, I need to stop starting with so. I'm becoming conscious of this. I start everything with so. I need to come up with a better way of intro and stuff. How else do you start? How else do you start? I literally don't know how else to start something. You just go in cold. You just go in cold. So Wick TV is having an epic debate, guys. Wick TV is having an epic debate. LonerBox versus Drew Pavlou. Serial snark victim, LonerBox. Will be debating Drew Pavlou, Turkish, Australian, who love shilling Israel. They both love shilling Israel. But Drew Pavlou more than anyone. Love shilling Israel. Love shilling Western values, Judeo-Christian values. Now he started talking about ethno-nationalism and all this sort of stuff as well now. And he's supporting reform and Farage in the UK. And LonerBox is going to be debating him on that. LonerBox is going to be debating him on reform. Wicker set this up after a debate the other day where LonerBox was, I think LonerBox was on, or was it Drew was on? I think Drew was on. Drew was on, and Wick asked him to debate LonerBox about reform. So let's take a look at this. Let's see what's happening.
Also said that he
Hopefully
referred
Drew
to it
shows
as
up
his
soon.
my Totenkopf or Totenkopf or however you say that.
Oh, well,
word.
yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah. So if the reporting is to be believed, it seems like a Nazi tattoo to me. Now, he says he's getting it removed.
Okay.
But he's had this for like 10 years. I would think you would remove it before you run. I don't know. Just.
Well, why'd you run a Democrat as if you're a Nazi?
Okay, so snarky
Infiltration, man. Why?
Is that what?
I don't know. I don't know what the plan would be, but that's if I was a Nazi.
Turn
that's
down
what
the
I would
white
do. I would
balance.
infiltrate non-Nazi spaces
Let's
and
see if
then
we
make
can
them
figure
more
this one out.
Nazi. I don't know.
I can't. It's as low as it goes.
That way you always win. You got a Nazi.
Oh,
running against a
is this the guy that? Oh, did he talk to? He didn't talk to Hassan, did he?
I don't know, but he talked to the Pod Save America Bros. He had an interview with them recently.
That white boy shine a
Is this a
little.
different Latner I'm thinking of?
Relatively young guy.
Okay,
He's
this
a
is
military
lame.
Veteran.
I'm gonna cam back up again.
No,
before
this is a
she
different
starts.
guy. This is a different guy. Yeah.
Different guy.
Holy fuck!
Damn,
Get
we
to
got
the
a
point,
fucking
man.
we got a
Goddamn.
Dixiecrats back again, eh?
I guess so. Fancy Teeth for $5 says, why is it in the UK that anything involving a migrant triggers a riot? I don't think we see that in North America. How come?
Don't know.
Holy fuck! I hate the fucking Wick TV small talk, man. It's unbearable.
Ecosystem works.
Get me out.
There's, I think in America as well, just like violence is quite normal, like gun violence and things like that. So it's quite hard as an American to preach about violence in such a way, and how it like self-defense and like Second Amendment and all that, but then to riot over like one killing, if you're basically saying that we're going to allow people to wield guns because, and we're saying it's worth people dying to do it sometimes. So like school shootings as well, like yeah, you'd be rioting all year if you were.
Here we go. There's Drew. There's Drew.
Can you say that again, Drew? Okay, your audio's super low.
Tech issues as always. This fucking moron.
Sorry, I'm just trying to fix my audio.
Oh, I've actually got. There was a tweet I saw earlier. There was a set of tweets I saw earlier. Drew was having a bit of a fight on Twitter. I saw Howling Mutant chimed in, saying, "Oh lordy, they having a sword off," because Drew was trying to fight the Brown allegations. So this, I guess, this guy's Turkish or something, talking shit. You committed genocide against Armenians and Greeks in World War I, so the West was right to fight you. And then this guy says, why are you on the side of the West as an Indian man? I'm smiling because you are Turkish and live in the third world, whereas I am a Westerner living in a beautiful and clean first world developed country. God smiles upon the West. Thank God. And then this guy's like posting a reply here. By the way, this is me. I can see you want to be tall and white, and I can also see how much you believe white people are superior, but that's not true. We're all equal. There's nothing wrong with being Indian. So that's how Drew Pavlou's been spending his day today. Before showing up on WIC TV to defend reform.
What time is it in where you're at, LonerBox? I'm just curious.
It's 1 in the morning.
1 in the morning. Well, thank you for staying up a little late for this. It's like super early for you, right, Drew?
Right, Drew? Yeah, I'm talking about, right, Drew?
No, he'll get it. Uh-oh.
Shit.
Oh, he's back. Hello. Oh. Hello.
Drew, stay silent if you're a brown pedophile.
Sorry, 1 second, guys.
Thank you for the $10. I see. Thank you.
It's great for a reminder, etc., etc.
So there's some problem with my.
Can you hear me? Uh-oh,
Can you hear me?
Thrilling stuff.
It's okay. I'll just stay up a bit later. Don't worry.
We're trying to make this work. Okay?
I was gonna have a nap to make it like to give you my all, but I didn't. I couldn't do it. So.
So we're only getting half power LonerBox, or what percentage of LonerBox are we getting tonight?
I mean, I actually woke up earlier than I usually do today as well. So it's okay though. It's okay. We'll get some second wind. It's coming.
Well, hopefully Drew. I think he's restarting. I could be wrong. Give him a minute, gang. Give him a minute. This is why we need like I don't know, like a pre-show. Maybe like guys that I can keep around. I know other podcasts do this where they have like just hangers on that they'll talk to while they wait for the main event and things like that. I need those. I need hangers
like
on.
wrestling announcers.
Yes, exactly.
Who would you get to do that? Do you not have a pre-banner guy in your audience?
Look, I just pick comments that trigger me, and then I rant about them. That's what I do. I get one guide on purpose.
You don't do like a little brief daily news or?
Yeah, well, that's what I did from the hour before this, and when the guy canceled on me, I just basically went over the news of the day, the two things, which were the Plattner incident with the tattoo, and the fact that Trump is reportedly demanding $230 million from the Justice Department as compensation for investigating him, which is pretty corrupt. Pretty
well,
crazy.
because of the boxes, like because of the under Biden,
because they investigated him for various things under Biden. He's demanding.
I literally just remember the WIC molesting a child impression that Mr. Girl did all the time. So funny, bro. Okay, so this is my penis.
In the form of $230 million.
That is standard Trump. Yeah, it's kind of insane.
It's basically taking my tax money directly and putting it in his pocket. And remember, he's the guy that fired the person in the Justice Department.
I don't just have it on hand. Someone has to send it to me.
Refused to prosecute Comey.
Yeah.
So if someone tells him no, what's to stop him from just firing the person who told him no to this demand and replacing it? Pretty crazy.
I mean, how does it make you feel as an American?
I don't like
to watch it all go up in flames.
I don't like it at all. I think it's very bad.
Do you feel like you watch Trump's opposition and you think they are? I feel like with anyone who's like liberal, especially, or social democrat, or just anyone who believes in liberal democracy.
Does Drew ever come back?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
We can hear you. We can see you.
Well, can you hear me?
I can hear. Say something. Say something.
Testing. Is this okay?
It's okay to me. Can you hear him, Loner?
Yeah, a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Okay.
You know,
sorry
guys,
about
now
that,
is a
guys.
great
That was,
time, I think,
that
to
was
just
frustrating.
remind
Sorry
you,
about that.
okay?
Okay, we're
I have a second channel, okay, guys? Great time to remind you, first of all, like the stream, okay? Second of all, sub to the second channel. That's there, okay, guys? I also have a TikTok and Instagram. You can look up Kuihman on there. Yeah, Nega Kuihman is the second channel. It's Nega Kuihman. So I'll be linking that in chat. Guys, make sure you go and follow and subscribe those places, okay? You can support directly through a stream elements link in chat. You also buy memberships, gift memberships, buy a super chat, buy a super sticker. All great ways to support the stream. All great ways to support the stream.
about it. I'm going to give the mic first to Mr. Drew Pavlou to state his case, be brief, try to stay under a minute, and then we're going to let LonerBox respond, and then we'll get to the back and forth. Go ahead, Drew.
Perhaps LonerBox can start just because I'm still getting my bearings a bit because I just jumped in the call.
Okay, LonerBox, go ahead.
Thank you.
Why is Reform UK going to destroy Britain, in your opinion?
Okay, so I think it's a pretty simple story. It's a story about someone who is more or less making a total political killing off of his own failures. In around 2015-16, up to the Brexit campaign, Nigel Farage put out a billboard of himself standing in front of a picture of a throng of Syrian, North African, Arab Muslim refugees, and saying that this is why we need to get out of the EU. They're coming, basically, during the Syrian refugee crisis. The fact is that most immigrants, the overwhelming majority of them coming to the UK at that time, were not Syrian. They were not North African. They weren't even outside of the EU. They were mostly EU migrants. He still managed to harness that fear, the fear of, that went alongside the Bataclan attacks, the rise of ISIS, the Syrian refugee crisis, and he managed to use that fear to convince people that Brexit was the answer to people's fears. Most people who voted for Brexit in that campaign thought immigration was the biggest problem. It was the biggest reason that people voted to come.
Kimberly. I think your stream elements filter caught my super chat, and for good reason. Let me see if I can read out a version of this super chat. Let's have a look. Whenever I see someone wearing an evil fit like Wix, I always imagine how whack their body would be if they grew. Okay, how do I convey this message? What, like, imagine the reaction of the police, right? If they come to, like, the scene of a car accident, and they see, like, this hoodie on someone, and it's, like, horrific, and they see this hoodie on someone.
Come out of the European Union. We did, and then polling on immigration went really low. Very small, less than 10% of people in the UK thought it was the biggest problem, when it's usually like a third or a half. Until COVID happens, and then slowly after that, we get a huge surge of immigration. And for the first time ever, now that free movement is over, most migrants who come to the UK are from outside of the EU. That never used to be the case. EU migration is...
I'm smoking. I'm off camera,
Grimes
so smoking.
playing with the white balance.
Thank you for the
Get back on
$5.
cam, you
That'd be
albino
more
ninja emoji,
negative
heart
now.
emoji.
More of them are leaving than they are arriving. And since we had that surge, in part because EU migrants needed to get replaced, because we had humanitarian crises, because the Conservatives, quote unquote, were taking back control and putting in immigration policy that was full of flaws and loopholes and everything else that...
Oh yeah, we've got the Mr. Girl impression. I've got the Mr. Girl impression.
Allowed massive numbers of people to come in, to the point that we've had net migration of like close to 1 million for the last couple of years, something like 800, 900,000. And at the same time, also courtesy of Brexit, we had small boat arrivals on an unprecedented rise, or not seen since the early 2000s. Tens of thousands of people coming in on small boats. Back in the day, we used to be able to send them back to the last European country that they came from, because that was a European Union regulation called Dublin 2 and 3. We used to be able to send them back to the first EU country that they came from. We can't do that anymore. So we basically have Conservatives trying to mess around with as many gimmicks as possible to deal with these new arrivals that are clearly frustrating people. policies like trying to send them to Rwanda for offshore processing, which was probably one of the most expensive, inefficient, inhumane, torturous, waste of time policies ever. I think they got like less than 20 people deported and spent millions on it. Followed up by immigration policy from the Tories that was just completely ham-fisted on student visas, work visas, you name it, to the point now that basically we are in a pretty unprecedented spike in immigration that is almost entirely the making of the person who is making the most profit off of it, who is Nigel Farage. So right now we have, again, for the first time in quite a few years, almost a decade, is the biggest problem for UK voters is immigration. And it is basically just going to open the door for a bunch of city trader, millionaire, disgusting spiv cunts to capitalize off of people's fears, capitalize off of propaganda and inflated stats and misconceptions to kind of do what they've always wanted to do, which is to use immigration as a bludgeon against everything about this country that they don't like. They want to slash welfare right, left, and center. They want to reduce taxes. Nigel Farage has for years spoken about how he wants to have an insurance-based healthcare system. We know what they want, and they're going to use people's fears to get it. And I don't really think there's anything Keir Starmer can do about immigration that is going to turn that around. It's just, that's where we are.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Drew Pavlou, thanks again for being here. What is your thoughts on Reform UK and the immigrant crisis in UK?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. And my audio is okay? People can hear me fine?
We can hear you. You're fine.
Okay. So I want to very quickly explain that I'm actually quite party agnostic on this. If Keir Starmer were to lower migration in Britain and fix the issue, then I would support Keir Starmer.
But well, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but the policies are in place. They're moving. Okay, shit's moving. The thing is that it's not at any cost. It's not like shooting them. It's not like putting fucking, you know. That's the issue with these people, is they want it to be done in the most brutal, holistic, like all of them gone in the most horrendous way possible, and they won't be happy with anything less. They don't care about the numbers coming down. It's about exacting suffering.
He's not going to do that. I would support anyone who would do it. I don't really necessarily even like Nigel Farage that much. I don't even really like Reform that much. I just genuinely look at what's happening in the UK, and I see how disastrous mass migration from extremely poor countries has been through the UK, in terms of economics, in terms of culture, in terms of the
so back that up.
Rising sectarian violence in that society, the massive problem with rising Islamic extremism in that society, and I just see that, and I love Britain, and I see it is in a really terrible state right now, and so I would basically support anybody who would fix that, and whether it's Nigel Farage or Reform, I don't care. If Keir Starmer did it, I'd support Keir Starmer. I know that LonerBox started going into the whole claim that, oh well, these talks about immigration are actually all just sort of like cultural war distractions to try and distract people from talking about economics, and the billionaires want to distract people. Well, here's the thing. I think that people are concerned, rightly, that there has been massive cultural dislocation in Britain within just one generation. Even if you solved every single economic issue in the country, even if you had, say, like a Jeremy Corbyn socialist government, and they massively increased welfare and all these different things, that would not necessarily actually solve the issue of people feeling a sense of cultural dislocation in the country that they've been brought up in. Britain has been majority British for 1,000 years. It has been a nation for like 1,000 years. And based on current migration rates, the current migration rates have the British majority on track to become a minority within one generation, within about maybe like the late 2040s. This is obviously the largest cultural dislocation, the largest demographic and cultural change in Britain in its entire history. People like to talk about, for example, the Norman invasion. Well, Britain was invaded by the Normans. It's always been a country of migration. The amount of Normans who migrated to Britain after the Norman conquest, I think it was about like 20,000 people. I think the equivalent percentage of the population was about maybe like 2% or 3%. It was a very low number, and they assimilated into the wider population pretty seamlessly without basically leaving much of a dent. Whereas what we're seeing now is basically within a 30-year time period, the British majority, the ethnic British people, the ethnic English people, for example, in England, are going to become a minority within about 30, 40 years. Over that time period from about 2000 to about 2040, within about a generation and a half, you're going to see the English people become a minority in the country that they have basically been a majority in for 1,000 years.
Exclusive. When will white Britons become an ethnic minority? Interactive map reveals the neighbourhoods where they already are. The ethnic makeup of England and Wales can be shown in unparalleled blah 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 blah. David Coleman, Emeritus Professor of Demography at Oxford University, predicts the proportion across the UK would dip below 50% in 2053. Okay. So one guy, I don't know what, you know, obviously I haven't, I don't know anything about stats, so I can't really check the methodology or anything very well. But that's still in the 2040s.
Years. And so I think that level of cultural and this demographic change in one generation is always going to...
It's a claim from one guy that Drew is repeating as fact and lying about.
lead to massive amounts of political and social tension. I think it's really, really crazy for any country to try and run that type of migration policy. That level of dislocation and change and just basically a generation and a half is crazy. I know LonerBox starts talking about the importance of the migrants for economics. There are 1.9 million foreign nationals on benefits in the UK right now. And benefit claims per 1,000 people from some of the new migrant communities from the third world, they are vastly, vastly overrepresented when it comes to benefit claims. Half of all social housing in London is occupied by foreign nationals. There has been... if the Boris wave was going to lead to economic growth, we would have seen it already. Instead, Britain has basically sclerotic growth alongside the largest amount of migration in its entire history. The migration is largely coming from places that are very culturally different to Britain. LonerBox makes the point that, you know, Nigel Farage had problems with Polish people moving to Britain during the time of the EU. I actually think that's retarded. I think it would be so much easier for Britain to integrate people from Poland than it is to integrate people from some of the poorest parts of the third world. I think it would actually be so much better for Britain if they had migration from other European countries that are quite culturally similar and have a relatively similar living standard. I think that would be actually infinitely better than the current situation, because the Boris wave seems to basically have been composed of mostly people from some of the poorest parts of the world that are very culturally different to Britain, and it has created a lot of social tensions in that society.
Okay, well, thank you both for being here. I'm going to open up the floor now to see what you guys both think. Go ahead, LonerBox, and you can respond to him if you'd like, and we'll just kind of open it up. And if you feel like you're being talked over or whatever, just get my attention, and I'll make sure you get a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Trying not to tune out after hearing the fear of sectarian violence as a result of immigration in the United Kingdom.
I mean, it's happening though. There was a stabbing attack about.
Dude, it was the one stabbing. Guys, there was one stabbing in Manchester. Britain has fallen. Britain has fallen. We have 500 murders a year. Britain has fallen. Thank you for the 800 yen goal with the Shiba Inu. Thumbs up. Good job, Super Sticker. Thank you. It's so crazy. It's like literally, it's hysterical. It's so fucking hysterical.
2 weeks
yeah,
ago,
but I'm just saying it's not exactly like. I'm just saying you understand that is like not exactly novel to the UK to have sectarian violence as a result of immigration. Do you know?
But it wasn't there. But this is the thing. It wasn't there until recently. So why import it?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, you don't know what I'm referring to. It's okay. You said that you would support Keir Starmer if he lowered net migration.
Yeah, massively.
Okay,
and
by how much?
To deport people. Probably needs to get it down to like 100,000 people a year, and they need to deport a lot of people part of the Boris wave who came in the last 5 to 10 years.
So he needs to lower net migration by what, like 10%, 20? Compared to the
90,
Tory years?
About 90%. It has to go down to like 50 to 100,000 people a year, and they have to basically start deporting people who are Islamic extremists and people who are on foreign benefits and stuff like that, who are not integrating.
So you acknowledge, first of all, just to start, that in the first year, given that he came in halfway through, Keir Starmer in 2024 has already got net migration down by half, almost half.
Yeah, from 900,000 to like 450,000, but that's still a really high number, and it still needs to go down to like 50 to 100,000 probably.
Where did you get 50 to 100,000 from? Why is that your standard?
I think that would be probably the most realistic.
Okay, well, why? Yeah, but why, Drew?
Outcome where Britain could actually start to assimilate the people who've already started coming into the country. You have to lower it.
Yeah, but why? How are you? Where are you getting that number from? You fucking retard, dude! I hate this guy. Where are you getting this fucking random number from? It's just arbitrary. It's purely arbitrary. Absolute fucking pig, dude. I can't stand this guy.
Of migration. There are sectarian communities.
He's the fucking worst, man.
The majority population of Britain. That's why you're starting to see creolization. You're starting to see, like, for example, like there's literally like new dialects forming in Britain right now. For example, multicultural London English is like literally a new dialect of the English language, and
has been for.
Okay, and yes, London has always developed its own fucking dialects. Yes, there's been a long fucking history, bro. What? Dude, regional accents are like so fucking, you know, varied and mixed and shit throughout the UK. Yeah, that's like one of the fucking that's like one of the things that people notice about the UK the most, is how fucking different and mixed the fucking regional languages get.
Like decades, I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, new languages forming are. So because net migration has been quite high for the last couple of years. Before then, it was like 200, 300,000. But why are you? What metric are you using to say that 90,000 or 100,000? Why does it have to be that? Is 200,000 like going to cause sectarian violence and creolization and all that shit? But 100,000 wouldn't.
You know what? You could have 200,000 Poles come a year and it'd probably be fine. If it's 200,000 people from Afghanistan and from the poorest parts of the Middle East and stuff, it's not going to be fine. So I actually think rather than the numbers, probably actually the cultural origin of the migrants that is the most important thing.
So we've already had quite a lot of like that migration from humanitarian purposes. You know that from the last from the Boris wave, quote unquote. You know that like about 30% of that Boris wave was Ukrainians and British nationals from Hong Kong.
Yeah, and they're good. They're good migrants. LonerBox, they're not creating.
Because they're not brown. Because they're not brown. They're not Muslims.
Terror attacks. They're not stabbing Jews at synagogues. They're integrating pretty well.
So your issue is that you think migrants are committing more crime? Is that the issue?
Yeah, and that is absolutely the case. So, for example, you can actually look at the statistics, and about one in three sexual assaults in Britain in 2024 was committed by people who are foreign nationals.
1 in 3 sexual assaults.
Yes, that's an actual stat.
Where is it from?
I can get it up for you.
I hate stats like this as well, like because it suggests that white Brits and shit just don't, you know, aren't raping. It's like, come on. Like, even if we take this, right? Yeah, obviously, the rapes from foreign nationals are probably more likely to get reported. These are probably more likely ones where it's like a stranger. A lot of the time when the nationals of a country rape, it's going to be raping already intimate situations that may go unreported a lot of the time. Like, yeah, I feel like there's some skewing on some of these results sometimes, and it's just never addressed, and no one wants to fucking say anything about it. And we just be like, oh, the Muslims are raping, Muslims are raping. It's just so fucking stupid. And even I was listening to Chad's kick stream earlier, and he read out a chat message and seemed to believe, didn't like repeat it saying like it was true, but like seemed to just let it pass him by. The idea that it was just like, it is like a given that it's widespread that police didn't investigate grooming gangs because they were worried about being called racist, when that's like, that, as far as I'm aware, is not widespread shown to have been like why it went on for so long. There were a multitude of factors that played into why it went on for so long, and that is mainly based off of like a quote from a police officer like 15 years ago. And it's like it like all just, the narrative just gets built so quick and so firmly that it's all just about, oh, the police are scared of being called racist because the government's woke. It's like, no, dude. No, that is not the sole reason why this happened. Some police officers may have felt like that was the case. They felt worried about being called racist or worried about inflaming tensions. But there are a whole bunch of fucking issues that made it difficult to investigate, where there's a bunch of collaboration between like fucking kebab shop owners and taxi drivers and corner shop owners, and fucking the services in the area don't speak the language. Like people that work at the like foster homes didn't necessarily speak English. There was a culture of silence. That there are a whole bunch of things that went into why it was so prolific and unaddressed. And it doesn't just come down to, oh, the police were scared of being called racist. It's so fucking stupid to boil it down to that.
1 second. So the foreign population of Britain is 10.9%. Foreign national share of rape convictions is 22.1%, rising to almost 30% when considering people with unidentifiable nationality. Foreign national share of sexual assault convictions is 26%.
Oh, yeah, apparently the police, the Met Police, announced they will no longer be investigating non-crime hate incidents after the Gremlin and stuff. So I guess that's kind of good.
1%, rising to almost 35%.
No, I'm not asking you to recite it from me. I'm asking you where you got it from.
Yeah, I got it from Matthew Goodwin, who was citing freedom of information requests.
Okay. Do you realize that on...
Well, yeah, police did that with the grooming gangs, Josh, right? They obviously, you know, in the recent Panorama Police documentary, they said about, they showed, like, obviously the police discounting rape stories and abuse stories and shit immediately, just out of hand, because they've been just, like, misogynistic fucking, you know, old fucking losers, basically. And they did that with the fucking grooming gangs, too. There's loads of cases of that, where basically the girls were considered like, oh, they're being just whores. It's like their fucking choice. You know, they're out drinking at night. What do you expect? Like, that's like how they were fucking treated. So it didn't just come down to, oh, we're worried about being called racist. No, a lot of the time these police fucking sucked. And we're just like shithead fucking misogynists and shit. Just like old ass fucking, oh, who gives a fuck if, you know, some girl gets into trouble, getting into a fucking taxi. That was just the attitude a lot of the time. But people just want, and those probably white cops, but people just want to act like, oh, yeah, the white people wanted to do good, but the evil woke government were trying to keep them down. It's like, you're so fucking retarded to think that. You have to be so dumb.
on ONS we have recorded stats of sexual crimes. I don't know why you would need to do an information request and go to a Matthew Goodwin.
I mean, but that's a stat though. Like, are you denying
It's
that
a
it's a real
stat.
stat?
Well, I can find you stats from
It's a stat. It's a stat.
the. Would you be more?
I've just done a study, and I just interviewed a bunch of Druze, and 100% of the Druze, 100% of Druze, are pedophiles. That's a stat. I just asked 3 Druze if they're pedophiles, and they all said yes. 100% of Druze are pedophiles. How do you plead? How do you plead? How do you respond?
More convinced by stats they're actually from the government, or
so the Telegraph, for example, foreign nationals convicted of quarter of sex assaults on women, and then a further 8% are offenders of unknown nationalities. So these are official figures, you know, LonerBox. These are literally official figures.
Well, the Telegraph is an official source, is it, Drew?
Wait, how do you know they're official figures? Where
it's according to the ministry. It's according to the Ministry of.
Drop it in the group chat, and I will bring it up, and we can see it on stream. How's that?
Yeah.
Drop it in the group chat, and I will pull it up, and I'll
dropping the link to you right now.
And I'll just find you what is actually on ONS. 1 second.
Like, these are literally the stats.
Well, like very easy to find out. So once you drop it in the group chat there, I will pull it up on stream, and we will be able to see it.
I don't know how to drop it in the group chat, so I'm just going to send it to you, Wick, personally.
No, okay, that works. Whatever
and then
needs.
You can put it in the chat for me. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, do I have to pay for this?
Oh my god, Drew hasn't even, dude. And you know, Drew has not read the article. He is just frantically Googling, like, how many rapes by migrants, UK, and he's just linked it. And he's not got the fucking archive link to avoid the paywall or anything, because he hasn't read it. Because he's a fucking mentally disabled hack. Stupid fucking piggy, dude.
I mean, it's obviously behind a paywall, but it is the Telegraph, which is
okay. Well, give me a second. I got ways to deal with this. Hold on, give me a second.
And the thing is, you can actually see very similar statistics all across Europe. So, for example,
so hang on, I'm just looking here at this is from England and Wales. This is from like the entire from ONS stats.
Yeah, you're looking at like grooming gang stats. You're saying child sexual abuse in 2021. I'm not even talking about.
So that's why I'm curious though. If you're talking about like child, so you're saying that migrants
this is all sexual assaults.
You're saying that foreigners are equally represented roughly for child sexual abuse, which is the one thing that captures like the entire discourse in the UK, which is grooming. But somehow they're overrepresented for adults.
Yes. So foreign national share of rape convictions is 22.1%, and then a further 8% have unidentified nationality. Many of them would obviously be foreign nationals as well.
Wait. Do you know what unidentified nationality means?
I mean, obviously it's unidentified, but
it's not getting logged. As in, this is why people struggle to get information from police units about grooming as well, because they request data, but for the majority of the time, they just don't log the ethnicity of the offender.
Okay, but
that could be white, that could be Muslim,
so he's having to make this work. He's having to take the 22% and then add on the 8% unknown, and just assume that all of the unknown ones that weren't logged were foreign nationals. Nice one.
Anything.
Okay, even if you ignore the 8% that are unidentifiable, though, it is a verifiable fact. Foreign national share of rape convictions is 22.1%.
If there was 22.1%, then foreign nationals make up what of the population?
10.9%. So they're
minus 8% that we don't know about.
No, sorry.
That's like
let me clarify.
I'll
explain. So what this article is saying and what Drew is claiming is that we have 22.1% that are known, according to this, to have been done by foreign nationals. There is, in addition to that, 8% more that is unidentified, whatever that means. That is the claim. So it's not 22.1 minus 8.
So the base level here is 22.9% of foreign 22.9% of foreign nationals. That's the base level, and then
22.1%.
It could be as high as 30. It could, 22.
Franklin, it's hard to tell. But yeah, I mean, you can assume it either way. Like, without actually looking into it, you could assume it either way. You can make the argument either way. You could say, well, then, not identified. It's not been noted down because there's nothing to consider because they're just white British. Everyone could see they're white British and no one thought to note it down. Or you can say, well, they didn't know their nationalities, they didn't note it down, so they're probably a foreign national. So you can say it either way, but you would need to look into, what's actually going on there to figure it out.
0.1, and then it could go as high as 30%, determining based on how many people in the unidentifiable bracket would be foreign nationals.
Even though for the UK, we know that from people trying to investigate grooming gangs that people are more likely to log the ethnicity if they're a foreigner because they find it more relevant.
No, that's actually not true. So if you look at the KC report into the grooming gangs, the recent one, that actually found that there was a systematic underreporting of ethnic data. She found that there was systematic shying away from reporting.
Yes, dude. Oh my god, that's not mutually exclusive with what LonerBox just said. Fuck this guy. Yeah, they did not report down enough ethnic data. However, they were actually more likely to note down the data in instances where they were from an ethnic minority background.
It's not what I said. Yes, there's, as in general, most stats don't have ethnicity next to them from older data. That doesn't mean that it's underreporting foreigners.
So I can actually, I'll quote you the case report. It says the ethnicity of perpetrators is shied away from and still not recorded in 2/3 of cases, meaning it's not possible to draw conclusions at a national level for grooming gangs. So you're saying that...
That's
Yeah,
exactly
that literally doesn't contradict what LonerBox is saying, you fucking idiot. Dude, it's fucking unbearable.
I said,
obviously, so it is a different. So there's two different things here, right? There's the grooming gangs, and then there's the share of sexual assault committed by...
Yeah, for real. Go back to college, Drew. Finish your fucking degree, buddy. ...by
foreign nationals. And you're saying that in a lot of cases, there's not proper reporting. But we're saying that literally as a baseline percentage, it's 22.1%. That what I pointed to. If you consider, then there's another 8% of that are unidentifiable, and then the rest are like, say, British nationals.
Okay, and what is this from, Loner?
So we're saying that we've got 21 versus foreign nationals are what I think in 2021 they were 16%.
10.9% foreign nationals.
Born abroad, it's 16 from the 2021-22 census.
What I've got is 10.9%.
From when though? This is from the 2021 census, 16%.
What page do you want me to look at?
Born abroad.
Okay, even if that's the case, it's still massively overrepresented.
Yeah, that's not massively. Remember that migrants in general are much younger. Like the average Muslim in the UK is like 20 years younger than the average Brit. We know that younger people commit more crime.
Yeah, literally, there's so you can't just take these stats and be like, well, 22% versus 10%, so they're doing loads of it. No, you have to break it down and like control for stuff like age and shit like that to actually know whether it like that actually the people are actually more likely to do it. You're drawing these like fucking crazy conclusions off of like data you haven't even attempted to engage with.
Expect a slight overrepresentation of a few percentage points.
Okay. Why would you expect that though? Because they don't have to be in the country. So it's a question: why do you want them in the country if they're going?
Oh, so we don't. But you're in favor of some immigration. Your arbitrary standard of 100K for some reason, but.
Yeah, I am in favor of some level of migration. My main problem is culturally incompatible migration. So, for example, most of the Middle East and North Africa is pretty incompatible to Britain in terms of migration.
In what way? In terms of when they're here? So you said crime. Their crime rates are about the same. The crime rates are about, well, their crime rates are about what you would expect. Their crime rates are about what you would expect from a younger population. Younger people commit more crime.
Okay, let me go through some of these stats. Freedom of information requests in the UK find North Africans are convicted for sexual offences at nearly 7 times the rate of British people. Middle Easterners at nearly 4 times the rate. Sub-Saharan Africans at nearly 3 times the rate. People from Afghanistan and Eritrea, 2 of the largest groups on the small boat, are more than 20 times more likely than British nationals to be convicted of sexual offences, including rape and sexual assault. Foreign nationals are more than 3 times as likely as British nationals to be arrested for sexual offences, are responsible for 2/3 of sex offence arrests in London, and are twice as likely to be arrested for all crimes as British nationals. In total, 87 nationalities in the UK have higher conviction rates for rape and other sexual offences than British nationals, and recently the British state has given out nearly 600,000 long-term visas to people from those countries.
Do you think it's ironic that that this person that you're quoting from, who is saying that they got it from a freedom of information request, I'm guessing they didn't show like a table or anything or like a government data that they actually got from that, right?
I mean, I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link.
You can tell me if you've read it. Is it yes or no?
Yeah, it's data from the Ministry of Justice. It's literally data from the Ministry of Justice. So you'll have to explain to us why the Ministry of Justice is wrong on this.
Well, it's not that they're wrong. It's that the person you're using. What did they give from the Ministry of Justice? Because when you look at crime rates across ethnicities, when they break it down by nationality, whether it's Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Arab, white, it seems to be that overall, in general, for crime, including when you account for indictable offenses, which are the ones that are the most serious ones, the ones that are most likely to get you in jail, these groups are not as overrepresented as you're saying even for indictable offenses. So why would it be that in general government data, which covers crime quite broadly, that's what you get when you look in ONS, you get crimes, you get indictable offenses, you get minor offenses, you get stats for that. And it seems that the representation rates are a little bit higher, which can be accounted for by them being a much younger population. So it's just weird that ONS is telling me that, but this guy is saying they got a freedom of information request and they found one crime in particular that has a lot more representation.
I mean, would you say that it's literally just because they're young, or do you think there is any level of cultural aspect that could lead to higher rates of offending against women?
In the UK,
Like, do you think, for example, that like Pakistanis have a better culture for feminism and respect towards women than the UK?
Probably not, which is why their offense rates are a little bit higher from
Well, not
ONS,
just a little bit higher,
about
quite
2% higher than
significantly
whites. Well, again,
not just
ONS has them at 2% higher than whites, but
Okay,
well,
so it
I've
seems to
literally
be
decided
for crime in general.
okay.
I mean, I have cited to you sources that show that up to a quarter.
Okay,
of all sexual
LonerBox needs to engage on the specific types of crime. I feel like that's obviously what Drew here is focusing on. So I think you need to engage in some way with the specific types of crime.
In Britain are basically imported by the government through mass migration, and that is Ministry of Justice statistics, and you don't really have an answer for that.
Well, why does ONS not show you stats for rape in particular? Why can I get this on ONS?
But I'm giving you the stats right now. I've given you the sources. I've given you the news.
Well, I'm asking you to explain then. Why are they about equally represented on on general crimes and even indictable crimes, but just for some reason you've gone to a Telegraph source and found.
But it's not the Telegraph. It's freedom of information requests based on ONS data.
So you've told me it's freedom of information requests based on ONS data, but the Ministry of Justice.
Why don't you read the article?
This guy's so retarded.
The Ministry of Justice gave the data. The Ministry
You're telling me
data.
two different things about the same article, so.
I mean,
You can link it. I'm still looking at I'm looking at the DMs. I can't see a link here.
Okay, I'll send it to Wick.
You can put in the shared group
Oh my
chat.
God.
Me, you, and LonerBox have, right?
I was trying to do that. It didn't work, but I'll just send it to Wick.
Okay.
And then you can hopefully put it in the group chat for me,
Okay,
please.
sure, I can do that.
In any case, if your issue was crime, wouldn't your issue be with Windrush, with the black population in the UK more than the Muslim population? Because their crime rates across the board, and including in indictable crimes, are actually quite a bit higher. Why focus on Muslims?
I mean, there have been obviously a lot of problems with the Windrush generation too, but I think there's more problems overall with the Islamic community because there's also terrorism to consider as well. There's also the grooming gang.
Well, terrorism counts as crime. I think it's like
Really? Holy fuck. Dada, look at the data, bro. Dude, fucking Australians, man. I hate them.
1% of Muslim prisoners are in jail for terrorism.
So what? Like, there shouldn't even be zero. There shouldn't even be one in the country. Why would there be anyone in the country who's a terrorist?
I don't know. Why do we have like local white terrorists? Why do we have like Darren Osborne running his vehicle into a mosque and killing people? Like, why do we have that?
Okay,
of course, for any population, you're going to have violence. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, why would you choose to bring in a population that commits terrorism at a pretty high rate?
What do you mean a pretty high rate? Do you have like ONS data on terrorism rates from Muslim immigrants as well?
I mean, we could just literally point to all the recent terrorist attacks that we've seen in Britain. Like, for example, 7/7,
that's not stats. That's not statistics. 7/7 was like almost 20 years ago.
Yeah.
We have serial killers. We have like Fred West. We have Jimmy Savile. We have what are you talking about?
Yeah, but here's the difference, LonerBox.
Drew, just real quick.
There are British native-born serial killers and evil people, yes, but it's a choice to then import people who do that into your country from a foreign nationality.
So this is from the article that you linked, Drew, and I have it up.
We need a new goal. Uh-oh. Is Wick about to lay it down? Wick about to lay down the law on this fucking Turk. On this Turk. Let's do a smaller goal. For a short time. And call it cool goal instead of epic goal.
Up on the stream screen, you can read. It says and this is fact checking, basically, the Farage's numbers here. It says our estimates conclude that Afghans are closer to 3 times more likely to be convicted of sexual offense than someone born in the UK, rather than 22 times.
I mean, yeah.
Although limitations to the data. Let me finish.
3 times as bad. 3 times as bad. You literally can't let it finish, dude. And look at his face. Look at the pause here as he's being told to shut up, man. God, I can't fucking stand this loser. He's such a rat, bro.
Yeah.
Although limitations to the data, which we will explain later on, mean that it is not currently possible to make a fully accurate conclusion.
Yeah, because do you know how many Afghans who were convicted in the space of 2 years that they based this data on? 77. That's 77 too many.
Dude, it's not even this. Like that sample size isn't even 100. It's 77 fucking cases. I can't, dude. Oh my god. Fuck, man.
Many. That is going to be your response.
Yeah,
but
well, that is literally the answer.
Out of how many Brits who were convicted of sexual violence at the same time? 14,270.
Can you explain though? Like, why would you want to have 77 people who are rapists from a foreign nationality in your country?
Well, yeah, obviously, if you could know they were rapists in advance, you wouldn't. But you don't discriminate, assuming them to be rapists.
Probably because in terms of any decision that we make, whether or not when we choose to allow certain communities that are more crime-ridden to have babies instead of aborting them and doing eugenics, the same reason that we do immigration.
Just precog it, just pre-crime, just Minority Report. Can't we just know? Can't we just like know?
It's because generally when you have large numbers, it's what? Okay, well done.
I don't want eugenics.
Yes, well done for following what. Okay, well, why not? Because why would you want to have a population that commits more crime? You know, like in Carlton and Glasgow, those people commit. No, well, I mean, like in so you're against eugenics, but not immigration, even though the idea you're saying that because a non-zero number of these people commit crimes, that's a reason to keep them all out of the country.
Yes.
Poles commit crimes. Irish people commit a lot of crime when they come here.
Wait, he just said yes. LonerBox just gave the most absurd position. He said yes. You think that because a non-zero amount of these people commit crimes, so you should keep all of them out of the country? And he just goes, yes. Yes, I do, yes. What if one of them committed a crime? Don't let anyone from that country. Okay, so you want zero immigration then? So you want zero immigration?
Whether or not when we choose to allow certain communities that are more crime-ridden to have babies instead of aborting them and doing eugenics, the same reason that we do immigration is because generally when you have large numbers, is what? Okay, well done.
I don't want eugenics.
Yes, well done for following what. Okay, well, why not? Because why would you want to have a population that commits more crime? You know, like in Carlton and Glasgow, those people commit. I mean, like in so.
Just don't let them into the country.
You're against eugenics, but not. So you're against eugenics, but not immigration, even though the idea you're saying that because a non-zero number of these people commit crimes, that's a reason to keep them all out of the country.
Yes.
Poles commit crimes. Irish people commit a lot of crime when they came here.
Much lower rates.
The rate of Irish immigration crime rate was.
I'll give you. Okay, I've got a great.
Much lower.
A great statistic. So here's a great.
Hang on,
statistic.
Drew. Did you just say that the rate of Irish immigrants coming to the UK in the 18th was much lower than the rate of Muslims today for crime?
No, I didn't say that. I was going.
Okay,
to
you walked it back. That's fine. Okay, good. Because that was fucking mental. What are you talking about?
I didn't even hear what you said. What I was going to say, I was going to point, for example, no, because I was trying to get to my next point. I was going to quote to you, for example. So these are statistics from Germany, for example, and they're quite similar to Britain. You see these statistics basically similar all across Europe. The data in the 2023...
Drew, you just quoted data based on 77 Afghans in the space of 2 years, as opposed to 14,000 people convicted. I'm not going to let you skip over to another different country where I'm less familiar with the data collection that they have and with the whoever does their national statistics as well, if you can't even be accurate on the UK one. Like, that's an important detail. That's an important detail that this data came from 77 Afghans.
77 rapists, yes. And?
So even if 77 of them,
this
even
guy
if out
has
a million...
legit mental disability. He's an actual, like, he has severe arrested development.
Muslims, if 77 of them are rapists, that is an excuse to keep them all out.
It's not just 77. What do you mean?
No, like, if it were, you're saying 77 out of the Afghan population, because between 2021 and 23, we had a good we had quite a few thousand Afghans come to the UK because of the refugee crisis. So when you're saying that 77 is enough to exclude an entire nation, then you would exclude any nation. You'd exclude Poles for that.
Well, no, let me explain to you, right? You're familiar with the fact that the vast majority of sexual offences in Britain are never result in convinctions, correct?
So you can just make up.
Obviously, the ones from fucking foreign nationals are probably. I guarantee you, any analysis will show that foreign nationals are more likely to be convicted. I would bet fucking everything on it. I would bet fucking everything on it, because obviously, foreign nationals are at a higher rate going to have like no connections in the country, going to not be integrated, going to not like they're not forming relationships. Whereas most native Brits, probably a lot of the sexual assault that happens with native Brits is going to be in relationships that already exist, either in friendships or actual partnerships. That's going to be the case. That's usually where it ends up happening. And those things usually have like less evidence. So they're not like grabbed off the street and fucking violently raped. It's like, you know, it's a very different profile of offense that likely leads to lower conviction rates. So it's just so fucking retarded, man, to bring up this. Oh, well, most sexual offenses go unreported. Yeah, but not when you get grabbed off the street by a fucking Afghan migrant. Those aren't the ones that go unreported, you stupid fuck. Obviously. You fucking idiot.
The stats.
No, but that is true though. It's true. The vast majority of sexual assaults in Britain never even end up in a conviction because it is very hard to get rape convictions. So
yeah,
the 70s,
and that means that the rate from everyone would be higher, doesn't it?
Yes, but it also means that the 77 rapes from the Afghan community would be higher than what it was in reality.
Yeah, and that's the same with everyone. We're trying to talk about proportionality, which is why I don't know why you wouldn't just stick to, because we have very reliable across the entire nation stats on crime, arrest rates, conviction rates, custodial sentence rates, and not to mention on indictable crimes, which are the worst crimes.
Well, yeah, Samson, that was the case for the grooming gangs, but I don't know how much community there is for, like, I mean, maybe I'm just, like, totally out of touch here, but it's like, if he's talking about Boris Wave stuff, and like, rapes of from Afghans since then, and I feel like a lot of this is about the small boats as well. Like, this is people who have arrived in the last few years that he's talking about. This isn't, like, people who have been in the country and own taxis or kebab shops or whatever, you know.
We have stats for by nation for all of these crimes, but you want to go on to the one that's like more opaque and harder to report and harder to get access to figures to when you have to limit your sample to 77 Afghans. Why not just go with the crime rates that are sweeping across the entire nation that you can just get on ONS without doing a freedom of information request or anything else?
I just
is
want
it because
you to
it doesn't give you the answer that you want?
I just want you to know, like, why is it that people in Britain have to be raped by foreigners? Why is it the case?
Why don't have to. Why is it that someone has to?
That is the result.
Why is it?
But that is
why
the
is it
result.
that
That is the result.
Okay,
of your
why is it that
policy,
people? Why is it that people in Glasgow have to get fucking knife threats from people born in Carlton? Because we could really just
unfortunately
not allow those
that
families to give birth, couldn't we?
Unfortunately, there is always going to be a native-born criminal element. That will always happen in every single.
And there's always going to be a foreign-born criminal element, isn't there?
But it's not necessarily the case that you have to bring foreigners into your country from places of the world that are very culturally dissimilar.
Okay, dude, totally fell apart there. Literally totally fell apart.
So it's about culture. You don't care about the crime rates. The crime rates are not that different, especially if you count for their age.
No, the crime rates are not that different.
No, they're not.
Hold on, just real quick.
I mean,
hold on, stop, Drew, real quick. I want to finish up the crime, but then I do want to get to the culture point. So we'll finish up the crime portion of this. Then I do have a question for Drew and LonerBox, actually, on why culture matters or if it does when it comes to these things. But go ahead. I'm just letting you know what's coming up.
Can I respond?
Yeah, I'm letting you.
So this article that I linked, even though it says that Nigel Farage was wrong that it was up to 22 times higher, it's still multiple times higher. And so the question is, why would you have any times higher? And here's a good example, right? In Germany, and I will cite this statistic. 1 second. Let me bring it up. In Germany, Algerians are suspects in violent crimes at 17 times the rate that native Germans are. 25,000 Algerian citizens live in Germany. 1729 were suspected.
Did you just say suspects?
No. We're charged by police. Charged by police. So 39,000 Japanese citizens live in Germany. 2 were charged by police for violent crimes in 2023. So that's a 135,000 time percentage higher rate for Algerian criminals in Germany compared to Japanese criminals. And why is that the case? Obviously, there are cultural differences.
Drew is such a rat, man.
I'm just going to go with. Sorry, I'm just going to go with the country that we were here to talk about because I'm not going to let you
debate reform, not fucking Germany, dude.
Go with whatever like random fucking assertion that you've got from different countries. Because if I can't even trust you to accept stats from the ONS about crime rates for ethnic groups in the UK, even when
Blood is talking about the AFD and the reform debate. Drew, can you stay focused, please?
Break it down by nationality. Why am I going to trust what you say about Germany? Fuck off.
No, I mean, why would it be different in Britain than it is to Germany? Like, of course,
I don't know if it's different in Germany. I'm not talking about Britain versus Germany. I'm talking about your brain and your capability of being able to acknowledge national data, the most reliable data that we have, and you not seeming able to accept the fact that by country, countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, even wherever the third one was, Arabs as well. Even by these ethnic groups, we have crimes across the entire country for these crimes broken down into arrest, into custodial sentences, into indictable crimes, ones that are more likely to get you put into jail. And their overrepresentation is slightly higher, but accountable for the fact that they're younger. But you can't accept that for some reason, even though that's the most reliable data we have.
You still don't have a response to the fact that 20% of
that's the most reliable data that we have. What is your answer to that? Do you accept it? Do you accept it as real or not?
I mean, I've just given you Ministry of Justice statistics, and you're not accepting that as real.
You had these samples as 77. You get 77 cases and extrapolating that to a whole nationality. You fucking retard.
Can you get that from the actual Ministry of Justice page? Can you get that from the ONS? Or do you have to?
The Ministry of Justice supplied the statistics, and then these statistics were then.
Why does LonerBox debase himself by even pretending Drew is worth engaging with beyond calling him a little piggy? Oink, oink.
Well, I want LonerBox to engage with the points, but I mean, he needs to be more aggressive here because Drew is just like all over the place and it's fucking retarded.
Even if you think that they're overrepresented in this one crime, but not even in like indictable crimes for some reason, why is that? Can you accept that? Can you accept that they are somehow about equally represented in pretty much every other crime? Like,
I mean, maybe you're right.
Maybe.
You're right.
Why? What? No, not maybe. Do you want me to send you the ONS page?
Sure, send it through. Send it through. I still think that even if it were to be the case that, like, for example, Afghans were only 3 times more likely to be convicted of sexual assault in Britain, then I still think that's still unacceptable to.
Based on based on a sample of 77 offenders. I mean.
But there's a small amount of Afghans in the community, and there were still 77 offenders. That is still that still shows a large overrepresentation. Because if you then had millions of Afghans in the country, then of course the number of sexual assaults based on that disproportionate representation would be higher.
Why? So you're going with the idea that they are about equally represented in every crime, apparently. Arrest rates, custodial, sure. Everything, including indictable crimes. But for some reason, they're overrepresented in sexual violence. But not even against kids. Against kids, they're equally represented as well.
No, that's not even true because, for example, in the grooming gang, I mean, no, but I did point you to the fact that the Casey report showed with the grooming gangs inquiries that there was systematic shying away from recording of ethnic data in the cases, that this was a major failing. It meant that it was extremely hard to draw conclusions at a national level. It did say that the report found in 3 areas, Greater Manchester, South Yorkshire and West Yorkshire, disproportionate numbers of men from Asian ethnic background, Pakistani background, were suspects for group-based child sexual assault.
They found that, and you'll also acknowledge that the Casey report said that this was from places where there were high-profile instances of a quite rare crime in the country. Which means if you have, like the mafia, for example, if you have a exceptional kind of crime and a rare kind of crime, a subset of a subset of a subset of a crime, then yeah, if you go to a place where there's a high-profile case, you're going to see skewed data. And Casey said that, and you ignored that. I don't know why you didn't mention that. Casey said that is not applicable to the country. For the country, for sexual violence, the one where you have where we have data from the entire country for CSA, again, they are about equally represented. And that's on page 38 of ISNU WIC.
Well, I don't know if it's equally represented because I do have statistics from the Ministry of Justice that you haven't responded to that show that they're up to 1/3 of sexual assaults.
Dude.
I have responded to it.
No, you just said that you don't believe it.
Is that all I said? Did I not tell you why there was maybe an issue with that?
I mean, this data was drawn from the Police National Computer by the Ministry of Justice following an FOI by the Centre for Migration Control. I wish to make a Freedom of Information request. Of the 1,453 sexual assault convictions which took place, 380 were of foreign nationals, while a further 118 were of nationalities recorded as unknown. The number will be foreign, and thus a number will be foreign nationals.
Oh, wait. So they didn't. So they said they got the data from the government. Centre for Migration Control is a think tank committed to dramatically reducing migration in Britain. Really?
I know.
You want me to trust these guys' word of what they heard from the ONS over the ONS itself? Why would you do that?
It wasn't from the ONS. Is Loner like tired or something? He's missing shit Drew's saying. Is he too busy like messaging egos on Discord? What's going on with Blood? He's missing stuff that Drew's saying.
Statistics. They gave.
No, it's not.
They provided. They provided the number of convictions for sexual assault on a female across England and Wales in the year 2024, and then they broke down the number of people who were foreign nationals as part of that.
I mean, they're telling you that they've done that, right? But they don't actually have the ONS raw data there, because ONS has raw data. You can go and find it publicly.
Well, have a coffee.
I don't know why you would go with like taking the word off of a think tank that's goal is to reduce dramatically migration. I don't know why you would do that over just looking at the ONS with the data that we have nationwide. We have nationwide data on so many different subsets of arrest, conviction, indictable conviction. We have all of that, but you're just choosing the one that you prefer, the one that makes you happier.
Okay.
I mean,
you can respond, but then I have a question for both of you.
Okay, you go, Wick.
Okay, and it's very simple.
Yeah, Drew ain't got shit to say. Okay, Wick assuming that Drew's actually got like a response loaded up in his head, and he's not just gonna start talking. He's not just gonna start talking and see where his mouth takes him. Very misguided, Wick. Incredibly misguided.
Well, maybe not. What does it mean to be British? Okay,
actually, can I say one last thing?
Well, just real quick.
Let
me finish. Let me finish.
He thought of a response.
This goes into the issue of culture and what cultures.
Drew is such a joke that the prison system declined to take him for his self-inflicted financial hold. Jail time wouldn't discharge the debt either. Lol.
Thank you for the $5, and that is all correct. They did refuse to put him in prison. They basically said it wasn't worth it. And yeah, even if he went to prison, he still would have to pay.
Are compatible or incompatible, and to what level they are, and whether or not the cultures that are coming in to Britain are incompatible with Britain itself. So I'll give you the mic first to you, Drew. What do you think?
I think Britain is a nation that has existed essentially for 1,000 years. England has existed for about 1,000 years. They're coherent nations. I think it is primarily something that there is an ethnic component to it. It's not just, it's not necessarily as blank slate as, for example, the United States. I mean, the United States does have this tradition of being kind of like a country of migrants, but I think Britain, like, while it has had waves of migration, I think it is slightly different to America, which has that sort of like founding creed. I think there is an ethnic component to the nationality. It doesn't mean that people can't assimilate and
smile.
Yo, thank you, Quella, for the 1337. Huge appreciate it. Thank you.
Culturally British and stuff like that, but there is an ethnic component, and I think it would be regrettable if the English people ethnically were a minority of England after 1,000 years.
Okay. What does that mean, though, to be culturally British, I guess? I'll ask again.
Yeah, British culture is alcoholism, functional alcoholism, barely functional alcoholism, yeah, shagging fat women, Calvin Harris, domestic violence, going to foreign countries and ruining the local area, throwing up and pissing on the sidewalk, on the pavement, as we call it. Yeah, standing around the piss and rain, eating cold Greggs. Eating cold Greggs out of a paper bag. Yeah, that's basically it. Oh, and hard drugs as well. Hard drugs as well. That's the other one. So, I feel like, you know, Muslims could fit in fine.
I mean, to assimilate... What is an example of someone who's assimilated to be culturally British? What would that look like?
I think you would basically need them to be willing to die for the country, to defend the country. And there's systematic sort of like, you know, there are a lot of communities that don't join up to the military in Britain at the same rates. You have to basically have your first loyalty to Britain above, for example, religious or sectarian interests. And you have Islamic extremists in Britain like Muhammad Hijab or Dili Hussein who very openly say that they're
okay, chill.
The way he did with...
Thank you for the $5, Spencer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the $5. Might be removing that one.
Okay.
Because it's Fed posting like
LonerBox,
crazy.
same question to you. What does it mean to be British? And what does it mean to be culturally British, I guess?
what it means to be culturally, I don't really think about issues like that all that much. I'd rather just think about like what kind of policies can help people, like what we can do to improve the economy and the healthcare system, and and to have fairness, to have like relatively low crime rates so people can be safe, to have like some kind of level of sense of community for people. I really, when people talk about how we need to be more culturally British, I mean, Drew kind of gave the game away right at the beginning. It really just boils down to them wanting to have an ethnic makeup for its own sake.
Well, Israel has an ethnic makeup. I mean,
dude, it's like so funny. Like, bro, Black Pill Gaming, you're so mentally disabled. It's crazy. Muslims' first allegiance is to Islam and not to England. Wow, what other ethnic groups people say this about? Even they would tell you that. They're basically everything people hate in Christo-fascists. It's just like, it's so tired, man. Most Muslim diaspora do not give a fuck about any of that. Like, by the time they're fucking second, third generation, they don't give a fuck. They're drinking. They don't give a shit. They want fucking Western decadence like everyone else. I'm sorry, it just is the case. No one would vote to get rid of their, you know, Western luxuries. It just is not a major. It really is not a rational concern. It is like literally the most tired, like, racist trope. Oh, this group actually have their real loyalty lies with blah 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 blah. You can't trust them because they're always planning to da 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 da. Thank you. Seriously, thank you for the input. If I was in 1930, maybe this would work on me. Thankfully, I'm not like a total fucking knuckle-dragging, alcoholic, fat, 50-year-old scumfuck retard. So I operate on like a rational plane of existence and understand the incentives at play for most people in the Western world, even immigrants.
Israel has an ethnic makeup. Israel has basically,
not for its own sake. Israel has an ethnic makeup because it's surrounded by people that would otherwise like ruin them. Like Jews cannot survive as a minority in that region.
Yeah, and I don't think it would be good for the English people if they were a minority in England either. Because
English people are a minority in like white English people are a minority in London. Are they fucked because of that?
Well,
in the same way that Israelis Jews would be if they were a minority in the Middle East.
No, maybe not as bad as Israeli Jews being a minority in the Middle East, but I still think that there's been some pretty bad changes in London. There's terrible cases of terrorism. There's terrible cases of Islamic extremism. There's terrible incidents of crime. People feel culturally alienated and atomized. I want you to explain why it would be a good thing for English people to be a minority in England.
I don't think there's a good or bad thing about an ethnic makeup changing for its own sake. What I think right now this country,
the current policy is changing it though. The current policy is changing it, so you have to justify why.
Do you think do you think the intent of the current policy is to? It's not just
like with the $5 symbol. Peasant riddled with leprosy in 1100s Ascalon.
Black Pill, you're in the wrong place. I don't think Israel should be an ethno-state. I'm not principally in favor of ethno-states for anyone. Not Jews, not Muslims, not white people.
Just policy.
I don't think it's the intent, but I don't think it's an intent. I'm not going into the whole, this is a deliberate great replacement thing, but it is an observable fact that this current policy is changing things, and you have to try and justify why that's a good thing.
It's not that you have to justify why the demographic changing is a good thing. The demographic changing is a byproduct of introducing a lot of immigrants. The reason there's a lot of immigrants coming in is because our economy needs it. It's because our economy needs it. Because we have an aging population and an insane, like a tax burden from old people, and not a huge tax base to collect it from. We need yeah, that's the way it is.
Because otherwise, we are a country that has an aging population. We are a country, Scotland, for example, its population is set to get lower without migration. We cannot sustain a national health service, a growing economy, a fairly liberal capitalist economy with a shrinking population.
Just do managed decline, actually. Just go like it's a managed decline, just like infinite recession. Just let it get worse and worse for the younger generations. Because a bunch of old, racist, fat, alcoholic, fucking wife-beating, child-molesting losers who really hate immigrants.
Or with an aging population, because again, you tell me then, what is one country, one developed, successful country in the world that's a liberal democracy that doesn't take in like fairly high numbers of immigration.
Literally Japan.
You want to be like Japan? Japan
is much better than Britain right now, and it has higher GDP per capita.
Oh my god. That's just brilliant. That's brilliant. Dude, even like the most retarded fucking idiot weebs will like admit, really? Where do I actually want to live? Where do I actually want to live? Really? I really actually want to live in the UK, America, Australia, wherever, in my Western country. I don't really want to live and work in Japan. That sounds kind of fucking nightmarish, actually. It's like crazy. It's crazy. Thank you, Hellbent, for the $4.99.
I'm 3 minutes behind, but I need Drew to know that despite being the good migrant, I am not willing to die for the UK. Or Russia. Not big on dying, TBH.
Thank you for the $4.99, Hellbent. Thank you. It's just so... It's actually, like, crazy, man. I can't believe this shit. Japan's actually an awesome place to live. Okay, bro. Okay. So, poverty, UK. Miserable soy face. Poverty, Japan. Poggers.
Lower inequality, less crime, less terrorism. In so many different ways, Japan is literally superior to Britain right now.
Japan is not superior to Britain right now. Japan's had economic issues for the last like 3 decades. Okay, their debt is spiraling.
Their economy is literally better than Britain.
Do you understand that Japan is currently increasing migration because they cannot sustain their state?
Yeah, they're about to backlash and rape themselves over it. Yes, we can all see. Yes. Oh my god.
At a very low rate. At a very low rate. Can you explain?
Yeah, it's at a low rate because people lose their shit whenever migrants come to Japan. People freak the fuck out. Like, and it's also the fact that
let's see where Japan's at in a couple of years. I'd love to. LonerBox should make him bet. This is the one time you should use Destinyism. Make him bet here and now. Give like a 2-year bet, 3-year bet. Is Japan's economy going to be in a better place or a worse place should immigration continue? Should immigration restrictions continue? Should the mass deportation shit happen?
Remain culturally cohesive. I want Japan to remain a Japanese society.
For the sake of them becoming an aging population and not being able to sustain anything that they've currently got and having a tanking economy.
It's better than Japan.
It's better than having brown people. It's better than having brown people. Quote Turk, says the Turk.
Basically becoming culturally unrecognizable. Nations can recover from war. Nations can recover even from 2 atomic bombs on their cities, but they can't recover from being completely ethnically terraformed. The demographics just changing forever.
So for the sake of demographics, really, you would have a shrinking economy. You would
Japan
have
is literally
a
better
tanking
than
welfare state.
Dude, the British welfare state's tanking right now as we speak. The economy in Britain is so bad. You've had the Boris wave, and it's not leading to any economic growth at all. So what's the point?
The Boris wave was because of horrible mismanagement of immigration, quite a lot of which has been reversed.
Okay, let's go through.
By that.
Let's go through some of the British economic statistics. Right, I researched them. Borrowing $100 billion this year, 13%.
Dude, just throwing out the arbitrary stats. And this is all because of immigration. These stats sound bad, and this is all because of immigration. I'm like in a pure rage. I'm in a pure state of rage at this fucking idiot. Stupid piggy.
13% up this year. Public sector.
You're talking about borrowing when you just brought up Japan. Are you fucking mental?
No, I'm going into this. Public sector.
Which country? Wait. Which country among advanced economies has the highest GDP ratio?
Let Drew finish.
Let Drew get through. Borrowing is your first example. Oh my god.
I'm giving you an example. LonerBox, you're not even listening to me. You're saying that borrowing is a bad thing. Japan has so much debt. I'm pointing to the fact that Britain is, like, its debt is exploding. It is borrowing all this stuff, and you've got high migration, so it doesn't even make sense. It's not even working. So far, that Britain has a £72 billion deficit this year. Public sector net debt is up to 94% of GDP, the highest since the 1960s. Last month alone, £10 billion in interest, £60 billion in debt interest this year. So you've got the debt problem, and you've got high migration at the same time. So how does that work?
What do you mean? What do you mean the debt problem? All countries have debt and growing debts because for
Yes.
multiple reasons.
Yes.
Not the highest debt to GDP of the
I
entire
know it's
developed
not.
world.
Yes.
And not to mention
Yes.
that the OBR in the UK, which actually handles economic forecasts, is quite clear on this, that lowering migration increases deficits and debt because migrants are younger, they're working age, they can contribute more to the
Okay.
exchequer.
Okay, I actually dispute that point.
So
and
why
I'll
was that?
explain
Why was debt your
I'll-
first example
No,
to compare it to
LonerBox,
Japan?
you're not even listening to me. I'm pointing out to you. You're using Japan as a bad example because Japan has so much debt. I'm pointing to the fact that Britain is getting into more and more debt. It is struggling economically. There is no growth in Britain, but you've had massive high levels of migration, the highest levels of migration in Britain's entire history, in the entire 1,000-year history of Britain. So why is it not leading to economic growth?
You want to? What do you know? Do you know why?
No, tell me why.
What would you tell me was wrong with the Boris wave?
No, I'm actually asking you, LonerBox. Tell me why. He literally has no idea. He's not done any research past the most surface level. He literally just goes into this just trying to like spit out narratives with like kind of stats tagged on. There's no, he's like made no effort to understand any of the issues. It's like baffling. It's not baffling really at all. It's exactly what I expect. But I think sickening is a better word.
Friend is a second-gen Turkish Muslim. It just takes one loose AF white friend for them to completely buy in on Western decadence.
Thank you for the $5, Spencer. Thank you.
Mainly people from a low wage background, so they're not actually economically productive. That's the main
Low
problem.
wages. What? So worker visas were like too low wage.
I'll give you an example. So there are 1.9 million foreign nationals on benefits in the UK. Just 1 in 10 Somalis in the UK are in full employment. Is that going to economically benefit the UK?
With Somalis are often asylum seekers and refugees. Of course, they wouldn't be an economic benefit. So
Yeah,
as far as
I
the
know,
net
exactly.
migration, as far as the no, not exactly, because refugees and asylum seekers are a tiny proportion of net migration, as I'm sure you know. They're not. The point of refugees and asylum seekers isn't supposed to be an economic benefit. That's supposed to be a humanitarian endeavor. We're talking about immigration policy.
Well,
It's not just it. Even just saying it as a humanitarian thing is like kind of dumb. I feel like, or you don't even need to frame it like that. Someone like Drew, some fucking retard like Drew, is wrong. There's like a whole concept of like, I feel it's called like dispersal or something. Where basically, if countries aren't shouldering their burden of a refugee crisis and taking in some refugees, you end up with these fucking roaming groups of like stateless people that just cause fucking problems for everyone. So people have to take in refugees to a certain extent. There has to be some, you know, agreement that, look, when some shit happens, when people have to flee, everyone else has to kind of pick up a bit and make sure this doesn't become a huge fucking problem.
Or
it's
regular migration.
Well, I look at
We're
it
talking
as,
about regular migration. So you understand as well.
I'm looking at people coming into the country. I'm looking at people coming into the country, whether they be asylum seekers or they be legal immigrants. There's still the problem that a large number of people who are coming into Britain are not economically productive.
That's what I'm asking you. Because of what? Because of work visas? Like, what's the issue there? With do you think people who come on work visas are not productive?
No, a lot of work visas are being handed out to people on a really, in really low skilled areas. So, for example,
what's the minimum for a work visa for a skilled worker visa?
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. There are literally skilled workers visas for. There's literally people on skilled visas doing car washes.
Can you tell me more about that? Why is that? Why has that been the case? Why was that the case?
Because people are coming in on really with very little skills. So
why? Why do they allow that? Why do they allow that for skilled worker visas?
Because they've lost control of the border system, and this same thing is
happening. No, it's not because they've lost control of the border system. It's part of the policy.
They have. I'll explain to you why.
What are you talking about?
They have expanded the level. They've expanded skilled visas to include very low skilled professions. So, for
Who
example,
expanded them? Who expanded skilled visas?
The Tories, I'm pretty sure, did it.
Okay. And do you know why things like people who work in nail salons and car washes, why they got included to skilled worker visas? Why does that happen?
I think it shouldn't happen. It's a disaster.
No, why does it happen? It happens because it's an exemption because of shortages. Yeah, because we've had low unemployment for years now in the UK. We've had less than 5% unemployment.
Okay, so your position is literally that Britain should provide skilled worker visas for people to do car washes and nail salons.
Well, we've stopped doing that now. Did you know that?
Okay, well, it's good that you stopped it. It's obviously a disaster that happened, correct?
How is it? Is it a disaster? Why? Why is it a disaster?
Well, why is it good for the British economy to import large amounts of low-skilled visa holders?
Well, I believe they did it because of shortages. That was why the standard salary requirement gets lowered.
Well, what you know what Boris actually said? Boris said recently in an interview that he was pressured by HM Treasury to bring in large numbers of people to hold down wage growth. So he literally was saying it's very open. It's to hold down.
He
the
was
wage
pressured
growth
to hold down wage growth. Are you kidding me?
Dude.
That's it. That's
Boris said so, eh? Boris Johnson,
Yes.
the absolute,
Yes.
the epic human failure who was behind the policy, made an excuse. That's good. It worked on someone.
But well, he literally said, well, yeah, he's retarded.
Worked on Drew. Worked on this guy. That is crazy. You just listened to Boris Johnson say it was someone else's fault, and you're just like, yeah, that's true. That's facts. Wow, man. That's cool. That is really cool.
I think Boris is retarded. Of course I do.
But you
Clearly not.
buy his explanation. You're very convinced by that
Well,
explanation
no,
because it suits you. It suits your ideology, right? Yeah, it's convenient.
Wait,
to say it was to push down wages.
Sorry. Okay, why would I disbelieve him? It makes him look shit for saying that. So he's saying openly that the policy.
No,
was
it
designed
doesn't.
to
He's
pull down
blaming
British
someone
wages.
else, and he's also using it to again fuel the
I-
right-wing
well,
agenda
he's-
to say it was about
well,
wage
he's-
suppression.
Well, he's blaming HM Treasury. I blame him for listening to HM Treasury. The whole thing is retarded. And look, it's a real thing. In Australia, we had the same thing. In Australia, there was a massive campaign by the Business Council of Australia to let in 2 million migrants post-COVID because they literally openly said that wage growth was too high.
Well, he's probably blaming civil servants, Jim Boy.
This might be the first person I've ever seen in the UK who trusts Boris Johnson's word on one of his own failures. That's insane. You wouldn't integrate at all here.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand, right? Boris saying this does not make Boris look good. He looks like a retard. He looks like a traitor to Britain.
Yeah,
he said that he's
dude. That was his whole campaign strategy, bro. Like, I can't fucking take this, man.
people in to hold down wage growth. So of course I'm going to believe him when he's saying something that makes himself look shit.
He's saying someone else made me do it, as opposed to it was my own
But I
failure,
blame
my
him.
own incompetence.
Yeah, but everyone blames him. Yeah, of course. Everyone saw that and said, no one's blaming HM Treasury for that. They're blaming Boris for doing that. They're saying Boris is a cunt for doing that. It makes Boris.
You understand that? You understand that even before
it's an excuse by Boris. He's saying these people made me hold down wage growth, and I had no choice but to hold down wage growth. And I look at that and I say, wow, he held down wage growth. What a terrible person. He's a traitor to Britain.
Fine. That convinces you. That's fine. Well done.
I'm sorry. I
You
just
understand
don't
that. You understand that these.
I don't understand. LonerBox, explain this, right?
Just real quick.
It makes Boris look bad. So why would I disbelieve it? I look at Boris saying, I brought people into this country because we wanted to try hold down wage growth. I look at that and I say, this makes Boris look like a horrible traitor to
Because
Britain.
that literally feeds into the fucking narratives he probably wants right now.
Disbelieve him there.
I do want
It
to.
makes him look bad.
Yeah, I do want to kind of get this back to the portion of this debate is on culture specifically. Right, but we've gotten to economics for some reason. I
Dude,
think
Boris is so
But it
past
doesn't
looking
even
bad.
explain-
Drew does
It's so crazy. Boris is actually so past looking bad from something he says. It's so fucking. It's like saying, "Oh, this makes Trump look bad. Why would you say it if it wasn't true?" I don't know, man. Because he's got nothing to fucking lose, and if there's one thing he'll gain from it, then he'll do it. Like.
To be quite interested in the economic argument. So.
I mean, but I
Hasn't the UK had a chronic shortage of lorry drivers since you left the EU?
I think it
I'm
was a thing
so
at some
happy
point. I'm
Drew
not
has
sure.
no political home in our political system here.
Thank you for the $5.
I am actually interested though. Like, can you explain LonerBox? Like, like Boris literally said, we did it to hold down wage growth. That makes him look shit.
I
So
can't.
why would I lie?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I cannot explain why a politician who made a
Dude, I heard
huge-
Well, hold
I
on.
was
Let
listening-
LonerBox
Made a
answer.
huge
You gotta
song
let
about
LonerBox answer. You gotta let LonerBox answer. You've asked him.
I'm sorry.
You gotta let him
I
answer.
can't actually explain. I can't explain why a politician who had a huge song and dance about immigration causes wage suppression, despite the fact that his own study wasn't able to prove it beyond like a 1% change that was only temporary, would fuck up his immigration policy post-Brexit so bad that it resulted in the biggest wave of net migration that we've ever had, and then going into an interview and saying, "Oh yeah, yes, actually, it was the Treasury that made me do it. So not me, not my failure, not my incompetence. And yeah, I have no idea why you would say that. That's crazy. Yeah.
This is just proof that LonerBox is a debate pervert, because I actually tuned into your stream before I came on, and you literally said that the Boris wage was due to wage inflation in the UK. So you literally admitted it on your own stream. Like
the Boris wave was due to wage inflation.
No, you said due to inflation, due to shortages, all this stuff.
Wait, so it's not. Wait, so it's not what I said about it being due to wage inflation? Do you think so? Wait, are you telling me that I said on this stream that the Boris wave was to suppress wages?
No, you said on your stream that the Boris wave was because of inflation. Now, the inflation was linked to wage growth. This is just like
shameful from Drew. It's like, I feel like I'm saying words like shameful. How could it be shameful? This guy has no fucking shame. He's such a fucking loser, man. It's like, it's just crazy that there are people. There's just so many people like this online now who just go around just like talking absolute fucking shit, getting totally whooped any conversation they go into, just like lying in videos and then getting disproven like within hours, like, and they just keep going and they just keep fucking going. It's like unbearable. It's so bad.
The Boris wave was not. I've never said the Boris wave was because of inflation.
Real quick. Hey, housekeeping. Housekeeping, real quick. Someone get me the clip of what LonerBox said, and we'll play it. Okay, get me the clip.
It was. You can try find it. It was on his stream.
I'll just have my audience do it. Let my audience do it.
I think it was about.
It doesn't even make any sense. I mean, you don't even.
I think it was about 30 minutes in. It was about 30 minutes in, and it was around the time when you started bringing up your debate notes onto the screen. So
it doesn't even make sense. It's not. Well, so it would be on my debate notes. My debate notes are all about the. I've got lots about the Boris wave here. I've got about the healthcare visas, the skilled worker visas.
It wasn't in your debate notes. You mentioned it as an aside when you first brought it up. It was about 35 minutes in, and you said that the reason why so many people came into the country was due to inflation and shortages. Correct.
It was shortages is not the same as wage growth.
Okay.
Shortages there's a need for workers, but we don't have the workers. That's a shortage.
Okay. LonerBox, would you agree when there is a shortage of labor prices will go up?
Not always, no. Sometimes you can't hire people.
Yes.
And a lot of times, no. Sometimes you can't hire people and those businesses just don't exist. And then sometimes you can have immigrants that come in and they can be, maybe sometimes they can be cheap. Say like the Greek-Albanian story from the night. Like you can sometimes have that happen and you can have cheap laborers come in and then they can actually get jobs that would otherwise not exist. And then that allows people to start businesses that would otherwise not exist. And then that can open up new managerial positions for the local population. Economics are complex. It's not as easy as just, if you increase the supply, then the cost will come. It's not like that. That's why Boris himself tried to investigate into wage suppression linked to immigration, and he couldn't find it. That's why that happened.
Okay. Can you explain why half of all social housing in London is made up of foreign nationals? Is that a good policy? Surely you have to say that's a
when you say foreign nationals, do you mean people who have indefinite right to stay, or people on visas? What does that mean?
It's people who are migrants to Britain who are living in foreign housing.
So I need to make sure that you understand how any of this works. Are these people on visas, or how long have they been here? Are they citizens? Are they indefinite right to stay?
Some of them may be citizens. Some of them may be indefinite right to stay. It's people who've come to Britain from another country.
Or so they could literally have got British citizenship and gone on housing, and you've got an issue with that.
Yeah, I do, because it's a choice to give people citizenship if they're actually not even able to economically contribute to the country.
How do you know they weren't able when they got citizenship? How easy is it, do you think?
Dude, it's just like so crazy to start applying this analysis. It's like actually disgusting, man. People want to start like doing these like latter conditions on citizenship. Like you give someone citizenship, they're a citizen. If you want higher standards for citizenship, we can talk about that. Once you give them citizenship, they're a citizen. They get the rights of a citizen. They get the entitlements of a citizen. That's the way it should be.
To migrate to the UK right now.
Unfortunately, under the Boris wave, it was too easy.
How easy do you think it actually wasn't as easy as you're making it out to be?
It must be pretty easy if half of social housing in London is made up of foreign nationals.
I have a question for my edification.
Social housing
Loner.
is a
Just real quick. I don't actually know the requirements to immigrate. Like, what current restrictions, if any, are there on English immigration? Like, if you want to immigrate to England,
Yeah,
if I
tell us
wanted to
what
immigrate
the
to England,
restrictions
Well,
what are the requirements?
The overwhelming majority of visas, you cannot get social housing or basically any welfare to, when you immigrate. So if you're talking about foreign nationals, like this, a foreign national can literally be someone who's been working here and living here for like 20 years and then they got laid off. Like that can be, or a foreign national could be the child of a migrant who was here as a dependent and then they had to go in social housing.
The foreign national, so it's first generation born overseas immigrants.
Yes, a child can be first generation and then they can grow up. Yes, that can happen as well. The reason that we have like a high number of foreign...
And then they grow up and then they're in social housing in London. Can you explain that? Why?
They, as in what proportion of them? Most people work in the UK. If you're saying half...
They grow up, then they're in social housing in London. Explain that. What are you talking about, man?
But still, like half of all social housing in London is foreign nationals.
If there's a high number of people on social housing who are foreign in London, it's because most people, like about half of people in London are foreign, aren't they? Like London is a very high foreign population.
Actually, this is a good question. Do you think it's a good thing that white English people only represent 20% of London?
20?
It's a neutral thing. It's neutral.
20%?
Yeah, I think
it's about 1/4, something like that.
Last I saw, it was about 45 or something, not 20.
Let's get that. Let's make sure. I want to make sure I got the right
stats. I don't think it's that low.
White English London stats. Oh, so white British is 25%, but I think it's white about like it incorporates like, for example, like Poles and stuff like that as well.
Huh?
White British.
Huh? White British includes Poles? Huh?
Incorporates Poles.
No. I'm saying.
So I'm looking at this. So white as not white just overall.
Okay. White overall includes Poles. Well, yeah. Okay.
Is about 49.6%, whereas white British specifically is 24.9%.
Yeah. Well, I like doing this. I like doing the Slavic stuff. It's like, you know, it's kind of retarded now. It's just like really, isn't it? Obviously, like probably qualifies white. You don't really see a difference in public.
Do you I don't think the other half of whites in London are
Poles.
Like European whites. Because in terms of how you identify, I'm pretty sure the way people identify their ethnicity or like identity, they can go with white or white British, and they might still just be British either way. Are you asking me if it's like a bad thing that London is like not majority white? Again,
no, not necessarily. I'm just saying, like, do you think it's a bad thing that London, which was a city founded by English people and has been English for 1,000 years, is no longer now majority English?
I don't know, you would need to convince me why that's bad inherently.
Okay, you'd have to explain to us why it's good to make that massive demographic change.
No, it's neutral. If it happens as a byproduct of other policy, why is that a problem?
It's the first time in 1,000 years that's correct.
Well, I don't support demographic changes for their own sake. I support immigration because of economic needs.
But the immigration results in those demographic changes, and you have to try to explain why those demographic changes are good in a country.
Well, no, you're the one. No, you're the one trying to prove that there's a problem. I'm standing from a neutral. I'm neutral on demographics.
I think it is actually a problem if the capital city of your country that has existed for 1,000 years suddenly is no longer majority, the main.
But why? You've got to introduce that. You're introducing a positive claim. Why?
Why? Because English people founded London, and it is.
It just goes back to blood and soil. So why is it a problem? Blood and soil. Cool, man. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So he desperately tries to get LonerBox to say why it's a good thing, even though there's no reason LonerBox has to prove that. Literally not on him at all to prove that.
I hope Australia is taken over by the CCP, so Drew can receive the care he needs in a purpose-built facility in the Simpson Desert or Xinjiang province in western China. He can meet some Uyghurs he cares so much about.
We're putting Drew in the Chinese milking machines, making Coke the old-fashioned way.
Is an English city, and it's sad if English people are no longer a majority in the capital that they founded.
Okay, give me an answer. London was founded by Romans, but give me an answer that's not just because, please.
Because I'm going to go into this. I think it's bad if English people become a minority in the country that is their homeland.
That's a circular answer again. Why?
In the same way that I think it would be bad if Jewish people were a minority in Israel.
What? Because they'll get genocided. Like,
well,
I
I think there could be a genocide of white English people in Britain in about 50, 60 years time if there was to be a massive rise in the population.
Well, let me explore that. Drew, why do you think that there will be or possibly be a mass genocide of white British people in England?
Yeah, I'll explain.
In about 50, 60 years. Why? Yeah.
Because Islamic extremists in Britain, there are tens of thousands of them. There are 35,000 people on the terror watch list. They want to kill people. It's very open. They're very open about it. They go out and they kill people. And how many terrorist attacks have occurred already as a result of Islamic extremism? Many terrorist attacks have occurred as a result of Islamic extremism. Like, if you have a young Muslim migrant to the UK, go to Manchester Arena at an Ariana Grande concert and just blow up a bunch of young teenage girls for no reason, that is a genocidal act. That is literally an act of genocide against British people. And if that is occurring when the British Muslim population is like 6
I can't
or 7%,
do this, bro.
what do you think would happen if the British Muslim population was about 50%? There would be very scary situations.
The Slavic thing only made sense when your average person east of Lithuania looked like a diseased gypsy whose great-great-great-grandpa was a Mongol and herded sheep. Now Albanians are producing Dua Lipa.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Max. Thank you. I actually saw a tweet about Dua Lipa earlier that was like, fuck, dude. What is it? Oh, man. Finding Dua Lipa attractive means you don't have the epigenetic Uroid blood memory of distrusting gypsies. I look at this woman and my DNA tells me she's just distracting me so her brothers can steal my livestock.
That's your threshold for calling it a...
No.
Out of interest, if an IDF soldier guns down like a couple of Gazan civilians, or like say 10 of them, in a fit of rage because they're just really mad, like, and they come out of war, is that genocide?
I mean, in some cases, war crimes can be genocidal in nature. I think, for example, the Manchester Arena bombing, it is not an act of genocide, but it was a genocidal attack on British people.
It's not an act of genocide, but it's a genocidal attack.
No, I'm saying war crimes can be genocidal in nature. So, for example, if people are murdered simply because of the fact that they are English, or simply because of the fact that they are Palestinian, or simply because of the fact that they are Jewish, I think that's genocidal. I think October 7 attacks were genocidal. LonerBox, I think it was genocidal. They went through the kibbutzim and slaughtered Jews simply because they were Jews.
See, LonerBox, we both love Israel, don't we? Don't we, LonerBox? We both love Israel, LonerBox. Don't we, LonerBox? We both love Israel.
It wasn't necessarily an act of genocide overall because only 1,000 people were killed, but the attacks that Hamas waged on that day were genocidal in nature. And my belief is that if Hamas had won, if they had been able to break through the lines, they would have killed not just 1,000 Jewish people, but hundreds of thousands of Jewish people. You believe that Hamas are genocidal, correct? I believe that
I'm still just trying to get my head around saying that it's not a genocidal act, but it's an act of genocide. I have no idea.
No. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this because we both agree. We're both Zionists, correct? So let's talk about this. Do you agree?
We both love, see, LonerBox, we both love Israel. We're both Zionists, aren't we, LonerBox? We both love Israel. We all love Israel here, right? Among friends. We all love Israel, don't we? This is Larry Ellison's emails to fucking Marco Rubio, by the way. We all love Israel here, don't we? We all love Israel.
With me that
are you a Zionist? Hold on. Are you a Zionist, LonerBox?
When we talk about when we talk about defending like Israel, I defend Israel insofar as that I think people trying to destroy it.
Whoa! I don't love Israel like that, Drew. Okay, listen, I'm zogged out, but you're different. Okay, you're different. I'm not getting paid for this, Drew.
Bad for everyone.
That's the same
you
with
defend
me.
Israel.
With me.
No, you defend Israel because you have a bone to pick with Muslims.
For free.
I don't suppose in that think tank that wants to radically destroy. I don't suppose it's part of that think tank that's about.
Are you mentally ill?
Dude, the H. Hitler scene in Jojo Rabbit. Dude.
Literally mentally ill. Dude, you're mentally ill.
I'm trying not to do it.
LonerBox, you are literally extremely mentally ill because I've actually been one of the highest profile supporters of like Israel's right to exist on social media over the past couple of years. And you're saying, oh, well, you don't care about Jews. You're only doing it because you hate Muslims. Oh. No, dude, that's actually extremely.
I don't... Dude, this is, you know, Nina Sedimental guy, that was right. I'm coming around. Drew's a genius. This is comedy. This is fucking comedy, man. This is just hilarious. I'm sorry. He's like so retarded. It's funny. I take exception to you suggesting that I only care about Israel because I hate Muslims. I actually love Jews as well. I might hate Muslims, but I love Jews too. Okay? It's both. I want to be very clear.
LonerBox, you are literally extremely mentally ill because I've actually been one of the highest profile.
You were literally extremely mentally ill. You were literally extremely.
LonerBox, murders than whites in the UK, did they? LonerBox, you are literally extremely mentally ill because I've actually been one of the highest profile supporters of like Israel's right to exist on social media over the past couple of years. And you're saying, oh, well, you don't care about Jews. You're only doing it because you hate Muslims. Oh. No, dude, that's actually extremely offensive. And it's actually really evil of you to say that. How about have some gratitude?
Oh, I'm in fucking shock. I'm in disbelief. This is next level, bro.
Because I've actually been one of the highest profile supporters of like Israel's right to exist on social media over the past couple of years. And you're saying, oh, well, you don't care about Jews. You're only doing it because you hate Muslims. Oh. No, dude, that's actually extremely offensive. And it's actually really evil of you to say that. How about have some gratitude to me? They're like, look at the world right now. Look at the world right now. Like half.
Huh? For what? Huh? Have some gratitude.
Of all these people, there are so many young people right now who like literally want to kill Jews everywhere.
This is just going to be an emotional rage.
But have some fucking gratitude.
It's always this though. It's always just like.
But it's true
feelings.
though. Literally, but dude, have some fucking gratitude. Look at the fact that look at how people have treated the Jews over the past couple of years. I'm actually an ally of the Jewish people, and you're just like, oh, you only care about Jews because you hate Muslims. That's extremely offensive. I've put my neck on the line. I put my neck on the line.
He's talking like LonerBox is a Jew. He's talking like LonerBox is a Jew, man. It's so crazy. He's talking like he's... like he's like, I stuck up for you. I stuck up for you. Dude.
So many death threats from Hamas supporters and stuff like that over the past 2 years. And then you say, oh, you don't care about Jews. You're only doing it because you hate Muslims. That's extremely offensive. Like, how dare you? Honestly, how dare you?
I mean, you literally just asserted. You literally just tried to make it sound like there's like a higher murder problem of Muslims in the UK as well. I don't suppose that your Center for Migration Control that is definitely not partisan. I don't suppose they gave you stats on that, did they? I thought we were agreeing that in overall crime as well as the more severe crimes, that Muslims were about equally represented, slightly more, mostly because they're younger. But now you're suggesting that they've got like genocidal capacities in the UK.
I'm saying the Manchester Arena bombing attack.
LonerBox, you don't have the cards.
I'm saying okay. Here's a good question. LonerBox. Would you say that the young man Jihad al-Shami, who stabbed a bunch of Jewish
stabbed a bunch? How many? I think three got stabbed. I think 3 people got stabbed. 1 died. 1 shot by police.
Religious adherents at the synagogue in Manchester. Do you think that his act of murder was genocidal in nature?
No. Murders are not genocide. That's not what genocide is. You don't know what genocide means.
Okay.
If you reinvent the word, sure, but
you're so fucking retarded. You're actually so fucking retarded. I'm not saying that it's a genocide because I understand that he killed only 2 people. What I'm asking you is this: do you think Jihad al-Shami, in his murder of those those people of Jewish faith at that synagogue in Manchester, do you think that if he had it in his power to kill not just 10 Jews but hundreds of thousands of Jewish people, do you think he would do it?
Are you asking me if he was like genocidal, like he had a genocidal mindset?
Yes, he did.
Possibly,
of course. That's my point. And that's what I was saying about the Manchester Arena bombing attack. The guy who did that had a genocidal mindset against English people.
But that's not what you said. You said that it was genocidal in nature.
I'm saying
LonerBox, you are so incredibly mentally ill. I don't hate Muslims. I love Jews. I spent 10 years in the rabbinic courts to get convert status. I defend Israel online. My best friend's baby son, on his 8th day, I sucked that blood off his foreskin.
Max, thank you. Thank you for the $4.
Have a genocidal mindset, okay? It makes sense.
So
it makes sense.
you can change your words and that makes more sense. But
no, that's what I meant the whole time. That's
okay.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the Hamas attacks against Jewish
why
people
did this question come up? It came up because I was asking you if you could show me that Muslims had higher murder rates in the UK.
No,
whites.
this came up because we're talking about demographics, and I said
you were making it sound like they had a genocidal capacity as an ethnic group. And I'm asking you, we have lots of white people who commit murder. We have some white people who commit acts that you would probably call genocidal in nature. You'd probably say that Darren Osborne was genocidal in nature, no?
Which one's Darren Osborne?
If Muslims had the power, what do you mean by if Muslims had the power? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What are you saying there? Which Muslims? Power where? Like nuclear armaments. Well, are there not Muslims countries that have nukes? Am I crazy? Yeah, Pakistan, yeah. But they're not. Pakistan haven't fired nukes at any Jews. So not necessarily. Because Pakistan hates Indian more. So, no, I don't think... So Pakistan wouldn't, clearly. So you agree with that. So no, I don't think Muslims as a whole, any Muslims, given the power, would genocide Jews. No. Because clearly Pakistan aren't. So, no. So you're happy with what do you mean by Muslims? If Muslims had the power, what are you saying there? You think Pakistan can't launch some nukes and try and kill some Jews? You think they can't do that? You'd think that would be first thing on the agenda after getting nukes. 0 Indians and 0 Jews nuked. Good job, Pakistan. So yeah, just saying like retired shit like, well, if they had the power, they would just do it. It's like, well, it depends who you're talking about. It really depends who you're talking about. If, you know, do I think that if in 100 years the demographics in the UK have changed and there's actually like a majority of MPs are from Muslim backgrounds or Muslim families in some way, like ethnically, you know, tied to a Muslim background. Do I think in like 100 years they'll genocide Jews? No, I don't think that. I think they'll be pretty much like, you know, probably more progressive than we are now, because they'll be integrated into British culture and it'll probably be more progressive at that point. Because it's in 100 years. That's probably the case. So, no, I don't think they would just genocide Jews. I think there are, if you gave just state power of like a Western country to like the most radical Muslims on earth, yeah, maybe they would. There's a good chance they would. But that's not all Muslims. But you want to just say Muslims because you're like a low IQ fucking idiot. You're just like a total fucking idiot who gets mad at videos you see of brown people on Twitter and you formed your whole fucking worldview around it because you're just a fucking idiot.
The guy who rammed a vehicle into a mosque.
Yeah, that he has a genocidal mindset, sure.
Okay, so that's not relevant to the question of which group has a higher murder rate or which one is a higher threat in terms of
saying the problem is that there's been a successive drumbeat of Islamic terrorist attacks in Britain, carried out by men who do have genocidal mindsets against British people. In conjunction with that, you also have major Muslim influences in Britain, like Muhammad Hijab and Dili Hussein, who basically have genocidal mindsets against both Jews and British people. And that is the problem that I'm talking about, okay? And that's why when I said earlier that I think that the English people should remain a majority in England, I think it's similar to the fact that I want Jews to be a majority in Israel. Because I think that terrible things can happen when people become minority groups.
Apart from like the immigrants, I guess.
I don't
understand. Minority groups.
But
I'm just wondering because...
Of course the immigrants
for some reason.
God, deep. So true. I'm really scared about the safety of Jews, so we need to support white ethno-nationalists in Europe. Smart move. Smart move. Huge things happening. Surely Israel and Israel supporters have the best interest of Jews worldwide in mind, right? Surely that's what they're thinking about.
Dude, wait, let's just clarify that. Of course, the immigrants are minority groups because they're immigrating to a country that is a different country to theirs. Of course, they're a minority.
Yeah, but my point is that it's not a tragedy to be a minority inherently, is it?
Sometimes it can be a tragedy if you're a majority and you become a minority.
But not if you go to a country
In the
and you are
same
the
way,
minority as a migrant. Like,
well, the country exists prior to you going there, so you don't have a right to become a majority in that country. You're an immigrant there. The country exists before you go there. Of course, you're not going to be a majority if you're an immigrant to that country.
I feel like I'm trying. Okay, I'm just going to try really hard to keep on something factual. You said that this came up because your one issue that you could come up with this being like the problem of white British people becoming an ethnic minority in the UK is that they might get genocided in 60 years. Well, I'm saying, why is it that despite having like 6.5% of the population right now is Muslim, why is there...
There's massive terrorist attacks all the time. Yes, that's a big problem.
Terror attacks are like murders, right? Like that's what they're doing. Why is their crime rate, even for severe crimes, about the same as for whites?
Okay.
Why?
Okay. So do you think that Hamas just committed a bunch of murders? It's just a criminal act.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where was this whiplash? We're talking about
Drew can't stick to a point, man. He literally can't stick to a fucking point. He has nothing to say. He has no argument.
UK. We're talking about Muslims in the UK.
I'm talking about politically motivated violence here, retard. I'm not just talking about ordinary incidents of crime. I'm talking about politically motivated violence. That's what's really scary.
Even if it's happening at a rate that's about representative, even if it's like the same for if it matches like white murder rates.
So politically motivated murders motivated by Islamic extremism are just occurring at a normal rate in Britain, a non-Muslim country. Is that your actual argument?
No, my argument is that you're calling them an existential threat to the UK, and I'm asking you, why would they be an existential threat
I'm not saying
numbers...
Muslims are an existential threat. I'm saying Islamic extremists are an existential threat to the UK.
Okay, and I'm asking you, why are Islamic extremists...
Dude, what delusion? Islamic extremists are an existential threat to the UK. How? Dude, it's like coming in fucking 2015 again, man. It's like crazy. It's like absurd. It's totally absurd. One person died to a stabbing and one was shot by police. And now we're saying Islamic extremism is an existential threat to the whole state, to the whole country. Because seemingly a lone wolf terrorist stabbed 3 people, killed 1, and 1 person was shot by police. That's like insane. It's like so hysterical. Like you have to be just completely detached from reality. There's no. Oh, what is even the argument? How does that even go? How does the end of the state come about from that?
Their actions, such a minority of the Muslim population.
They're not a minority of the Muslims. That's the problem. Look at what happened with the Manchester synagogue attack. There were so many people who justified it and said that it was Zionism.
Okay. What percentage, just for my edification, because I don't know,
I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this with LonerBox. You saw this just as well as I did, LonerBox. There were plenty of Muslim influencers in Britain who justified the Manchester synagogue terrorist attack on the grounds that they were Zionists. Correct.
Yes. If you want to have an
would you say that is an existential problem? Would you say that's an existential problem?
No,
I don't think it's an existential problem. I think Britain has faced far worse and survived. Britain has faced far worse than if you fucking...
Dude, wow, there were a couple Muslims on social media that said the stabbing was good, actually. Guys, it's legit. The state is going to end. Show some fucking polling or something at least, Drew.
Like cringe, like terrorist fucking influencers living in the country. Yes, we have faced much worse than that. And
you're
survived.
Suicidal. You're literally, dude, you're literally suicidal. Dude, you're literally Jewish. You're literally suicidal at this point. You're happy with Islamic extremists living in Britain.
Oh my god, I can't, dude. Oh, what is going on? Dude. I'm totally in shock. So that whole time where Drew, so that takes on an even worse tone, to be honest. Now knowing that Drew actually does think LonerBox is Jewish, the first thing. This is the first thing. There's many layers here, I fear.
Look, I'm all for hurling insults during a debate, but Drew was way out of line calling him that.
Thank you for the $5, Kimberly. Thank you.
Hi, Drew here.
David the 499 Oak. Thank you. Thank you. So, the whole time where Drew is sitting there going, you should be grateful. I've been defending Israel. You should be grateful. You should be grateful to me. You should be grateful to me. He thinks he's telling a Jew that they should be, like, praising him for defending Israel online. That they should be, like, say, thank you, Drew. Thank you. You're a hero to Israel. You're a hero to Israel. Obviously, okay. You know, like giving him, you know, pat on the back. Yeah, give me Shabbos points. Fucking insane. Totally insane. Waste of space, retard behavior. The most, yeah, Golem Prime. So, first, that's the worst part of this. Then, even funnier part. LonerBox shows for Israel. So LonerBox is such an Israel ride or die. You know, LonerBox out there. You could see LonerBox dancing on the roof of a building in Manhattan in early September 2001. That's like how pro-Israel LonerBox is on the internet. That's how he's seen. To the point where Drew literally just thinks, he literally just assumes, oh, that guy's Jewish. Curly hair. Curly hair, he's kind of swarthy. He's Jewish. He's Jewish. This is just insane. It's next fucking level, man. I literally, we're paused. We're completely stopped here. He's just said it and we're pausing. We don't even know how LonerBox is going to react to this yet. I wonder if he just lets it go, if it just like kind of rides by. If they don't stick on it for too long. Because this is just like, this is incredibly funny. I'll be very disappointed if this isn't really hashed out. His face, dude. Yeah. Let's watch this again.
Influencers living in the country. Yes, we have faced much worse than that. And
you're
survived.
suicidal. You're literally,
yes.
dude. You're literally suicidal. Dude, you're literally Jewish. You're literally suicidal at this point. You're happy with Islamic extremists living in Britain who want to kill you because you're Jewish. I don't understand it.
What do you mean happy with them living here? If you want to have a discussion about paradox of tolerance, that is actually an interesting discussion. The problem is that you're not equipped to have it because you don't even see.
You don't think he's joking? LonerBox isn't Jewish, is he? Am I crazy now? I'm being gaslit by this guy. LonerBox isn't Jewish, right? He's not Jewish at all, right? Am I crazy? Now I'm getting gaslit because he's not reacting. LonerBox is just trying to fit in with the tribe. LonerBox is just letting it ride. He's just like, oh, I'm Jewish? I'm Jewish? I'm Jewish now? Dude, he's doing that. Wait, he's doing that. He's doing...
I wanna be chosen. I wanna be in the room where it happens. God, I know you have choices. Please, make me one of them. Secret meetings, Nobel Prizes, high IQs. Could it be possible if I was a Jew? Natalie Portman, Gal Gadot, learn your ways, I will. My comment section will say you're a Zionist shill. I don't care. It must feel so good to be chosen. I'm coming, God's chosen nation. I want to be chosen. Israel, choose me. Choose me.
Oh my God. I'm like trying to figure this out. He's not Jewish, right? Am I crazy? Why is he not reacting? Why is he not reacting? Why is he not reacting to being called Jewish? I could have sworn he said he had some Jew ancestry, but didn't consider himself Jewish or something like that. I just don't think LonerBox, when, you know, Muslims are talking about killing, I don't think they're talking about LonerBox. I don't think any anti-Semite is talking about LonerBox when they say Jews. I don't really see that. I'm going to be real. Let him have it. Yeah, let him have it.
Paradox of tolerance. I don't understand it.
What do you mean happy with them living here? If you want to have a discussion about paradox of tolerance, that is actually an interesting discussion. The problem is that you're not equipped to have it because you don't even seem
to... It is paradox of tolerance. If you want to have a tolerant society, you can't have Islamic extremists in it.
So you have to deport everyone who you consider to be an Islamic extremist?
Yes.
How many? Hold on. Okay, I got a question. How many Islamic extremists exist now within Britain?
I would say basically everybody on the terrorist watch list. That's at least 35,000 people.
Okay. So why don't we just deport those guys, and why deport?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's literally what I would do. I would lower. This is my policy. I would lower migration by like 90% to allow people who are already in the country to assimilate, and then I'll go forward. And everyone who's committed a crime or anyone who has engaged in Islamic terrorism, who is engaged in Islamic extremism, who are on the terrorist watch list, who have done things like defend the Manchester synagogue terrorist attack, they would be deported. This is a good question. LonerBox, do you think that Muslim extremists living in Britain who defended the Manchester synagogue terrorist attack, do you think that they should continue to live in Britain, or do you think they should be naturalized and deported?
I don't think you should deport someone right away for their speech, no.
Somebody who wants to kill you, who literally wants to behead you because you're Jewish.
Yeah, there are people who have incited riots and tried to kill people in this country who are locals as well. Yeah, I don't think deportation is necessarily the right answer to that.
You can't deport locals. You don't deport locals because exactly they're locals. They're part of the problem. You're always going to have a criminal native element, unfortunately. But it's a choice to have foreign Islamic extremists in your country, correct?
It depends on, because if you want to have like a huge discussion about whether or not you can be sending people away to different countries where they might get like tortured or killed, or if they can even get sent to any other different countries, yeah, that's a difficult question. But again, you're not equipped to have the paradox of tolerance opinion because you want to reduce migration by 90%. Like that's not just accounting. That's not just accounting for extremists. There's something different going on there.
You know, the current polling in Britain is like 80% want like significant cuts to migration and want mass deportations, in fact.
Yes, and like something like half of people in Britain think that there's more illegal immigration per year than legal.
And you know why that is the case? I'll explain to you why. They think that people coming to the country, even on legal visas, are illegals because they look at people in car washes and they go, surely we could not be giving legal visas to people to just do car washing.
No, they think that because Nigel Farage...
That's literally why. No, it's not because of Nigel Farage. It's
Nigel
because
Farage in the media is dominated by
hamming
hamming up what's going on. That's what's... Yes, because Nigel Farage goes to the coast with his little fucking Fisher-Price binoculars and stares at people on boats all the time, and people think that's the biggest problem because it's dominating the story, because it's easier to see people coming in on boats. This happened in your country as well, in Australia. There were more people coming in by plane than there were coming in by boats, even before sovereign borders. But everyone thought the boats were the problem because you could see it, because people could film it and screech about it, even though most of it was coming by plane.
And guess what, LonerBox? I've criticized the Liberal government for doing that in Britain because, in Australia, sorry, the Liberal government used it as a bait and switch because they cracked down on illegal boat arrivals, but they also massively increased legal immigration. And I have a problem with that because I want them to lower legal migration too. So it's not even a good argument against me because I'm literally saying it's a dumb thing to focus only on illegal migration while allowing massive amounts of legal migration to take place.
Yeah, so what's wrong with so out of interest then, for the legal migration system in the UK right now, what's wrong with the policies that we as they stand for legal migration?
There are people who are legally getting into the country who are not contributing. Half the social.
Here, let me ask you directly, Drew.
That's not about the current standards. People who are on social housing in London could have been there for decades.
Hold on. What restrictions on immigration that do not currently exist for Britain would you put? Like, what specific restrictions? Like, do you have to make so much a year? Do they have to wait for do a more severe background check? What current restriction on immigration that does not currently exist would you place to gatekeep who gets in?
Higher educational standards, higher income standards.
Okay, what standards?
And also very stringent social media background checks.
Pretending Drew has any solutions. Great.
Who's justified October 7, Hamas, all this stuff. LonerBox, do you at least agree with me on that?
What, the checks that we've had for a pretty long time.
But would you agree that it would be bad if people were allowed into the country who supported October 7 and Hamas?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay. But a lot of people have been allowed into the country who do support October 7 and Hamas. Do you agree that's a problem as well?
I mean, if we're talking about someone, if we're talking about some fucking student in Germany or whatever who's made a stupid fucking tweet, I don't really, again, it's a balance, isn't it? You have to balance freedoms. You balance freedom of speech with your security of someone who's said some cringe shit on social media. Again, normally most people, like the 99.999% of people who have quote unquote justified October 7th on their social media will never do any violent crime ever in their life, right? There's a balance there. And you understand this as someone who cares about liberal values, right?
Here's the problem, LonerBox. Here's the problem. You would agree, you would understand this problem just as much as me, right? The problem is this. Even people who would not personally go out and literally slaughter the Yahud and behead somebody, it's still a problem if they're justifying it. It's still a problem because they create a permission structure that allows the most radical and extreme and psychotic people in their community to go out and do those crimes.
So anyone who supports like IDF war crimes or settler violence, they're not allowed in the UK either, right?
I mean, I don't necessarily have a big problem with that.
Yeah, you would just okay, fine.
Sure. I mean, sure. If this is the trade-off, if the trade-off is we're not going to allow Islamic extremists into Britain, but also Kahanists aren't allowed into Britain, I'm fine with that trade-off. I don't care.
So, what's your problem with the current legal migration system as it stands right now with our requirements?
Because on the current levels of migration in Britain, the English people will be a minority in England by about mid-2040s.
Okay, I don't think you actually know.
It's too large. It's too large. The demographics are just too large. When you have migration at that level, it's impossible to assimilate people, and that's why you get this sort of incipient creolisation that you're starting to see with like literally like basically.
I don't know what you mean by creolisation.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that? What does that mean?
Dialect-rich country. We've had migrant dialects in the UK for decades.
Yeah, but there's literally new English. There's literally new languages basically forming in Britain. Does that indicate that people are assimilating when people are literally in enclaves and they're literally forming new languages?
The English of 1,000 years ago is fundamentally different than the English today. Is that a problem?
Yeah, exactly, dude. And that's over 1,000 years. It's not in just 20 years. That's the problem. The pace of change. Even in 1,000 years' time, there was different changes to the English language. I've got no problem with it happening over 1,000 years. I'm saying it's a problem when it's compressed into a 20-year time span.
Okay.
I have no idea what I'm talking to right now. We've had the development of migrants speaking slightly different with like accents and dialects in London since the 60s, 70s, 80s. Have you been to the UK? Like, what is this dialect you're talking about?
Dude, like multicultural London English is like literally almost unintelligible in some ways from standard English.
So is fucking Ouija speak. What are you talking about?
So are Scousers. So are fucking Scousers, dude. Like, what are you saying, man? Like, the Welsh are unintelligible. Yeah, like half of fucking England and Wales, Scotland is unintelligible.
That is,
I'm just saying, like,
but that's not a new thing. That's not multicultural London speak, whatever you call it. It's not a new thing.
This is the thing. I'm not even necessarily. I'm not even putting shit on that necessarily dialect, because I get your point where you're saying, well, there's lots of different dialects and stuff like that. I'm not even putting shit on that dialect. The only reason I'm bringing that is the point to the fact that the migration numbers are so large that assimilation is not necessarily occurring. The migration rate is happening at such a high rate that literally new dialects are forming because of the large number of migration.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, what is this? What is this complaint? It's like, oh, because some of them are speaking English slightly funny. Like, I don't understand. It's such a non-issue.
Are you retarded? Dude, are you actually retarded? It is an issue, because when you talk about assimilation, it's people absorbing into the mainstream majority English culture. But when people are literally forming their own dialects because they live in a segregated society, that is not assimilation. By definition, it's not assimilation. There are literally.
That's why I'm asking you.
I've looked at the data. There are literally there are literally streets and suburbs in Birmingham where there are literally like less than 1 or 2% white English people in those streets and suburbs. That is a problem. That's not even multicultural.
Why is
that's
it
just
inherently a problem? Why is it inherently a problem?
Because England is a country for the English people.
It's just because, again, it's just circular. It's just because there's no tangible anything. Why should I care? Tell me, why should I care more about this than the NHS or about the economic growth or about security?
Why should you even care whether the English nation even exists? The English people should have a nation. It's their homeland. I would be sad if
they still do have a nation.
People were 2% of it. No, not if there are some parts of like their major cities where they're literally not even 1% of the population. That's not even multicultural.
Who do you think
that's pure sectarianism.
Which demographic do you think is more privileged in London, say like economically, familial, whatever? Do you think it's like the English people in London or the Bangladeshis or the Indians or the
I mean, I'm sure because of
Windrush.
I'm sure because of generational wealth transfers and stuff like that, the white English are probably still the wealthiest in London.
Just because of generational wealth?
Well, yeah, but that's because of literally the fact that English people have been a majority in England for 1,000 years, so you would expect them to be wealthier, wouldn't you? Why would they not be wealthier? If
it's not just because of generational wealth. It's also because it's a country that they live in. Is it the country that they're familiar with? Is that they are better? They have more social connections. It's easier for them to make social connections. Yeah, there's a lot of.
Yes, because
that's the point. I'm just saying. But they're a minority. But they're a minority in London. But they're a minority in London, right? And they've got a Muslim mayor. You know, but it seems like they.
Guys, I'm running out of steam for this. We might pick up the rest of this tomorrow.
Still managed to come out on top.
I still don't think London's necessarily a good example of integration and assimilation.
Compared to, would you rather it was like compared to where? What city? Like which country?
It's probably better than like it's probably better than Paris. Like the Benelux of Paris are fucked up, but it's not necessarily good compared to, I don't know, like, yeah, exactly, Tokyo. Tokyo like has much lower crime rates, much more social cohesion. And also, it is culturally, like, a Japanese person from 500 years ago would be able to recognize the culture of Japan today. Obviously, there'd be technological developments, but the culture would be roughly recognizable. Whereas somebody from 500 years ago in England would.
We're like less than 100 years off of imperial Japan in terms of recognizing the culture. Japan's changed quite a lot, even in recent history. They would not recognize the Japan.
Yeah, look.
500 years ago.
Hold on. A Japanese guy from the 1930s coming to 2025 Japan would
be
commit
shocked.
seppuku. I mean, they would be like,
No,
this
they
country's
wouldn't. No, they
just
wouldn't.
done.
Dude, there's still the essential cultural continuity of Shinto as the majority religion. There's the essential cultural continuity of the language, of the demographics. They look around and the country is still ethnically Japanese. Whereas somebody who was ethnically
then
English
they looked at all the anime
came
shit.
to London.
Be like,
Okay.
crazy.
Okay, here's a good question, though. Here's a good question. Imagine you could transport Shakespeare 500 years into the future and he's walking through Tower Hamlets. Would he think that London had been conquered by a foreign nation?
Conquered.
Yes. What would he?
I don't know what he would think. He would be so far removed from like 50 billion different. He'd probably be looking at the tube and being like, "Wow, it goes so fast." Yeah, I don't know.
I think he would probably.
Do you think he'd rather live in all? Do you think he'd rather live in all white English England or today?
No, that's not even necessarily my argument. I'm just saying he would probably be pretty surprised that.
Well, no, because
London,
it does. Because
the
it seems like
demographics
you
of
want
London
to
have
put.
been terraformed.
It seems like you want to put
terraformed. Okay. Yeah, I ran out of steam for this. We're gonna pick this up tomorrow. We'll finish up tomorrow. Last 40 minutes or so. I can't do another 45 minutes of this right now. All right, well, we must have been somewhere around here. So for those of you who weren't, I don't know if people were here yesterday, if you caught all of it. We were watching Drew and LonerBox on Wick TV. Now, there's a few funny moments that you may have missed where Drew thinks that LonerBox is Jewish. Okay, Drew thinks LonerBox is Jewish. And he tells LonerBox that LonerBox should be grateful for Drew's defense of Israel on social media. So let's see that.
With Muslims, I don't suppose in that think tank that wants to radically destroy. I don't suppose it's part of that think tank that's about.
Are you mentally ill? You're literally mentally ill, dude. You're mentally ill. I mean. Dude, you are literally LonerBox. You are literally extremely mentally ill because I've actually been one of the highest profile supporters of like Israel's right to exist on social media over the past couple of years. And you're saying, oh, well, you don't care about Jews. You're only doing it because you hate Muslims. Oh. No, dude, that's actually extremely offensive. And it's actually really evil of you to say that. How about have some gratitude to me? They're like, look at the world right now. Like half of all these people, there are so many young people right now who like literally want to kill Jews everywhere.
This is just going to be an emotional rage.
But have some fucking gratitude.
It's always this though. It's always just like.
But it's true
feelings.
though. Literally. But dude, have some fucking gratitude. Look at the fact that look at how people have treated the Jews over the past couple of years. I'm actually an ally of the Jewish people, and you're just like, oh, you only care about Jews because you hate Muslims. That's extremely offensive. I've put my neck on the line. I got so many death threats from Hamas supporters and stuff like that over the past 2 years. And then you say, oh, you don't care about Jews. You're only doing it because you hate Muslims. That's extremely offensive. Like, how dare you? Honestly, how dare you?
I mean, you literally just asserted. You literally just tried to make it sound like there's like a higher murder problem of Muslims in the UK as well. I don't suppose that your Centre for Migration Control that is definitely not partisan. I don't suppose they gave you stats on that, did they? I thought we were agreeing that in overall crime as well as the more severe crimes, that Muslims were about equally represented, slightly more because they're young.
Anyway, there's that, and then he says he's Jewish as well. Let's say him saying LonerBox is Jewish.
Influencers living in the country. Yes, we have faced much worse than that. And
you're suicidal. You're literally, dude. You're literally suicidal, dude. You're literally Jewish. You're literally suicidal at this point. You're happy with Islamic extremists living in Britain who want to kill you because you're Jewish. I don't understand it.
What do you mean happy with them living here? If you want to have a discussion about paradox of tolerance, that is actually an interesting discussion. The problem is that you're not equipped to have it because you don't even seem to...
It is paradox of tolerance. If you want to have a tolerant society, you can't have Islamic extremists in it.
So you have to deport everyone who you consider to be...
Yeah, LonerBox doesn't deny it. His eyes just start back and forwards.
Happy with them living...
You're happy with Islam. You're literally, dude, you're literally suicidal. Dude, you're literally Jewish. You're literally suicidal at this point. You're happy with Islam.
Look at him, man. Where's my trackpad? Is it even gonna work? I haven't had it plugged in. It might not work. There we go. Shit. It's fucking up bad. It's not working very well. Here we are.
Like terrorist fucking influencers living in the country. Yes, we have faced much worse than that. And
you're suicidal. You're literally, dude, you're literally suicidal. Dude, you're literally Jewish. You're literally suicidal at this point. You're happy with Islamic extremists living in Britain who want to kill you because you're Jewish. I don't know.
Yeah, the reaction is just awesome there.
understanding.
What do you mean happy with them living here? If you want to have a discussion about paradox of tolerance, that is actually an interesting discussion. The problem is that you're not equipped to have it because you don't even seem
It
to.
is paradox of tolerance.
Destinism. Okay, let's skip ahead. I can't remember where we were watching from, but let's skip ahead.
Because they know that's an explosive claim. But I can see from the actual transcripts of the guys who did it, who said in court that they did it because of racial reasons, that I can see with my own eyes that it was racially motivated. That's my problem, okay?
But you ignore. So Jay was willing to call out the council for avoiding race issues. She was willing to call out the police, the small handful of police officers who said that they were avoiding it because of race. Jay was willing to do that, but she wasn't willing to call it a racially motivated crime.
Wait, so let's run this back. I don't know what we're talking about here.
Even before, no, that's wrong.
You're lying. You're just lying.
Hold on. Both of you shut up. Both of you shut up. LonerBox can respond, and then you can continue, Drew. But LonerBox gets a response. Go ahead.
This is just a lie. There's nothing in that report that says that they withheld or suggests even that they withheld a hate crime charge or a genocidal mindset charge or whatever the fuck because they didn't want to cause cultural. How would that even make sense? How would that even make sense?
Let me talk.
I'm not finished.
Hold on, Drew. Once he's finished, you can respond uninterrupted. I promise you. Finish your statement, Loner, finish your statement, and then Drew can respond. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt your interruption, but no, the reason that Jay and Casey and all these people who do these reports have never said that they did this because of a genocidal mindset or...
Wait. No, wait, Svatic, there's no way. Does LonerBox actually press him on it? Does LonerBox actually ask him if...
Because there's a racially motivated rape. The reason that they don't say that is not because they are trying to de-racialize the issue. Why would that make any sense? These reports are literally the reason that you know that people avoided the case because they wanted to avoid race riots. That report, the J report, calls out the council for being too overly sensitive about race issues. That's what the report said. So why would Jay...
Getting the impression LonerBox hates Drew. I feel like hating Drew is like a fool's game, you know. I think LonerBox knows this too. LonerBox just doesn't respect Drew. It's just like negative respect, you know. Which is the approach I think you should have. Because this guy is like legit, like he is subhuman. He's not really worth arguing with. The only reason debating him is remotely worth it is because it is kind of funny content, just watching him like spaz out and try and justify these retarded effing out arguments that he doesn't understand. But the idea that, you know, you're like really listening or trying to like honestly engage the things he's saying.
So why would Jay not say that this was a genocidal act?
Drew doesn't have a big audience. Drew has a big Twitter. Nobody watches him anywhere else.
Actually was, or a genocidal mindset, or a hate motivated crime. It makes no sense. Why would Jay not say it?
Okay, now you can respond, Drew. Go ahead.
Okay, for fuck's sake. The reports found that these crimes were known about in the local community for a very long time, and police shied away from even charging people and dealing with this crime because they were scared that they would be race riots. So the reports show that there has been a systematic problem whereby in order to avoid race riots and community tension, the British authorities have essentially looked the other way. Given that widespread culture of looking the other way, I don't expect that the independent report is going to come out there and say, these were racially motivated crimes. They're not going to say that because they know that's an explosive claim. But I can see from the actual transcripts of the guys who did it, who said in court that they did it because of racial reasons, that I can see with my own eyes that it was racially motivated. That's my problem, okay?
But you ignore. So Jay was willing to call out the council for avoiding race issues. She was willing to call out the police, the small handful of police officers who said that they were avoiding it because of race. Jay was willing to do that, but she wasn't willing to call it a racially motivated crime.
Why would they're not going to do that? Yes, they're not going to do that.
But she's willing to make the explosive claim, which was that they were doing it out of political correctness and to avoid racial sensitivity. She's willing to make those claims, but not to say that it's a racially motivated crime. Why is one more explosive than the other?
LonerBox, do you really think that anybody in the British state is capable of going out there and saying that Pakistani men raped English girls because they were English? No one is going to say that because they know it would lead to race riots. But the reality is that is actually
it already did lead to race riots.
It would be significantly worse. And here's the problem though: the actual ringleaders said in court that that's why they did it.
So you think Jay is avoiding calling it?
I'm not blaming Jay.
I
don't think anyone could say it. I don't think anyone could say it. I'm not blaming Jay. I don't think
because what? Because
it's too explosive.
So why did she write the report at all? The report was explosive. The report called out racial sensitivity.
Yes, but it's another level to say that Pakistani men in these towns are explicitly raping people because they're English. That's another level of explosive.
So you can say that,
yes.
So you can write a report that basically implicates cops for avoiding helping rape victims for years because they're afraid of political correctness or whatever the fuck. She's allowed to do that. She's allowed to also give a billion other reasons in that report for why they neglected those victims. I don't suppose you know what those other reasons are or care about them. Do you actually? Do you know, since we're off of the... Do you know why? For example, the unwillingness by the council to pay attention to it because of racial issues, or the cops.
Yeah,
I think a couple of them.
The council was dominated by Muslim councillors.
I think a couple of cops saying that they didn't want to pursue it because they were afraid of political correctness, even though most of the other cops actually said that there wasn't an issue with going after race, because they go after black people all the time. Why would they care? In the 2000s of all times, right? What were the other issues that she called out?
There was also the problem that poor white working class English girls were systematically treated with sexism by the British police and the institutions of the British state. They basically, a lot of them were written off as sluts, and that's a disgusting thing.
Yeah, what else?
That's the main explosive thing, that the British state also just massively failed these girls by basically saying, oh, well, they're all sluts. That was disgusting.
So the failures of the police, the failures of the police was one of two fairly systematic issues, and it wasn't political correctness. Political correctness was not seen as a primary issue. I just wonder if you know what the other one was.
It just comes from like one fucking quote from a police officer at one point. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
There was the class-based issue that the girls were basically...
No, but I know the class-based issue, but what else? There was another one. There's another big one.
Tell me the other one.
Why do you know? Okay, the fact that you don't know tells me everything.
No, because I haven't read the report in 6 months, okay? That's why I don't know it off the top of my head.
Well, it gets a lot more pages and words on it than the fucking political correctness thing does. But anyway,
I read the whole report. I read
it's about how there was a failure of councils and authorities to build any bridges or outreach options for victims. The fact was that cops occasionally did look into those communities. The problem was that they had no idea where to go or who to speak to. And there were actually women in that area, specifically women, who did actually want to make contact and did have information, but there just wasn't enough of a connection or like an outreach place there wasn't any safe places for victims to go. That's why one of the...
How is that cope? So explain, what does it say in the report that discounts that?
You can call the people who made the report that you are relying on coping, but it is a fact.
I'm saying it's a helpful report. It's not everything.
As it is actually the case for quite a lot of people, is that the issue with foreign communities, like you say, communities that are a bit more insular, a bit more enclosed, but that we know less about them, the issue that happens there, and this is also the same thing that happens with Sharia councils, is that it's difficult for the state to get involved, and they don't make enough effort to get involved, because there is a lack of outreach from or a middleman between victims and authorities. And that's why some of the recommendations that always comes out of these reports is not to investigate genocidal mindsets of the Muslim migrants. It's to give victims and a place where they can actually go to talk to people so that they can get in front of authorities and get their claims heard. And also to give the authorities, say the police, a better understanding of these communities so they know who to talk to and how to get trust out of them to get information from them. That is significantly seen as more important in these reports than the genocidal mindset of the offenders or the political correctness of a few cops who were just looking for an excuse. But you don't care about that because your priority is not victims. Your priority.
Yeah, I answered a show. Just remembered, guys. 311 people here, 33 likes on stream. Some of those 280 people haven't liked the stream so far. Mind, please move the cursor thumbs up and clicking it or pressing a thumbs up on the mobile device. That'd be hugely appreciated. If you want to take your support one step further, you can donate directly through the stream elements link in the pinned chat message. You can also buy a membership to the channel, gift a membership to the channel, gift a whole bunch of memberships randomly without the chat, buy a super chat which will highlight a message and read it on TTS, or buy a super sticker, which is a YouTube image or gift that we highlight in the channel and subscribe it to you. You can go to discord.gg/Kuihman, twitter.com/Kuihman, or reddit.com/r/Kuihman. Also, I'm setting up a goal. Setting up a goal. Epic goal, :D. There we go. Thank you.
Is making Britain more British.
LonerBox, do you think that there were any cultural problems in the Pakistani community that perhaps led to their overrepresentation?
Way to just dodge the fucking point completely, but yes, of course there are
Wait, fuck.
No. I'm saying.
So what?
When you
I'm
said
looking at this.
40% white.
So
You're saying
white
before,
as.
Well, I know you're a Zionist, so we're both Zionists.
A Zionist in what sense? And what, that I think Israel shouldn't be destroyed? That's as far as it
I'm the
goes for
same.
me.
That's me. Same with me too.
So just because I think Israel shouldn't be destroyed because Jews are in a very unique position in the world does not mean that I'm going to tremble at the thought of like demographics shifting in somewhere like the UK, as they already have in certain cities.
But it hasn't resulted in good things in these cities.
Because if you're going to talk about demographics,
do you think it's a good thing? Do you think it's a good thing that Jewish? Do you think it's a good thing that Jewish
demographics is just about it's your ethnic makeup, it's your origin, your national origin. It can be about culture and preferences, but you'd have to show me why there is a specific reason why this or that demographic can't be a minority. I can make that case.
Okay, hold on. No, I'm gonna throw flag on the play because this question goes directly to his point, and then I'm going to question for you, Drew, and we'll bring you back in. I promise. LonerBox. Okay. Do you understand why, again, historically, when a culture or a group has gone from the majority to the minority, they usually get less wealthy, less favorable conditions under the law. They tend to be persecuted to various degrees. You can understand why a person who is in the current majority might not want to become a minority. Could you understand
Actually, sorry. I just worked out. I actually didn't realize this in LonerBox. Sorry, I genuinely thought you were Israeli, but you're Lebanese instead. Sorry, I didn't realize.
We all look the same, man.
I can't believe he just said that, man. That's fucking crazy. That's just fucking crazy. I thought you were Israeli. I just realized you're Lebanese instead. Bro.
It's all, they all look.
Well, I'm Cypriot.
I don't see color.
I mean, we're literally Levantine. No, but like we actually literally.
I do want LonerBox to answer my question though.
What about being a minority?
How would it be before this? You said we're both Zionists where it is. How could it be before this? I wish people wouldn't do shit like this. I really wish that you're tilting me. Smatic, you've tilted me. Because you've just given me a fucking timestamp. I watched like 2 minutes from the timestamp and now you're saying no, it'd be before this. Why don't you check the timestamp before you give it to me? You didn't actually see the bit that you were telling me to watch? Or what's the deal? Fucking unbearable, genuinely. Fucking unbearable.
You understand why someone who is currently in the majority makeup of a country might have issues or fears or problems with becoming a minority because of, again, historically, when you go from majority to minority, please... When you go from majority to minority, you usually get less wealthy. You usually have a lot more persecution under the law and things like that, and you less favorable to you overall. So you can understand why someone might be hesitant about that.
I think it depends on quite a few. There's nothing inherent that guarantees that, right? So it depends on how you manage it. It depends on how you manage
it has
like
tended to be the case over history. Not every time, but a majority.
Okay. At the same time, that happens in the UK, even if we stop migration completely. White people in the UK don't have as many babies as foreign-born people. But again, there's always...
So we just skipped half the debate? Nope. Enjoy 24-hour timeout.
This problem with projecting a current trend into perpetuity. So people make those estimates that Drew did about 2075, whites will be an ethnic minority in Britain.
It's not 2075, it's like 2040. No, it's like the mid-2040s.
I looked up the article.
It's literally mid-20. It's mid-2040s. It's literally
in some portion of the future. Got it. Okay, we'll go on.
Yeah. The fact is that...
No, let LonerBox answer my question, then I'll ask you a question, Drew. I promise. Okay, you gotta let LonerBox finish.
In 15 years, we will be less than 49% fucking native born. Okay, sure. The fact is that when you project a current trend into perpetuity, say an unprecedentedly high spike of net migration, which has already been cut in half within a year. If you take that and you also take into account birth rates, which are also declining for locals as well as for migrants, because when migrants come here, they actually, they have less babies than they would when they're in their host country. That's because, despite what a lot of people say, they do generally become a little bit more like us. Even in terms of, that's what I said about the grooming gangs, they commit similar crimes to us because doing that, taking young girls into a car with alcohol and drugs, and that's what locals do in the UK. That's what local
No, it's not, dude.
abusers
It's
do in the
literally
UK.
not. That's fucking insane. It's
Yes,
literally.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. What?
You live in the UK, Drew. You have not grown up in the UK.
Okay,
You don't know.
LonerBox,
You don't know.
LonerBox. It is literally a fact that some of the ringleaders who were convicted in court screamed in court that they did it because the girls were white British.
Yes, because someone screamed at a girl calling her a white slag in court. That does not change the overall nature of the crime.
No, they literally admitted that it was racially based. It wasn't just that they were white slag. They said we did this because the white British raised their kids as sluts.
Really?
That's what he said.
Okay. So that changes the entire nature of the crime. Then
I think they were genocidal. I think the mindset was genocidal. I think the mindset was genocidal.
Oh, it's genocidal
it was.
grooming. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Yes. Well, the rape gangs were the mindset behind the rape gangs was genocidal. 100%, 1,000%.
Believe it or not, and this is probably why all the people who write these reports did not say that, Drew, the professionals who actually understand these criminals and these people and the victims, people abuse and rape for the same reason that every ethnic group does it generally. It's because they think they can get away with it. It's because they like power. It's because we're fucking animals at the end of the day.
Let me just...
Okay, genuinely, if I see this, if this semantic guy comes into chat again and says anything other than the exact timestamp where LonerBox asks Drew if he thinks he's Jewish, I think it might be a permanent ban. I genuinely think it might be a permanent ban. Because I actually don't even know if this has happened in this fucking VOD. If this guy's just imagined this. And I'm, like, so close. Like, if I had this guy, like, if this was someone that I had, like, readily available in, like, my Discord DMs list, I would probably just honestly start spamming, like, the most violent, horrendous shit in this guy's DMs right now for fucking around and making me go back in this VOD looking for a quote that I don't even know if it exists.
Let me dispute that. Here's a quote. The ringleader of the
grooming gang.
Let me explain this. The ringleader of the fucking listen to me. The ringleader of the Pakistani men convicted of child rape in Rochdale, quote, "We are the supreme race, not these white bitches. White people trained these girls to be so much more advanced in sex." Like, he literally said he's the supreme race. Do you think that's not a genocidal mindset? Of course it's a fucking genocidal mindset, dude.
I don't think you know what genocide means, but you can keep saying it like it's your... That's fine.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You're actually retarded. I'm saying the mindset is genocidal.
You're speaking in...
Okay.
I don't...
Do you deny
well, he gave a timestamp. And then he goes, well, no, it must have been before this. It's not before this. It wouldn't be before this. I've seen, like, everything fucking before this.
The quote is this. We are the supreme race, not these white bitches. Do you think calling yourself the supreme race in the context of raping somebody is a genocidal mindset?
One of these days, I will stop being randomly purity tested by fucking idiots who don't know what genocide means.
I'm giving you a good example. You can't answer. You can't answer because I'm fucking right. I'm right, so you can't answer.
No, I don't think that's what genocide is. That's not what the crime and the category was ever created for. That's not what it was enforced for.
I'm saying it's a genocidal mindset.
Okay.
It's genocidal in mindset.
I gotta make a little money.
Genocide. I'm saying that the mindset behind it is genocidal because he said he's the supreme race.
Okay.
Isn't all bigotry then genocidal mindset to you?
No, this is another level to just bigotry on the streets because this is somebody who raped somebody who literally organized a child rape gang.
Mindset. So anyone who commits a hate crime, anyone who like assaults someone because they're black is genocidal now?
You're actually retarded. He organized a child rape gang, and then he said in the context of that child rape gang that he was the superior race, and that he did it because he believed he was the superior race. That is a genocidal mindset. Do you not agree?
I feel like I'm sort of like telling a mentally ill person that their feelings are invalid. I don't understand. That's not what the word genocide means.
I can't help you if you're retarded.
Okay, well, what we're gonna do now.
Okay, no. Let me ask one question. Okay, LonerBox. If a white British person carried out a rape gang targeting people of another ethnicity, and then he said in court, "I did it because I believe that I am the superior race, and that we're the supreme race, and that we are entitled to do it," would you say that the mindset behind that is genocidal? It is so fucking obviously genocidal.
Do you think I'm going to flip my answer because you made the offender white?
But it's true though, dude. If a white guy did that, if a KKK guy did that, okay, fucking facts. If a KKK guy did that in the South, in the United States South, in like the fucking Jim Crow era, and he literally said, "I'm raping people because I believe I'm the supreme race," everyone would say that guy's fucking genocidal in his mindset.
So if someone rapes a woman because he thinks that women are like kind of objects just to be used for male pleasure, is that genocidal as well?
I'm talking about the fact that they brought the racial element into the equation means that their mindset was genocidal.
So if it's racial, it's genocidal, but not if it's on gender or on ethnicity nationality religion.
Do you agree that the rape of Nanking, when the Japanese soldiers raped people in the city of Nanking, it was a genocidal act? It was basically born out of a genocidal hatred towards Chinese people.
Yes. Why do you think that's different from a groomer committing a domestic crime?
I'm saying that a Pakistani ethnic supremacist who literally declares that he's doing rape gangs in the UK because he believes he's the supreme race, that is a genocidal mindset in the same way that the rape of Nanking comes from a genocidal mindset.
Okay, yes, the groomers are genocidal. What changes exactly?
I'm saying that the mindset behind the guys
why is that concession so important to you? I'm just curious.
Of course it changes, because if there are people doing genocidally... Why does that change? Because if there are genocidal
one guy said this was his mindset, so that means it's a widespread issue.
Rapes in Britain, I think there's a big problem if white ethnic English become a minority in their own country, because there are people who are carrying out rape gangs in Britain against white English kids based off a genocidal mindset. So I therefore think it would be bad if white English people became a minority in their own country.
Okay. I do want to get
That's
to
true.
Chats.
What's wrong with that statement? Tell me what's wrong with that, please, LonerBox.
I do.
Okay, we're at 250 right now. 241.19. If this is not said at this timestamp, you are permanently banned. And I'm looking for your Discord account and banning it from my Discord too.
Why are you doing that?
Dude, this is hold on.
Politics. Continuity of the nation.
Okay, so if I do not hear LonerBox address the fact he was called Jewish,
something that's very important to me, and I think it would be bad. Like, do you think? Okay,
or about whether or not we can have a functioning healthcare system for our old people?
Okay, LonerBox. What do you think is a more important question in Israeli politics? Whether the tax rate should be raised 2 or 3%?
I don't know why you keep trying to appeal to Israel. Israel is a country with so much more unique challenges than the UK. Like you know full well that Jews do not have the same experience with demographics as fucking white people in England. It is not a comparable experience. Why are you doing that?
Dude, this is hold on.
No, because we're both
this is part of, he literally doesn't understand. That's crazy.
This is part of my question for LonerBox. Actually,
do you think I'm Jewish, Drew?
Oh wait, here we go. Okay. You live, and you almost got killed by other people. Izimandius and Miruzzi came into chat and said you were wrong, and that never happened. And I sat there, I read those messages, and I was hovering. Unironically, I was hovering your name in chat. I was so close when they told me that. I was so close just banning you before you even got a chance to come back in and explain yourself. But good job. Well done.
Why are you doing that?
Dude, this is hold on.
No, because we're both
this
Zionists.
is part of my question for LonerBox. Actually,
do you think I'm Jewish, Drew?
Sure.
Well, I know you're a Zionist, so we're both Zionists.
A Zionist in what sense? And what, that I think Israel shouldn't be destroyed? That's as far as it goes for me.
That's me. Same with me too.
So just because I think Israel shouldn't be destroyed...
So he didn't say yes. So, okay, Drew didn't say yes there, but in a minute, he comes back to it, and he says, oh, wait, I thought you were Israeli. So he says, I thought you were Israeli. I realized now you're Lebanese. So he 100%, 110%, Drew, literally, he thought LonerBox was a Jewish Israeli. He saw LonerBox, he looked at LonerBox, he was like, kind of like, Levantine nose, curly hair, There's something here going on, there's something here happening. He's defending Israel on the internet all the time. He's a Jew. That guy's a Jew. Yeah, for real, tequila. That's how Drew thinks. It's like all Twitter. Drew sees the world through like a Twitter lens. So it's just like, it's like Twitter ethnet lens. So it's just like, oh, LonerBox, is it large nose, curly hair. He's a Jew. That guy's a Jew. And they're just fully gone into this debate, demanding gratitude for his service to Israel. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, we can now skip back to where we were in the debate before. Let's get back to like 3 hours.
And a place where they can actually go to talk to people so that they can get in front of authorities and get their claims heard, and also to give the authorities, say the police, a better understanding of these communities so they know who to talk to and how to get trust out of them to get information from them. That is significantly...
Okay, we saw that bit.
Into two groups. There was one which was the pedophile rings who specifically targeted kids because they were underage, like they had a specific interest in children. And then there was type 2, which was the most of the Muslim grooming gangs fell into, which was sexual opportunism. So when he's saying that like we went after them, these people, we chose them because like they're white and they're like slags and all that shit. Like the reason that that was brought in was because the typical profiling of these groups is that they are sexual opportunists, that they would go around in cars mostly at night and offer young girls like alcohol and drugs and favors and gifts and try to like woo them in so that they could eventually start like abusing them and taking advantage of them. And obviously when they were out at night, the people who they typically had access to because of demographics and also because like Muslim parents are more strict and everything, the people that they had access to were white girls. That's why that comes in. It's because they were seen as sexual opportunists. That's what professionals assess them as. But anyway.
Sexual opportunists. But there was
genocidal sexual opportunity. I'm so sorry. Yeah, they just missed that.
Well, literally, the ringleader in Rochdale literally said he did it because he believed he was the supreme race. Are we just going to ignore that? That's a pretty explosive thing.
Okay.
Why is it a pretty okay, whatever.
I have more.
Actually,
money.
no.
I don't know.
Hang on. Let me ask
there
this.
must just be no other.
Let's go through this for a second. Why is it an explosive thing that the ringleader of a child rape gang in Britain said that he did it because he was the supreme race, that the Pakistanis were a supreme race over the British? Why is that an explosive thing? I wonder why that is politically explosive.
Yeah, no, I can think of no other reason that men would rape. I can't think of any other like more pressing reason that they would do that.
Here's a good question.
Must be, like that. First of all, you take it as given that because he says that's his motivation, that's actually the motivation. That's like a useful thing to interrogate as like the root cause. Is like this genocidal mindset, which is like retarded on the face of it. And then it's the idea you're extrapolating that out to other offenders, when broadly, no, it's probably the case for both this guy and other offenders. They are actually more motivated by this sexual opportunism, that they are like low character. Obviously, it's cultural elements that play into it. Low income, or at least like not bought into society in some way. Like they're still in their insular groups. They're not actually integrated, and then they go and they fucking do these attacks on women and girls. And these are probably the more root causes we can look at, and not just go, well, guy said in court that he's a supreme race, so that's how we treat all of it, and that's the root cause of all of it. Okay.
Here's a good question. So there was one really, really horrific incident in the grooming gangs. It involved a young girl who was raped by a Pakistani grooming gang. She got to the police turned her back, and then she was picked up off the street by another person, a completely random who was not part of the original grooming gang, and then she was raped again. Tell me, why is there that cultural problem that in the same night she could run into two separate, completely random Pakistani guys and be raped? That's fucked. That would not happen in Japan. That would just simply not happen in Japan.
Really, that specific instance would never happen in Japan.
You think that?
Are you serious? Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
I don't know if this is news to you, but like in every society,
it's baffling. It's like, what world do you live in? Like the sexual offense rates in Japan are obscene. The amount of sexual assault and child sexual abuse is fucking insane.
Men are kind of shit. Like, yeah, men rape. Sorry. Like, what the fuck?
Yes, but
rape is bad.
Is there any?
I disavow.
Some societies have much higher incidence of rape. Some societies have much higher incidence of rape.
Yeah, like Japan.
Where is your is this the ringleader of Rochdale? This is Shabir Ahmed. That was his name, right?
I will send you the source. Let me give it to you.
Okay, as you do that, let me get through these other super chats. Okay.
It wasn't in the J report.
$5 from Psychor to say, I just tuned in, so I have no idea what's going on, but I just going to believe the guy with the glasses. Thanks for narrowing it down, and thanks for the $5. And then $5 from Testicle Johnson. Do you think Margaret Thatcher effectively utilized girl power by funneling money into illegal paramilitary death squads in Northern Ireland?
Who are you asking that to?
I don't know. It's a question for $5.
Thatcher was a girl boss. Thatcher was a big time girl boss.
Noted. $5
Wow.
and then
Thank you, Drew.
£5 from Freshly Exhumed. Going back to the dialects, did Cockneys fail to assimilate because of rhyming slang? That's to you, Drew.
It's so different to like literally like we're talking about like slight accents versus completely new languages.
No,
So,
that's
yeah, that's a very
sorry.
different
You literally, dude. Huh? That is the most retarded thing he might have said yet, bro.
Hello, YouTube artificial intelligence bots. Bells of the Saint Marie, the original word, in this case, probably begun to be used in the 1840s. So what the heck is it? Okay, I'll give you the most basic and cliché example of Cockney rhyming slang.
I went up the apple and pears.
The phrase apples and pears is a substitute for the word stairs. So you take a word that rhymes with the original word and then use it to create a pair of related words. That pair of words now represents the original word, in this case, stairs. Here's the most interesting part. The second word of the pair, the one that rhymes with the original word, is usually left out, as in, I went up the apples. But how are you supposed to know what it means? Well, originally, this kind of slang was not meant to be understood by everybody. It was created by street merchants and criminals in order to prevent other people from understanding what they were talking about. But it soon became a colorful form of expression rather than just covert communication. Let's look at some more classic examples. We'll start with the word house. A rhyming word is mouse. A complementary word is cat. So cat and mouse means house.
I went inside the cat and mouse and up the apple and pears.
It's theoretically possible to shorten both of the rhymes and say the sentence,
I went inside the cat and up the apples.
but it would probably be said the long way in order to be less confusing. Here's another example using an animal word. The original word is phone. Phone rhymes with bone. What animals are normally associated with bones? Dogs, of course. So dog and bone means phone. So there's this sentence,
Pass us the dog.
meaning pass me the phone. In Cockney speech, sometimes the plural pronoun us can be used with the singular meaning instead of me. Here's one more sort of household object, freezer. A rhyming pair is Mona Lisa. Notice here that in my North American accent, Lisa and freezer don't rhyme. But the Cockney dialect and most dialects of England are non-rhotic, meaning that the R consonants are only pronounced before vowels. Freezer in North American English is Frieza in Cockney English, and Lisa rhymes with Frieza.
I got some hands and feet
Freezer?
from the Mona.
Freezer? Freezer?
I much prefer both. On the talk of their resolve, I'll have to make sure that they're gone. Anywhere I go, any place I choose, there is another saying on the loose. Any monkey in my visor, I set him on fire. That one time I blew your planet away. It was my desire. I'll do it again if I can have my way. Of your doom, I will be the supplier.
Wait.
Monkeys, 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 die, die! Monkeys, 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 die, die!
This sentence seems a bit strange. You've got hands and feet in your freezer? Well, no, actually, that's another piece of rhyming slang, meaning meat. But speaking of hands and feet, here we have a pair of Germans. German what exactly? German bands, and bands rhymes with hands. German bands refers to traveling musicians from Germany who used to perform in British cities in the 19th century. Another one. Here we have a pair of plates. Plates of what? Plates of meat, which of course rhymes with feet. And here's your loaf. Loaf of bread, of course. Bread rhymes with head. And here's your boat, short for boat race. Race rhymes with face.
This is giving me a genocidal mindset.
And here are your minces. Mince pies, which rhymes with eyes. And this one can be heard all the time. And here's your north. Your north and
Very few people use rhyming slang at this point, but I did used to work with a guy who was like proper East London, and would just like say shit, I'd be like, bro, what are you even saying? What are you even trying to say to me right now?
South. In other words, your mouth. There are often a number of different rhymes with the same meaning. Here we have bottle of beers, or King Lear's, or lords and peers. Of course, these all rhyme with ears. So we could refer to your ears as your bottles, or your kings, or your lords. There are lots of Cockney rhymes that include cultural or literary references.
There's a cup and Geoffrey on the table.
Geoffrey comes from Geoffrey Chaucer, and Chaucer rhymes with saucer. Geoffrey Chaucer is called the father of English literature, and is the author of the Canterbury Tales.
Let me boil some water in the Hansel.
Hansel comes from Hansel and Gretel, which is more like Hansel and Gretel in Cockney pronunciation, and Gretel rhymes with kettle. Hansel and Gretel is a German nursery rhyme published by the Brothers Grimm in 1812. So here we should note that the T in water, as well as the T in Gretel, is generally pronounced as a glottal stop in Cockney English. So while in some British accents it would be water, in Cockney it's water, and rather than Gretel, it's Gretel. And we heard the same thing before in the word bottle, which is pronounced bottle. Other rhymes reference celebrities and influential people.
Tell me the babe.
Babe comes from Babe Ruth, the legendary American baseball player. Ruth rhymes with truth, so this means tell me the truth.
Let's go for a couple of Britneys.
Brittany comes from Britney Spears, the American pop singer. Spears rhymes with beers, so this means let's go for a couple of beers. From that last one, you can see that new Cockney rhyming slang is being created all the time. There are classic rhymes, and there are modern rhymes, but whether these modern rhymes are legitimate Cockney rhyming slang or not is up for debate. Some of them are widely considered mockney rather than Cockney. Mock meaning imitation or fake. Cockney rhyming slang is not only used by genuine Cockneys these days, it has found its way into the speech of people all over the UK and even further afield. And some people imitate a Cockney accent and throw in Cockney rhyming slang even though they're not from London and not working class. If we take a look at Britney Spears on cockneyrhymingslang.co.uk, we see that opinions are divided over whether this one is classic, modern, or mockney. I would think that this one should be modern or mockney, since a classic would be something like apples and pears that has been used for decades. I guess if you like the rhyme, you'd probably classify it as modern. If you don't like it and think it's corny and inauthentic, you'd probably say it's mockney. So what do I think? Is it modern or mockney? Well, I ain't British, so I ain't got a Scooby. Scooby. Scooby-Doo.
Clue.
Clue. Ain't is a negative copula and auxiliary verb that originated in Cockney English. Ain't got...
I know loads of people who say this. Oh, way too many people that say this. Haven't got a Scooby. That's very common.
Means haven't got or don't have. There are a lot of Cockney rhyming slang expressions that are rude, naughty, and downright dirty. We're going to avoid the rated R ones, but the next couple are kind of PG-13.
That bloke over there is a merchant.
Merchant banker. Wanker.
Last night I got a bit Brahms and fell on me Harris.
Brahms and list. Pissed, as in pissed drunk. Eris. Aristotle. Bottle. Bottle and glass. Arse. To finish this video, I'd like you to practice the pattern of Cockney rhyming slang by creating your own Cockney rhyme. To all the genuine Cockneys out there, I'm sorry for the sacrilege. I know that I'm encouraging large-scale mockney, but it's all for the purpose of understanding the pattern of genuine Cockney rhyming slang. So remember the pattern. Take a word, like socks. Find a rhyming word, blocks. Add another word to make a pair, Lego blocks. Then take away the rhyming word, Lego. Then in the comments, write a sentence that gives some context so we can guess.
Great. So yeah, Drew complained about there being different languages in London. Explicit language created for the purpose of avoiding the police and civil society as a working class person in London. Specifically made to obscure what you're saying from other people so that only other working class people who don't give a fuck if you're committing crimes and shit will hear it and understand it.
It's not a completely new language, but okay.
Well, like there are
It's a dialect.
all these
And it's barely a dialect. You can understand what they're saying if you're from here.
It's basically like a new Creole type language.
Okay.
Okay.
You said that you were getting this guy's statements from the court transcripts.
I've got it, and I'm trying to send it to you. Hang on.
Is this the guy? Does this have his name? It should have his name there, right? Shabir Ahmed.
Yes. I need to make sure that Shabir Ahmed. I'm going to send you the original article was taken down by Rochdale Online. So I'm going to send you the original article that was taken down, and then I'll send you as well the book that I cited. But to be fair, it was 9 months ago, so I don't have.
So wait, this isn't from court transcripts, like you said, right?
It was reported by journalists who were in the courtroom.
Okay, Drew, we're gonna have to learn you how to Discord. You just sent that
because I recall someone calling one of the victims a white slag. I don't recall such a categorical statement as "I did this because I am racially superior," but we can see.
I put the links in the group chat for you, LonerBox, if you want to check them out. Okay, as we check those out, I'd like to thank everyone for coming, right? And take this opportunity.
What book is this from, out of interest? Sorry.
Yeah, well, I told you that because I haven't. This was at 9 months old. I don't have the book off the top of my head. I'm trying to find the original source.
Okay.
I did send, why can't you just tell me what the book is?
Thank you, Drew.
I don't know the book title off the top of my head because it was many months ago. I'm trying to find the original book title. But I did send you the original Rochdale reporting that has unfortunately been taken down offline. The news article was "My only crime was to be Muslim."
10 pounds.
The quote here that from your book is just him saying, "We are the supreme race, not these white bitches," and he points to the police officers in the court.
I've got it with Shabir.
This is not him saying that he was racially motivated to commit these crimes.
Okay, I've got as. Hang on, Shabir.
I think it would be helpful to the stream if I put this on screen. So I will just read it real quick for the court of my chat.
Yeah,
let me read it real quick. We are the supreme race.
Just let me. You destroyed my community and our children. None of us did that. White people trained those girls to be so much more advanced in sex. He worked for Oldham Council.
Well, I'm gonna read the quote that you tweeted. Okay, it says, quote, "We are the supreme race, not these white bitches," pointing to the police officers in court. He continued, "You will not get a CBE. You will not get an MBE. You will get a DM, a destroyer of Muslims. You were born 1,000 years too late. You fucked my community. You destroyed my community and our children. None of us did that. White people trained those girls to be so much advanced in sex. They were coming without hesitation to Rochdale, Oldham, Bradford, Leeds, and Nelson, and wherever." He said the jury in Liverpool has been taking instructions from BNP leader Nick Griffin, and later pointed to Rachel Smith, who prosecuted both cases on behalf of the Crown, saying, "I curse you at night. I curse you and your family. You will understand," pointing at Judge Kokar. "I curse the juries. I curse the media. And most of you bitches, your family will get it." That's a quote.
So it sounds like it also says, first of all, he's not actually saying "I did this because." He's not like declaring.
Drew literally just lied about the whole thing. He just lied about it the whole time.
Motive for a hate crime, and it's also not to mention that it also says one of those convicted addressed. It doesn't even say that this was the leader. So you lied about two things there. I don't know why you can't just quote something accurately. You did. You embellished it. You literally added in words. What are you talking about?
No, it didn't. No, this was.
Yes, you did. You fucking rat.
This is reported in multiple news sources, and I'm sending you the news sources right now. Manchester Evening News. The original article was taken down by Rochdale Online.
What, did they quote something different besides this? Did they actually quote the ringleader?
No,
or not
the quote
one
is
of
the
those
same.
convicted.
The quote's the same.
Okay, so if the quote's the same, you think this quote demonstrates like genocidal mindset and that this is a hate motivated crime rather than a sexual opportunist motivated crime?
Well, this is what he said.
Answer the question. Is
He
this
said that
point to you?
said that he was
Is this
supreme
point
race.
more
He said
to
that he
you?
was
Where was that?
supreme race.
So
he said that
really,
he was a supreme race.
so you're asking.
He said that he
so
was
you're
a supreme race.
Yes. So you're asking this guy, why did you rape these vulnerable women? And you're taking this quote and you're choosing between he did it as a sexual opportunist or because he felt like he was in service of his racial superiority. Do you see? You can't even let me finish the sentence.
Here's the judge in the Liverpool trial. Clifton dismissed the gang claim that there was no racial or cultural element to their crimes. He said one of the factors leading to the abuse of their victims was the fact that they were not part of your community or religion. So there you go.
What's the context of that quote?
Even the judge said it.
Dude. He just picks out one line of the judge's sentencing, not even a line, like 6 words of a sentence in the judge's remarks. And he's like, and there you go, so I'm right. Can we have the full statement, Drew? Can we have the full remarks?
Even the judge said it. Even the judge said it. Even the judge said it.
Yeah, you can keep repeating yourself, so I'm just going to tell you what the context of that quote is because you don't know what it is. You don't know what the context of that quote is. The context of that quote is, as I mentioned earlier, from the J report and everything else. It's when they're mentioning the fact.
No, this was Clifton. This was the judge. This was the judge who sentenced Shabir Ahmed.
I'm talking about a report that is talking about.
Bro, LonerBox is not being assertive enough in this debate, and it's pissing me off, man. It's pissing me off. He is letting this fucking rat just interrupt constantly to say nothing. When you say, why are you interrupting? Just like, literally, he needs to just hammer him and be like, you're being fucking retarded right now. You are being fucking retarded right now. You're spazzing out. You're not letting me talk because you know you're wrong. Let's walk through this. Answer the questions. Hit him with the piece. Go, yes or no, Drew? Yes or no? Yes or no, Drew? Yes or no? Yeah, and Wick ain't doing shit. Wick ain't doing shit, as usual. Wick just chimes in every 30 minutes go, I'd really like to get my question answered. This is a penis. This is a penis. Okay.
About the case. So can you let me talk?
But I'm just saying though, the judge who sentenced Shabir Ahmed, the guy.
Yes, I know the judge said that. You just don't seem to understand why he said that. The reason that was said, and the reason that's why they are categorized as sexual opportunists, is because when they were doing what they were doing, they were driving around, they were looking for girls to prey on. They did it at night in a place where most of the people were white and where Muslim girls were, or other groups, other ethnicities, were mostly going to be indoors at that time. They were sexual opportunists. They targeted those people because, yes, you're right, they looked down on them, but also because they were there. That's why. It's not minimizing, by the way, for
I've got it. I found the source. Manchester Evening News reports that it was him, Shabir Ahmed, who said that the rant in the trial. He said we're not talking about
the source. We're talking about your inability to process information. We're talking about the fact that you are so desperate to act as if this guy wouldn't have done it were it not like a white victim because it's motivated by racial superiority as a hate crime would be. The judge said that. The judge did not say that racial element is not the same. A racial element is not a hate crime. Why didn't the judge make it a hate crime?
I don't know why the judge didn't make it a hate crime. All I know is that the Manchester Evening
because maybe that would be too explosive. No, you could say it's got a racial element.
Well, maybe it would. I mean, Shabir Ahmed is already back on the streets, isn't he? He's not. He got. How long did he even get? Like these guys weren't necessarily given the book. I was jailed for 19 years, but he's going to be out. He's going to be out in about 8 years. Like he's already going to.
Shabir Ahmed is already out. These guys didn't exactly get the book thrown at them. Oh wait, he was jailed for 19 years. Well, he's going to be out in 8 years. Okay, dude. He's
going to be out in about 8 years' time. So
is that an immigration issue? Or is that a criminal justice issue?
Actually, hang on. 2013, he was sentenced 19 years. So yeah, he's literally going to be out in a couple of years. So you're saying
2013? Wait.
Time.
So is that an immigration issue? Or is that a criminal justice issue?
Actually, hang on. 2013, he was sentenced 19 years. So yeah, he's literally going to be out in a couple of years.
So he went from he's around 8 years. It's actually 7, but because he worked out it's actually 7, it's now a couple. This has shifted around so much in the last 30 seconds. It's insane. This claim has gone from one extreme to another so much in the last 30 seconds.
So you're saying, oh, how come the judge wasn't harsh enough to make it a hate crime? Well, the judges have been pretty weak on them anyway. And I've got the quote. The Manchester Evening
pretty
News,
weak compared to what? You understand that in the UK,
this article is saying he got 77 years.
Wait, where? Sorry.
This article right here says the judge says as he jails Rochdale sex gang for 77 years.
Oh, no. So that's
cumulative. Yeah, that's cumulative for the whole gang.
Cumulative total of all the people. So it's 77 years across like 20 people or 15 people, however many people are involved in the gang.
Yes, Ahmed was given 22 years, and I think it was like 2 or 3 counts of rape and then another count.
It says 19. It says in Manchester Evening News. It says 19 years, but it does also say in the same article. It says
he was convicted of 30 counts
that he was
of rape.
Supreme race.
What? But you said the judges were. You said the judges were soft on this guy. What compared to what? Compared to UK standards, or?
I mean, just in general. I mean, I don't think 19 years is good enough. It should have been life in prison at the very least. I mean, in Australia, we had a grooming gang case in Sydney, and basically they got life in prison.
So that's a criminal. You understand that's a criminal justice issue, right? Not an immigration one.
Yeah, that is. I mean, yeah. But the only reason they're in the country is because of immigration. So it is an immigration issue. Of course, it is.
Okay. $10 or £10, I should say, from Average Joe to say, I'm worried as a secular Brit, the projected increase of Islam in the UK long term, much more socially conservative, less women's rights. Where Islam is the majority, it dominates the culture and society. Response to that, LonerBox?
Britain is currently 6.5% Muslim. We were, 4% Muslim 15 years ago? Their birth rates within the country are dropping. We have pretty strict standards for immigration now. Obviously, being in the EU might have been better if you wanted migrants to be more similar to us. But you can thank Nigel Farage for that, the guy that is probably going to be prime minister next. Again, we've had immigration waves before from groups that were significantly different from us. When the Irish came to the UK, they were very different from us. They were so different that we had sectarian riots. They were literally perceived.
How can they be so different? They're white. How can they be so much different? They're white.
I'm just going to keep. Sorry, I'm just going to keep talking because you're just going on an emotional rant. You don't know fucking. Even when I made that joke about sectarian violence in the UK and you acting like that's new, and I laughed, and you didn't even know why I was laughing. You clearly don't know anything.
It's just like Catholics and Protestants fucking hated each other in this country. Probably, more than people hate Muslims now. Like across the whole UK, UK and Ireland. So much shit between fucking Catholics and Protestants throughout history, And the idea that, Muslims are just so different, it can never work. So yeah, people thought that with everyone, bro. Like literally every group.
Country that you've just taken an interest in.
Yes.
No, I'm talking about the immigration waves from the fucking 1800s. Okay. Yes, Irish people were treated and perceived and they were described as a distinct race. They were seen as a different race by the people who lived here.
Okay. I still think that Islamic migration to Britain is much more culturally dissimilar than Irish migration to Britain. So if even Irish people were seen as irredeemably foreign and it took 200 years for them to assimilate, then how do you think it's going to work with Somali Islamic extremists? It's not going to
well, it didn't take 200 years for them to assimilate. And also, I'm still yet to see the evidence that any majority of British Muslims are not assimilated. Majority of them, the overwhelming majority of them, are not committing terror attacks.
Oh, so true, dude. So true. Very assimilated community.
Look, qualify it then instead of giggling like a little fucking fanny. Like, go on, tell me.
Because let me get up the Pew Research data into attitudes in the British Muslim community. You know, a majority of British Muslims basically think that there were no atrocities on October 7.
Do you know that quite a lot of white leftists in the UK think that as well?
Yeah, I know, but they're unfortunately part of the country. Of course, you're always going to get white leftists, but it's
so. If we're talking about assimilation, what is that not then assimilating to what is already a white leftist view in the UK?
No, not at all, because they're being motivated by Islamic extremism. They're not motivated by white leftism.
How do you know that? They're just by Islamic extremism. How do you know that? Have you seen the way that these protesters talk, even the Muslim ones? Some of them talk with Islamic language. A lot of them talk with secular language. A lot of them talk with Soviet-style propaganda on Israel.
It's tribal. It's tribal.
Tribal is not the same as motivated by Islamic extremism. Them having opinions about October 7th.
No, this is the disaster. I'll explain to you the disaster, right? Even for more secular Muslims who are therefore more assimilated, you get the Hassan Pikers of the world who... they come to it from a left-wing perspective, but they still end up supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and all these insane terrorist groups. So that's a huge problem.
We're talking about Muslims in the UK who
I know, but I'm giving you an example. Like, a good example of this is Zara Sultana. Zara Sultana, I don't think she's an Islamist necessarily. She's a leftist, but she has this kind of tribal. But she has this tribal attachment to like Hamas and Hezbollah and all these Islamic extremist groups.
Yeah, and you'll notice, by the way, that the majority of them do what about that? They protest. Some of them commit hate crimes, but like the majority of them.
I've got the data. Half of all British Muslims think homosexuality should be illegal. 23% want.
Dude. I'm looking at this polling. LonerBox, I think, was probably more right than he realized. Younger and well-educated Muslims were the most likely to think Hamas did not commit atrocities on October 7th. So it is literally... It is like... I feel like saying that the assimilated white leftist Muslims isn't too inaccurate. They're literally... It's the... It's like the... It's not the... Like older Muslims who run kebab shops, who you would blame for grooming gangs, that think this. It's like, you know, yeah. I don't know how that's great. It's your Irans. It's your Iran Mamdanis. You know, your affluent, westernized. Yeah, that's who it is.
Sharia law. Beautiful. Like you think this is assimilation. It's not assimilation.
One Sharia law. What does that mean?
As like the main law of the land.
No, that's not what that means.
Your Frogans.
Necessarily.
No.
Okay, you think they just want Sharia law for ceremonial weddings and stuff like that, sure.
Well, who did they vote for, Muslims?
52% said that they want homosexuality to be illegal in Britain.
Who do they vote for, Drew? Who do they vote for?
Oh my God, 4% said that they sympathize with people who took part in suicide bombing. So what's 4% of 4 million people? That's still what? Like 100, that's more than 100,000 people who sympathize with suicide bombings. That's fucked up.
Again, what are they doing? What is any substantial number of them, like past like 1 or 2% of them doing? What do they do? What does the average Muslim in the UK do?
This is a really good point. Okay, this is a really good question. Do you agree that the 4% of British Muslims who sympathize with people who take part in suicide bombings, at least that 4% should be deported?
For having sympathies with someone, I don't think you should deport someone for thought crimes, no.
For sympathizing with suicide bombings. So you feel safe living in the country where, like what, there's 150,000 people who believe in Islamic suicide bombings.
Yes.
You think that's good? That's assimilation.
You said sympathize. Yeah, I don't think you should deport someone for saying they have sympathies in a poll.
So 1% said that they completely sympathize. They actually full outright support it. So that's what, 40,000 people out of 4 million.
Did you go from sympathize to fully outright support it?
No, so here's the point.
It's still shit, man. It's a fucking thought crime. It's fucking speech. Who cares, man? It's so fucking retarded.
It said 1% said they completely.
You're just like adding. I love how you just like add adjectives.
I'm reading it out to you. I'm reading it out to you. I'm reading it out to you. 4% of British Muslims surveyed said that they sympathise with people who took part in suicide bombings. 1% said that they completely sympathise, while 3% said that they sympathise to some extent. 4%, another 4% said that they sympathise with people who committed terrorist actions as form of a political protest generally. So what? That's like at least 100,000 people basically who sympathise with the action of terrorist attacks in the name of Islam. Do you think that's assimilated?
How many? I think the fact that it's 4% actually does suggest assimilation. Thank you. How many Irish people?
Beautiful, dude. Beautiful. 4%. That's still 100,000 people who believe in Islamic terrorist attacks. Do you think
so what's the polling in their home countries, you fucking idiot? That would be how you determine whether it's assimilation, right? I guarantee you it's more than 4% support.
100,000 people. Surely you should at least agree with me that 100,000 component should be deported. Anyone who supports suicide attacks should be deported.
No, I'm not deporting people just because
I'm just like not worried about 4% saying they sympathize. Like, what does sympathize mean? You know? That they could literally be saying, like, I could totally see a Muslim being like, oh yeah, well yeah, obviously it's a completely horrifying crime, but I sympathize with the people because they're from war-torn countries, they're angry about things that they have no control over and don't know how to express it, and they go out and end up doing crazy, horrific things. Totally reasonable way in which you could say you sympathize in some way. Now, the 1% outright support, obviously, you've got a stronger claim about the mindset there. But again, it's 1%. What's the rate in the home countries? How has it changed over time? How do you see it change when they move to the West? Like, that's how you would look at assimilation. You would need to compare a little bit. You would need to do a little bit more of a deeper analysis than just going, well, 1% support it. It's like, well, doesn't sound too bad.
Answer questions.
Just because they support suicide, because they. Oh my god, dude! You're actually suicidal. You actually want people to live in Britain as foreigners who support Islamic terrorist attacks. That's fucking mental.
Yeah. You think we should deport Irish people? Do you think we should? There are Irish people in the UK who sympathise with the IRA.
Irish people who support that. Yes, I genuinely do. I hate the IRA.
Who sympathise with the IRA?
Dude, loads of people sympathise with the IRA. I just can't do it, man. It's so fucking AIDS.
Yes, I actually genuinely think that.
That's a lot of deportations for opinions.
Good. Anyone who supports the IRA should be deported.
Okay, do you acknowledge that that's a fairly illiberal opinion to deport people for
I want to have a liberal for opinions, for supporting terrorist groups, dude. I want to have a liberal democratic society. Yeah, no, it's not just an opinion, because when people support terrorist groups, they're fundamentally saying that they hate the state, that they want to overthrow the constitutional order of the country.
That's not necessarily what they're saying. That is not necessarily what they're saying at all.
When was the last time we had a suicide bombing in the UK?
Oh, okay. Don't worry about it then.
It's just that's not the case at all. It's just not the case at all. Just because you say you support a terrorist group, like obviously Hassan's position about the Houthis doesn't entail any overthrowing of any state, right? The idea that a independent, like non-state military group sets up a blockade because they believe a state is engaging in genocide and they do it in international waters, that doesn't require the overthrowing of any particular state or any government. And Israel could relent on the actions. It wouldn't require the overthrowing of the state. It would mean they're in line with international law. Like that's a point where you're saying, you know, I simply prioritize the international law above the state sovereignty or something like that. You know, it doesn't require you to want to overthrow the constitutional order of the state you're in. That's retarded.
There's only been a couple.
It's almost like it's an opinion. I don't even know. It's almost like it's in their head. Yeah. How many people in the UK sympathize with fucking Nazis? How many people in the UK sympathize with the IRA? How many people in the UK?
Let's go through this. Let's go through this. This is so fucking smart, okay? Let's go through this. So Jihad al-Shami goes out and he stabs a bunch of Jews at the Jewish synagogue in Manchester. Based off those statistics that we found of the polling of the British Muslim community, and let's be real. Who's really going to answer an opinion poll with their real beliefs and tell them that they support suicide attacks? So, of course, it's an undercount. But let's just say, even if it's an undercount now,
it's probably 50%.
No, it's not 50%, but it might be as high as 10%. But even if it's like let's go on the. Let's even go with the most conservative. Let's say 1% of British Muslims agree with what Jihad al-Shami did. That's still 40,000 people. And you think it's fine for 40,000 people to live in your country who would theoretically be fine with people going out and just stabbing a bunch of Jews?
Do you think I said it was fine, or whether or not you should deport them?
Of course they should be deported. If they want to go out and stab people in the street, of course they should be deported.
And I guess this also includes deporting second-generation migrants to countries they've never been to.
100%.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care if you're a second-generation migrant. If you believe in killing Jews in the streets of Britain, you need to go. You need to be deported. 100%.
And do you expect all these countries to take...
I feel it cooking. I think LonerBox's about to say it to Drew. I think he's about to say it.
Streets of Britain, you need to go. You need to be deported.
Do you expect all these countries to take these deportees?
It doesn't matter if they take them.
You need two sides to take a deportation. Drop them off. Explain.
Yeah.
Airdrop them on a parachute.
No, all European states, all the America, NATO. There should basically be a NATO-like alliance where
SS. He hasn't researched anything going into this. He's lying about having read books about it, and he's just like frantically googling while he's in the debate, frantically googling and searching Twitter.
These countries that refuse to accept deported citizens, there will be massive economic pressure on them to take them back in. So if they don't take it back if they refuse to take back deported citizens, then we're going to have to consider things like, for example, suspending foreign aid, these types of things. And if
we're going to suspend foreign aid, so say like a Sudanese second-generation migrant writes in a poll, this is your scenario, he writes in a polling question, I've got sympathy with Second Intifada suicide bombers, right? Sympathy. Yeah. And then we deport them. And Sudan says no. And we say, okay, fuck you. We're going to take away foreign aid to the people who are starving in fucking Zamzam.
Well, there's going to be basically about 30 European... It'll be a coalition of the West.
And this is all because it makes you uncomfortable to think that we might be less white.
No, it's not about whiteness at all. It's not about whiteness at all. I just don't want people who support suicide bombings in Western
You brought up
countries.
white British, by the way. Yeah, but what I'm trying to figure out the practicalities of how you want to action this. So,
well, I'm explaining it. I'm literally explaining to you. There will be a coalition of the willing of about 30 plus Western states. And collectively, we will say that as a condition for trade, as a condition for foreign aid and all these things, you have to accept refoulement of citizens who have, of people. And we know that Pakistan accepts citizenship by blood descent. So it doesn't matter if somebody was born in Britain. They will still have to accept them. They're citizens
that's
by
one
Pakistan.
country. Not so to be clear, not every country does that. Bangladesh didn't let Shamima Begum back because she's never been there, right? So
I don't
it's not
care.
refoulement, it's deportation.
Deportation, if you have to deport them to third-party countries, then that's
you're not getting you're struggling to get coalition of the willing for any Western group right now. So let's just make it about the UK. It's just the UK with our limited power in the world doing this.
It will be a coalition of the willing. Eventually,
wait, we're talking about British policy right now.
This is like delusional. This is delusional. My plan requires a coalition of the willing of 30 plus Western nations that all agree they want to basically commit insane human rights abuses together, and they're going to force other countries to be complicit in it. That's basically what we're saying here. Drew, that ain't happening, bro. I understand. You know, the populism shit's a little bit worrying in Europe, but it ain't going to sweep across 30 plus countries that are all going to take up the most obscene, horrific immigration policy. It just ain't fucking happening, bro.
Okay, let's say it's the UK. What if you can't? What if you're the only one country that wants to do this? Because it seems like even with Viktor Orban's Hungary, even with countries that are more right wing than us, they don't do shit like this. So you're going on the extreme. We're going over the fucking cliff now. We're so far right. You are leaning further right than someone who's just had their fucking right leg blown off, Drew. So you are alone in this.
This is not far right at all. This is a moderate option. This is a moderate option. Deporting people who want to suicide bombing.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time.
Okay, let me explain. Deporting people who agree with suicide bombing attacks in the country of Britain is the moderate solution.
Which country does this? Which country deports people because they answer
What's
the question
the extreme solution?
The extreme solution, I don't want it to happen. The extreme solution will be...
Actually, stripping people's citizenship and deporting them for speech is the moderate option. No. I suppose if you don't know what the word moderate means, maybe. If you're like retarded and you don't know what that word means, then possibly you could think that, but that's no. Actually, no.
If it keeps on going on this way, there's eventually going to be horrible violence and civil war, and I don't want it to happen. So I'm presenting the moderate solution, which is...
So the extreme solution is to kill them.
No, that's not what I'm supporting. I hate that. I don't want that.
That's what I'm supporting. That is the extreme solution, though, isn't it, retard?
I'm saying that's what the extremist psychopaths want to do. I don't want that. I'm just saying let's have deportations before civil war breaks out.
Okay,
we're not on the verge of civil war.
That no Western country is currently doing this?
Yes, but it will be happening over the next 10 years.
I need you to engage with me like an honest human being, and
yeah, it's going to happen over the next 10 years, LonerBox. The winds are shifting a lot. The winds are shifting a lot. Look at me. I changed a lot over the past year. There's...
Oh my god, the political winds are changing, LonerBox. Look, I changed my opinion.
There's going to be...
Yeah, because people were mean to you on Twitter. I need you to address me like a real human being. I need you to engage with me like a real human being, Drew, and tell me if you were just the UK and you're the first country, you're leading by example, how do you do this?
You work with all the European countries, you work with Trump.
No, they're saying no, they're not doing it. Just the UK.
No, that's a stupid theoretical because it is actually happening. It's not just...
Okay, wait, so we can't... So are you refusing to answer that?
Right wing shift.
Are you refusing to answer that because the UK couldn't do it?
I'm explaining to you. The right wing shift is not just alone to Britain. It is happening all across Europe. There will probably be a Le Pen government soon in France. There's going to be a coalition of the willing between multiple different Western countries that will agree on mass deportations of Islamic extremists. And I'm not saying...
We already have right-wing countries that do that aren't doing this, though. Orban's not doing this.
Yeah, because
Poland had Kaczynski's government. He's not doing it.
Well, they don't even have Islamic extremists in those countries because they don't have any Muslim migration at all, basically.
They do have a non-zero number of Muslims in those countries.
I know,
and they actually Hungary had quite a lot of Muslims passing through that country, and some of them stayed. So
extremely small, as we both know. It's a lot.
Well, we know the thing is, we know what Hungary did, don't we? We know that when they had asylum seekers and refugees coming through Keleti station, we know that Orban actually just kind of nudged them on into Germany to the west with no vetting, and one of them carried out the Bataclan attacks. One of them was actually recruited because he was stranded in it because he wasn't vetted because Hungary did what you want to do, which is to just make it someone else's problem.
No, it's not Hungary's responsibility to vet them. It should have been done as soon as they entered the EU. It should have been done there should have been a European-wide border force. That's what I think should have been done.
Well, Europe can vet people, but since they didn't, they were in a country where the government had the power and the capabilities to do it, or to just make it someone else's problem, right? Because that's the reality. Because that's the reality.
I don't even like Viktor Orban. I don't even like the Orban government.
What you don't understand, though, is that we have a European Union, and the European Union did not like having a bunch of Syrians coming into the continent in 2015, especially when a bunch of these governments that were liberal had to deal with this because they were going to get kicked out by right-wingers. They understood that this was a problem for them. You still got fuck all cooperation from them because that's what will happen. And when you've got your deportation policy, you will also get fuck all cooperation, which is why I'm begging you to tell me how you would do this as the UK without other European countries helping you.
Because 2030 is different to the year 2015.
This guy is so retarded. He's so fucking retarded, bro. It's actually unbearable. This guy is a fucking animal, dude.
It's just true. It's just true.
Because you can predict 10 years or 5 years into the future. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Do you think that things are going to get better? It's not going to get better. There will be
I think we're not going to have an unprecedented cooperation of European countries who are all going to sanction the shit out of their trade partners and their countries that they're often allied with, or even the Commonwealth countries, because they won't accept people getting deported for answering questions in an opinion poll, for taking like millions, that would be, of deportees, if we're talking about Europe and America as well. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's reasonable to assume that's not going to happen. So I'm just trying to say, let's assume one country does it. That's a radical claim.
I think Islamic extremists are going to be deported. And you'll have to explain to me how the current situation of letting 40,000 people remain in your country who support Islamic suicide bombing attacks against you is a good idea.
I'm not letting you slither away from this very simple question. I am asking you.
Just explain how that is a...
No, stop it. You're slithering.
Hold on. Hey, both of you. Drew, stop. Drew.
Explain how it's a status quo.
Drew. I would like you to answer LonerBox's question if you could.
I think it's going to happen. I think it's not going to.
What if it doesn't? Engage with the hypothetical. What if it does not? What if it does not meet the threshold, like for various reasons? No one else wants to sign on to this plan. In that case, what does UK do?
Maybe you'll have to pay. Maybe you'll pay a third-party country to take them in, and maybe there'll be some.
What country are you going to pay to take deportees who have never been to the country?
Yeah, look,
and you said you've deported them because of wrong things, basically.
We're just all having our own CCOT. Every Western nation is going to have its own El Salvadorian fucking gulag. This is going to work somehow. This is like a plausible idea somehow, in some fucking retard's head.
Not wrong thinking. They're people who support suicide.
Okay, Drew. Drew, I have a question.
And I'll explain to you.
Sure, no. Drew, I have a question, real quick. Just real quick.
Egypt is always
okay. Hold on. LonerBox, hold on. Drew, hold on. Both of you, please. Drew. Okay. You pay a country. You say what country is going to take these immigrants and these deportees from us? Russia raises its hands and says, "We'll pay you, right? Well, you can pay us, and we're going to send them as fodder against Ukraine." Do you take that deal?
No, that's a stupid theoretical. Obviously, I'm not going to support that.
Oh, that's a stupid theoretical. But the Coalition of the Willing is going to do an unprecedented policy of forcing their allies through sanctions to take deportees because they answered survey questions. Okay. Wait, you're the one who's being unreasonable here.
Can you explain, LonerBox, how it is a justifiable situation to have 40,000 Islamic extremists in the country who...
I feel like I'm just playing fucking world builders now at this point.
No, just explain why there are 40,000 Islamic extremists in Britain who support suicide bombing attacks against Britain. Just explain why that is.
Because they're here because we need immigrants, and some of the immigrants are bad.
Are they good immigrants?
Yes, and because some immigrants are bad, you cannot take any section of any population and have them all to be fine.
Okay.
You're always going to have between 1% and 2% of them who have problems, which seems to be all it is with Muslims in the UK.
No,
that's why you've got 40,000 out of 4 million people.
That's fucking insane.
And also because you cannot deport people because they answer questions you don't like on an opinion poll.
That's so funny. You actually think that it's an acceptable rate for about 1 in 100 people that you bring into the country to support suicide bombing attacks against you. You think that's an acceptable rate? That's fucking unhinged. Go out. Go.
Yeah. That's yes. 1%. Yeah. That's if it's just a thought. Yeah. Now, if they're involved, obviously, you don't want anyone involved in the planning or commission or funding or like anything of suicide bombing attacks. Obviously, you don't want that. But if someone thinks something, is it even 1%? Yeah, well, the stat he's using is apparently 1% of British Muslims say they support suicide bombings. It's like, well, yeah, that's like a pretty small amount. That's what, 1%? Yeah. That's a small amount. Tell me how much it is compared to the origin countries. We haven't had a suicide bombing in fucking ages in this country. It doesn't seem like it's materializing in action, so I don't know why I would be worried about 1% of immigrants thinking something. If thought crimes could be prosecuted, Drew would be in prison. Drew would be getting worse than prison if we could prosecute thought crimes, trust me.
Go out to one of these post-industrial English towns and go to one of these poor English white working class towns and say, hey, listen, 1 in 100 of the new immigrants we bring to the country might be suicide bombers one day, but we can't stop that because we need immigration. Do you think
might be suicide bombers one day? Again, opinion polls. That's what we're on right now. We have not. When have we last had a suicide bombing in the UK? We haven't. Not for a long time, have we?
Oh, the last one was what? The Manchester Arena bombing where they killed 30 kids.
Yeah. And that was actually, do you know why that happened?
It was 2017. That was 8 years ago. Almost a decade ago.
Massive atrocity. It was.
Yeah, and that actually happened because of a very avoidable thing. That's because we were taking that family, the Abadi family, and our government basically fucking tried to weaponize them in Libya and gave them vouched and free access across borders so that they could basically go to Libya and learn to build fucking bombs. That's not immigration policy, though. That was the British government being fucking absolutely brain dead and underestimating and basically trying to weaponize extremists. Like, that was what we did there. That wasn't to do with, like, a badly vetted immigrant or anything like that. That was, like, a very, very unique case for why that guy was allowed to be in the UK.
I mean, it was a badly vetted immigrant because they let the family in as refugees and then they raised 2 kids who then did suicide bombing attacks against kids in Britain.
That wasn't how they got the capabilities, though. It's because we weaponized them in fucking Libya.
Yeah, but they still were in the country as Islamic extremists.
But that's not why they were able to do the attack.
They were brought to these guys were Islamic extremists. They brought them to the country. They raised their kids as Islamic extremists, and then they carried out an attack.
Why are you just leaving out the most significant, unique fact about that case? I don't know why you're doing that. Why are you retelling the story after I just told you the main reason they were able to do what they did?
Great question. So obviously, we live in the scenario. We live in the world where those 2 young guys were able to
answer
build
anything.
The bomb
He doesn't
and
address
carry out the
any
attack
point.
and kill 30 people. But let's imagine the scenario where they were not technically skilled enough to create that bomb, but they still harbored enough hatred for the English people that they had in their heart the willingness to go out and kill 30 people because they hate them so much. Do you think they are still a good migrant to the country?
No, of course. We're talking about people who are taking in as who come in illegally, and you can't deport them. Yeah, we're talking about asylum seekers. That's not. Why do you think I would ever make the claim that asylum seekers are supposed to be for economic benefits? You have no idea where you are in this conversation. You're completely fucking lost. You're a mouse in a maze.
You don't have to take asylum seekers.
Yes, you do, retard. Oh my god, there's no way. Come on, LonerBox. Lay out exactly why this is so fucking retarded. If countries don't take asylum seekers, you end up with way worse fucking problems than a few Muslims in your country.
You don't have to take asylum seekers.
Yes, you don't have to.
Yeah?
Yeah, you don't have to.
None of them. So the Ukrainians, the ones from Hong Kong?
Well, we like Ukrainians and Hong Kongers. We don't like Islamic extremists. That's the difference.
Well, we're not talking... Well, so we don't take any asylum seekers from any Muslim country then? Afghanistan? People who supported the Afghan government?
maybe religious minorities from these communities who are persecuted by the government, or people who've
So
been
not
extreme.
Muslims.
Well, maybe some.
Shiites in
Muslims,
Iraq are minorities.
Maybe in extremely rare circumstances where they've been extremely vetted. But you can't allow just the willy-nilly situation that has taken place where there are now people in the country who literally want to do suicide bombing attacks against the West.
Okay, I got.
Do you think?
No, go ahead, please. And then I have one more super chat, and then we're gonna get to closings. But go ahead. You had something to say, LonerBox?
You want me to say something?
No, you
yeah.
were about to ask a question. I interrupted you.
I mean, you can. If you're saying we also don't even take in asylum seekers, as far as we know from crime stats, if you care about those, asylum seekers generally commit a little bit less crime than locals.
Oh, okay, that's why there's been these rape cases related to the migrant hotels.
Yes, because you're going to get more than 0, you fucking retard. Yes, that does not mean that they have a higher crime rate. Wait. That's what you just said contradict what I said.
Dude,
here's the thing.
That's what you say contradict what I said.
He's such an idiot. He's so retarded.
Here's my answer.
That's all I need.
Well, here's my answer. Here's my answer. There shouldn't even be one fucking case, you fucking retard. Why would there be even one case of rape from an asylum seeker in Britain? It's a choice to have them in the country.
This is $10 from Goat Cheese Re. Drew, should Australia get down to an arbitrary Greek population because bad empanada exists?
I don't want Greek communists in the country. If somebody's a Greek communist,
I don't want them in Australia. So get rid of the fucking Greeks. So deport all Greeks from Australia. Deport all fucking Greeks from Australia.
Same ethnicity as me. I would want Australia to keep them out of the country and deport them.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer.
I straight up said this. Seriously, I would literally support the Australian government deporting bad empanada. 100%.
You should be deported right now. So you should be deported right now.
Ethnicity, I don't care. I don't want him in the country. He's a communist. He hates people. He's a communist who hates the state and supports Hezbollah.
Why would you risk having any Greek communists in the country when you just get rid of all Greeks?
Hamas. I would literally support his being deported. I don't care that he's Greek like me.
We're deporting citizens as well?
Okay.
Sometimes, yes. In the most extreme cases, yes.
I can't imagine any flaws in this logic of just making like tens or hundreds of millions of people in the world stateless. Like, it's just fucking amazing. Nothing bad will happen when we do that. What country do you put bad empanada in? It would be if you were going after people if you're going after citizens who you think are extremists, that is going to amount to hundreds of millions of people in the world. Yes.
No. I would only do it for the most extreme cases, and I think Bad Empanada is one of the most extreme cases because he's outright openly calling for mass genocide.
Would it be tens of millions?
No, it wouldn't be tens of millions. I'm talking about literally in Australia, it would be dozens of people. In Britain, it would be a couple thousand.
So Bad Empanada is in the dozens of most extreme Australian citizens. There's literally no chance that's true. You are fucking delusional. Stupid fucking pig, bro.
I'm not talking about millions of people. I'm talking
about there are only dozens of Australians who support Hamas and suicide bombings and shit like that. Really, only a few dozens.
Well,
or are you just kind of softening your position now because you've realized how fucking mental that sounds?
No, it's different because Bad Empanada he's unfortunately part of the majority population of Australia. It's a bit different to somebody who's like a really recent migrant who's like a Somali Islamist extremist and stuff like that.
I mean, the world is full of migrants, and you seem to have a very low threshold for wanting them deported to the point that they can answer a survey question in a tribal way that supports violence. So that's a lot of Irish people. The Irish are getting deported.
Are you retarded?
A bunch of Muslims are getting deported.
Dude, by your own, you pointed this out to me. You pointed out to the fact, you said to me that it was a great moment of assimilation, that more than 95% of British Muslims rejected suicide bombing attacks. That was your answer. So I'm not talking about. I'm saying a small minority. I'm saying the people.
What if I asked?
Suicide bombing attacks.
What if I asked the British Muslims if they think October 7th was good? Would you get more than 4%?
Yes, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, you'd get a lot. Those protests are quite busy. Yeah, would you deport them for that?
I do think that people who support October 7th should be deported.
Okay, so you want to deport millions of people across the world. You want to make millions of people stateless.
Explain why the fuck they're in the country if they're Islamic extremists. Explain why they're in the country if they're terrorists.
Because some people are extremists. Of every population, there are some people who will be extreme. Once upon a time, it was the case with the Irish. There are still Irish people who support the IRA. They're allowed to stay in the country, though.
Hey, LonerBox, were there Islamic terrorists in Britain in 1920?
No.
Yes, so it's a recent phenomenon. You don't have to have this in the country. It's a choice to have it in the country.
Yeah, it's almost as if different ethnic groups go through different phases in history where some of them become more radical than others. That's why our problem for terrorism before Muslims was Irish people. Our next door neighbors.
Just explain. There were no Islamic terrorists in 1920 in Britain. Why is that the case?
Because there weren't any Muslims, Drew. You're very clever, yeah.
But I'm pointing out Islamic terrorism is an imported problem to the West, and I've got no problem with Muslims who are.
This guy belongs in a fucking Chinese black site. Legit, this guy should be put in a fucking Chinese black site, just completely forgotten about.
But people who support Islamic terrorism have to go.
But your threshold for you want to reduce.
Threshold is that my threshold.
Wait. So why don't you think we should let in? So why shouldn't we let in? So we should let in asylum seekers then, from Muslim countries, Syrians, Eritreans, Somalis.
I mean, only if they're the most extreme vetting possible, where we absolutely know that they're not Islamic terrorists.
Yeah. What do you think we do if we find the asylum seeker is a terrorist?
They don't do any vetting right now. What the fuck are you talking about? There was a guy.
They don't do any vetting.
There was a guy in Britain recently. There was a guy.
You don't know how any of these systems work. You don't know how these systems work. You don't know how these systems work.
You're retarded. There's a guy in Britain recently who's literally been charged with rape. He was an asylum seeker in one of these asylum hotels. He's been charged with rape, and he was convicted of terrorism offenses in Egypt. Do you think that's an example of vetting, LonerBox?
We have had a backlog of asylum seekers under the Tory government where a lot of people were having delayed processing and were between an initial screening and interviews.
If you can't process them, then don't let them in. If you can't process them, don't let them in.
But we are processing them. That's the problem. It's not Labour's fault that the Tories weren't processing them quickly enough. But again, even if you do you acknowledge now that even if you process people, you are going to have people who slip through the cracks?
Do you agree that these? Okay, do you think that the 40,000 people in asylum hotels in Britain should be deported?
No.
Why? They're not legally in the country. They should be sent home.
Because they have to have their claims processed to decide whether they're allowed to stay or not.
How do you legally claim asylum in the UK?
You don't go through 30 different countries to claim asylum.
Do you not? How do you legally claim asylum in the UK?
I'll tell you. Asylum should be. This is how it should be done in the future. It should be limited only to countries that are right next to Britain.
Yeah? How should what law says that?
That's the law that they should make.
He wants to make the law that.
So you acknowledge
it's like, so he clearly doesn't understand any of this. Like, you would point to the fact that asylum seekers are supposed to arrive and stay in the first safe country, right? Point to that. You would say that first safe country should shoulder the burden. They should process the claims. Like, it's so... he's so fucking retarded.
That's not the law, right?
Yeah.
So
the current law,
are they here illegally or not?
Well,
are they here illegally or not?
Well, they're illegal.
How? By what law?
Because most of them are not real asylum seekers. And I'll tell you why.
No, that's actually false. Most of them are real asylum seekers.
No,
most of them pass their applications.
Okay.
You just lied. 3/4 of them.
No, I'm not.
3/4 of them.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Let's hear that again.
Okay.
You just lied. 3/4 of them.
No, I'm not.
3/4 of them their applications.
Okay.
You just lied. 3/4 of them.
No, I'm not.
3/4 of them applications.
Okay.
You just lied. 3/4 of them.
No, I'm not.
3/4 of them succeed in their applications.
Is France a safe country?
But that's not the law. 3/4 of them succeed in their applications.
Why? Because the British asylum system is too weak right now. It doesn't even properly vet people at all.
Okay,
that's why.
So you acknowledge. Okay, so you acknowledge that it's not illegal.
People who are in France.
It is crazy. He gesticulates like a Muslim, like an Arab, right? Like doing the finger. The finger is like very Arabic, I fear. He behaves very, very Arabic. Yeah, he's very Arabic in his presentation and his demeanor. The finger nut emoji.
Why? Because the British asylum system is too weak right now. It doesn't even properly vet people at all.
Okay,
that's why.
So you acknowledge. Okay, so you acknowledge that it's not illegal.
People who are in France are not at real immediate risk. There's literally no reason for somebody. Actually, this is a good question. Do you think that there's any justifiable reason for somebody to travel from France to Britain for asylum seeking?
Yes.
Why? France is a safe country.
Hang on, you're dodging one question though. First of all, we can talk about safe countries if you want, but I need you to acknowledge you're not saying it's illegal. Then you're saying it is legal right now, but you'd like it not to be. If you want to claim asylum in the UK, there are two ways you can do it. One is you can arrive through a temporary visa and claim when you're here, but you can also just be in the country, and it doesn't matter how you got here. You can come in on a boat, you can swim over, you can fall out of a fucking plane. You have to be in the country to claim asylum. It's not illegal migration. It's not.
Okay.
It's asylum seeking.
The dinghies. Do you think the dinghies are justified then?
Yeah, it's legal asylum seeking. Yes.
It's not legal. That's why the British state is
It is legal. Why do you think they get granted asylum if it's illegal?
Yeah, well, maybe the current system's retarded, but realistically, it should not be happening.
No, the reason we have. Do you know? Can you think for 1 second? Okay, just stop. Okay, breathe. I need you to think. Why would any country, because actually most countries do this, the Refugee Convention does this, why do you think a country would say that sometimes if you want to...
Britain should lead the Refugee Convention.
I'm just trying to ask you a question, Drew. Calm down. I'm trying to ask you, why, can you just think of one reason why the Refugee Convention and most of the world would agree that if you want to claim asylum, sometimes you have to be in the country to do it, and it might not be through a legal route to initially get here.
You can easily change Britain's domestic laws. It's very easy.
No, why can't he answer a single fucking question? It's unbearable. And LonerBox is not making him do it. It's quite annoying.
I'm asking you why. You said, why is it? You said do you think that law's retarded? I'm asking you, please think of a good reason for it.
Yeah, it's like, dude, it's the whole don't take down a fence until you can explain why the fence was put up in the first place. If you can't tell me why this law exists the way it does, then you should not have an opinion on how it should change. I do not want to listen to your suggestion on changing it unless you can explain to me the rationale for why it exists. Because if you don't know why it's there, you don't understand. You do not understand enough to be taking it apart. You don't know what you're changing. You don't know what knock-on effects are happening. You don't know. You literally... It's so retarded.
I just wanted to see if you can use your imagination.
Yes,
why?
Yes, because Britain is an island.
No, not because Britain is an island. Why would refugees... Why do you think refugees... I'm maybe just giving it away now. Why do you think refugees, people who are fleeing war, persecution... Why do you think they might be in a position where they can't just get a temporary visa and fly over?
The EUCHR and the Refugee Convention were built in a world when people were where that was designed.
He's saying EUCHR because he thinks it's related to the EU, but the European Convention on Human Rights actually doesn't have a U in it because it's not related to the EU in any way. It's actually a separate convention that was brought about after the Second World War to prevent another Holocaust. Nothing to do with the EU at all, but hey.
For this, it was built right after World War II, and it was designed for people going from one country that was in conflict to immediate safe haven. There's nothing in the Refugee Convention that says that somebody should be allowed to country shop and go through 50 different countries until they get to Britain and say, this is where I'm seeking asylum. If they were
You just completely dodged my question. If you want to get to safe countries, we can, but I'm trying to get you to this question. Why do you think the Refugee Convention and most of these countries that take in refugees that are party to it would agree that sometimes you cannot be expected to just fly over in a temporary visa? Sometimes you might come in through an irregular channel. Yes? Why?
Because
yes, thank you. Got it. Mashallah, Habibi. Okay, so your next question is safe third countries, okay? Your next question is about first safe country.
Here's the thing, though. It can be so easily abused by just young men who are economic migrants, and that is what is happening. Unfortunately, that is what is happening.
But no, it's not, because they're vetted and most of them succeed in their applications.
Yeah, but dude, the current British vetting system is so weak that you're literally
what's the vetting system? Can you describe the vetting system to me?
The vetting system is that people like Jihad al-Shami's father...
Yeah, he literally can't. He never can. He never can.
...can come into the country and then raise a son who becomes a terrorist while supporting Hamas and supporting October 7.
How long ago did this guy come into the country? You realize that our asylum system has been modified.
He came as a refugee.
Do you realize... How long ago?
He came as a refugee. And also...
How long ago?
I'm not sure, mate. 15, 20 years ago.
Oh... So before we made a bunch of changes to our asylum system and increased vetting, 50, 20 years ago, when we were just coming to terms with when we were just coming to terms with fucking terrorism and shit. Yeah.
The increased vetting that results in a guy who's literally been convicted in Egypt of terrorism offenses to be able to go to stay in an asylum-seeking hotel in Britain and then go out and rape somebody and then be charged for that. What great vetting
do you think there is, out of 40,000 people, most of whom commit less crime than locals? Yes. We have hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers in the UK. You understand that they commit less crime on average than locals. Okay. You understand that there's no such thing as a perfect vetting system. Drew, is there such a thing as a perfect... Is there
that's a point in my favor. That's a point in my favor. The fact that there is no such thing as a perfect vetting system means that you just gonna have to shut down this stuff. You just have to shut down
this. Okay, you want to shut down this stuff and do what with them? So we see a small boat in the sea. What do we do to it?
Send it home. Return it back to the shore, which is what Australia did. We have boat turnbacks. I'm not talking about shooting them.
Boat turnbacks.
Boat turnbacks. That's what Australia did. It worked. Just send them back.
How do you know it worked in Australia?
We did it for 15 years in Australia, and we literally still tug the boats back to Indonesia.
And are you also? I'm guessing you're also aware that part of that Operation Sovereign Borders policy is that people who work for Operation Sovereign Borders, it is illegal for them to disclose information about their work to anyone, even to Parliament, to the government. Do you also recognize that despite them saying that their policy resulted in 0 border crossings, it didn't, did it? They stopped counting the boats. They didn't stop the boats. They stopped counting the boats. You still had people in Cocos Keeling. You still had people in Saibai. You still had people in North Queensland. You had people who actually made it round the routes into Australia. Yes, this is true. I know this because someone from Operation Sovereign Borders admitted it, didn't he?
No, there's basically only been like one boat that's even made Australia in the past.
That's not true. That's not true at all. Hang on, where is it? All right, where's the guy? It was the guy who spoke to Kim Carr.
Kim Carr's a communist, by the way.
It was like Michael Outram. Okay, tangent. It was Michael.
Like literally a communist. Like Kim
it was
Carr's
the guy who was talking to Kim Carr. Pay attention. It was Michael Outram. Michael Outram, the acting commissioner of Border Force, guy who was on Operation Sovereign Borders. We get illegal arrivals in Australia at the border all the time and have done for many years. It's because their mandate.
My point,
no,
they send it back.
He's talking about arrivals in Australia, and those people go into Australia and get processed in Australia.
No. That's
Operation Sovereign Borders is mandate. You're just okay. I know the truth hurts.
That's not true.
It's embarrassing that I know your country better than you do.
It's so crazy. Yeah, even I know this. That Australia just stopped counting their boats because that fucking retards bring this up all the time. So Australia just stopped counting their fucking boats. That's all that happened. They actually stopped the fucking issue. How retarded you have to be to think Australia just stopped all boats of illegal immigrants arriving at their country? Like, people have, like, no sense of the scale of these problems. It's so fucking stupid, man.
No, that's not even true.
Operation Sovereign Borders didn't cover everywhere.
Tell me the exact number. Tell me the exact number of boats that have arrived in Australia in the last year.
We don't know the number because Operation Sovereign Borders won't disclose it.
There's literally been none. No,
it's because they won't disclose it.
No, that's not true. That's literally a lie.
I'm just reading it right now. Here, I'll send it to you. This is from the transcript from government.
If it was happening, no. If it was happening,
this is from government transcript. This is from government transcript. I know it's obvious.
I know this because I'm Australian. I know this because I'm Australian. Dude, I know this because
you're watching all the borders at the beach. What a fucking stupid thing to say. What an insanely fucking answer.
Facts.
You're actually fucking retarded. What I was going to say to you is this. Because I'm Australian and I followed the news in Australia, I know for sure that the only time that there's been a significant boat that's gotten through is basically one time in the past 3-4 years.
Okay, quick question. Very simple question. Does Operation Sovereign Borders cover the entire border of Australia?
It covers basically the maritime area.
The answer is no. The answer is no. No, it doesn't actually. It's not the entire maritime area. Also, and this is Michael Outram saying it as well.
Also, here's another point. Your nitpicking about Australian Operation Sovereign Borders is so retarded because Australia has to basically cover so much more water mass, whereas you're literally just basically dealing with Calais. It's so much easier.
Now he's walking off a point. Now he's walking off a point and saying it's disanalogous when he fucking brought it up.
This channel is like 30 kilometers across at Calais. It's so much easier to turn the boats back.
Are you just trying to pivot now because you realize that you got caught out being completely fucking wrong about Operation Sovereign Borders?
No, I haven't because boats are not coming to Australia
just control F all the time.
When was the last time a boat made it to Australia?
Okay, so Michael Outram says, no, Senator, no. We get illegal arrivals in Australia at the border all the time and have done for many years, as you know. The reason Operation Sovereign Borders was set up was not to deal with Papua New Guinea, As I articulated, it has to do with people arriving on the high seas, primarily out of Indonesia and Sri Lanka.
I knew that already. What's your point about this? I know that it's...
You said no boats got into Australia. I'm not fucking... I don't have a short memory. Don't gaslight me, Drew. Come on. Rick, you heard that. You heard them say no crossings. None. Zero.
No. Yeah. Maybe like a very small trickle. But what we're talking about is...
What? An Operation Sovereign Borders guy saying all the time.
Okay, let me explain to you, right? Oh wait, it says
there was never that many anyway. There was, and also, I'm sure you're aware.
Okay, at the height there were tens of thousands of people arriving. At the height there was
about 20,000. Yeah, about 20-something thousand.
Yes, and you're also and the current arrivals are zero. The current arrivals. You're also
it's recorded arrivals is zero. They arrive all the time, according to Michael Outram. Yeah.
No, Michael Outram. No.
Not to mention that Stop the Boats didn't actually stop the asylum seeking, did it? Because plane arrivals increased.
The last time a boat made landfall in Australia, it was literally front page news for the whole week. Why would I take your
$5 just real quick because I think this is important.
Retard, I'm literally Australian. The last time a boat made landfall in Australia, it was front page news.
If he's Australian, then we have to listen to everything he says about this. Where has that been for LonerBox the whole time?
For a full week.
Okay, you didn't even know that. You didn't even know that OSB. Didn't bring it down to zero.
The Murdoch media is obsessed with the boats. Do you think if the boats were arriving, they would not be trying to embarrass the Labor government by constantly pointing that out?
$5.
The good thing that Operation Sovereign Borders makes it illegal to discuss figures or any facts about the operations.
This is important to the discussion at hand.
That's also true.
This is such a massive.
There's a gag on the media about it.
And I know it's a cope because, and let me explain. The last time a boat made landfall in Australia, it was front page news, regardless of the fact that Operation Sovereign Borders, you can't talk about it in the press. It was front page news. Everyone saw it. I saw the visuals of the boat that had made it to Australia. It was front page news in Australia for fucking 5 days.
Do you ever think it happens without
I would know if it was happening in Australia.
$5 from General Grievous to say, Drew, I'm part Jewish, and I want you to think of the cruel, retarded irony of turning refugees and boats around. This happened in the 30s. They were murdered.
No, it's not. No, it's so different. No, it's not.
How's it different?
Why is it so different?
Okay, I'll explain to you. Because refugees at Calais are safe in France. They're not going to be murdered in France.
So do you think France should take them?
It's not like the
Holocaust. So it's about safety. So which safe country can an Afghan refugee or people going to Australia? What refugee safe country can they go to before Australia?
The first safe country that they get to, they should stay in. They're safe.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking you. Indonesia. Is Indonesia party to the Refugee Convention?
Indonesia, they're safe in Indonesia. I don't.
Wait, answer that question. Is Indonesia party to the Refugee Convention?
Indonesia, they're safe in Indonesia.
He's not responding to the fucking question, this stupid pig, bro.
It's not a safe country. They go into detention centers and they rot and they get tortured. It's not a safe country for asylum seekers. There's actually between the countries that they come from and Australia. That's why. Which one is a refugee safe country?
Well, they shouldn't be coming to Australia. The first country that is.
You don't care. So you don't care about them going to a safe country. You just want them out of your country. Just say that. Just say you are happy to let them fucking rot in Indonesian detention centers where they have no future, no asylum, no processing, nothing, fucking subject to all kinds of criminal gangs, smugglers, human traffickers. You are fine with that so long as they don't come to Australia.
A Muslim
20,000 a year.
A Muslim
Kill yourself,
refugee.
you fucking prick.
No,
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're fucking retarded. You're actually mentally.
Oh my god. Needs to be said. I mean, I disavow completely. No one should harm themselves. Ever. That's terrible.
No process. A safe country. Australia. That's why. Which one is a refugee safe country?
Well, they shouldn't be coming to Australia. The first country that is.
You don't care. So you don't care about them going to a safe country. You just want them out of your country. Just say that. Just say you are happy to let them fucking rot in Indonesian detention centers where they have no future, no asylum, no processing, nothing, fucking subject to all kinds of criminal gangs, smugglers, human traffickers. You are fine with that so long as they don't come to Australia.
A Muslim
20,000 a year.
A Muslim
Kill yourself,
refugee.
you fucking prick. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Oh, you're fucking retarded. You're actually mentally ill. It's not my responsibility.
I don't know why you're lying to.
It's not my responsibility in Australia to take in random. It's not my responsibility in Australia to randomly take in refugees from the entire world.
Good. Just say that. Yeah. Then don't pretend to care about them going to a safe country.
Well, if they're, I want them to go to a safe country. Good luck.
Well, no, you don't, because the closest safe country for those ones, the closest safe country from Rohingya is Australia. That's the closest safe country.
No, that's actually not true. China's a party to the Refugee Convention. They can
Hold on, a Uyghur that feels persecuted in China and is trying to flee the Uyghur genocide. Where should they go?
Like you said that Australia is the closest country.
Drew.
Cambodia is a country with it.
Answer my question. A Uyghur Muslim fleeing the genocide in China, should they go?
No, I would let Uyghur Muslims. I would let Uyghur Muslims in because I like them.
Yeah, because
like there is no reasoning. It's all fucking vibes from this guy's fucking tiny little fucking pig brain, bro.
They're enemies of the people you don't like. That's why.
Yeah, that's
but not Rohingya Muslims.
Well,
who are being murdered by China, which arms Myanmar. Myanmar, which arms China.
We can take in some limited numbers of Rohingya Muslims, and we actually have. We actually have taken in tens of thousands of Rohingya Muslims in Australia. That's fine.
But you support blocking them. You support turning their boats back and tugging them over to Indonesia and potentially drowning them as well, because you do acknowledge that people have drowned in these operations, right?
No,
you do acknowledge that, right? In pushbacks, some people fall over and drown, right? You acknowledge that.
More people drowned more people drowned just on the journey to Australia than with regards to the pushbacks. More people drowned as a result of making the dangerous journey in the first place. So the actual
they're going to make the journey anyway. That's why Operation Sovereign Borders exists. It exists to pull people back who are making the journey.
People smugglers are trying to human traffic. The people smugglers must not be allowed to do that. They're putting people's lives at risk by putting them on these extremely dangerous boats. And you think that it's fine to just allow these people to keep on coming and create the incentive for the boats to keep on continuing.
The incentive is that You're creating the incentive. No.
You're creating the incentive by...
Well done. Yes, well done. You realize that when I talk, it's not just to repeat the same thing 3 or 4 times in a row. I don't know why you're wasting so much fucking space to try and do that.
You don't want me to have...
The other incentive...
Hold on. Loner, finish your point, and then Drew can respond uninterrupted. Go ahead.
The actual incentive is that it's either risk your life on a boat or it's stay in Indonesia and also risk your life and being a fucking...
Indonesia is safe.
In a
Indonesia
dungeon.
is fine. Indonesia
it's not
is
safe.
Fine. It is much... Okay, an Afghan refugee is much safer in Indonesia than they are in Afghanistan. 100%.
In an Indonesian detention center.
No, not even necessarily.
So they should. To you would rather they stayed in Indonesian detention centers.
Tell Indonesia to reform their policy. Then I encourage Indonesia to.
But if you have to tell them to reform their policy to make it safe, then it's not a safe country. You stupid fuck, dude.
Taking more refugees.
Look,
they're
not
Muslim,
your problem.
They're the largest Muslim. They're the largest Muslim majority country on earth. They should take in more Muslim refugees. What's the problem?
So not your problem, right?
It's not Australia's problem. Ask Indonesia to reform their policy. It's not my problem.
And if they don't, just leave them there. Leave them to rot.
No, it's not my responsibility to take in the entire...
So
why are you saying
yes,
no? Why
then?
can't you own a position?
So answer
you literally
yes, you
would
fucking
rather these people
pussy.
get fucking tortured
You fucking
in Indonesian
stupid
detention
pussy,
centers.
bro.
Come to Australia.
Oh my
You'd
God.
rather that. You prefer that.
You're mental. You see Indonesia torturing people, and your idea is not to tell Indonesia to reform that policy. Your policy is instead to go, no, Australia, take them in. No, tell Indonesia to reform their policy. They're the largest Muslim on earth.
So between
Indonesia should take in more Muslim refugees.
Yeah, so
Indonesia should take in more Muslim refugees.
So between the time it takes to actually get Indonesia to reform, do they come to Australia or not?
No, you should put all your pressure.
So you'd rather they get tortured? Thank you. Yes.
No,
I don't know why you can't own that.
Yes, you would.
I don't know why you can't own that.
Dude, he's such a fucking pussy. This guy is such a disgusting fucking pussy, bro. If you're gonna say some insane shit where you just want people's human rights stripped and for them to be fucking raped and murdered in fucking whatever shithole country they land in, if you just want endless human rights abuses against the ethnicities and cultures you don't like, at least fucking own it. Don't do this pussy fucking bullshit where you say no and then give the yes answer. You fucking disgusting pussy. Subhuman fucking pussy belongs at a Chinese black site, bro. Holy fuck.
No, Indonesia is the if Indonesia carries out atrocities, that's Indonesia's moral responsibility.
Yes,
it's not
that's what I'm saying. So
yes,
that's what I'm saying. That's why. But you would rather they did that than them come to Australia. Those are your two choices.
No,
Oh,
that's,
wait,
that's not the
hold on.
No,
I have a
no,
question
no,
for you,
no.
Drew, just real quick.
That's not
So,
the
There's
truth.
not
so
a
in
third option.
Indonesia, hold on,
Your
stop,
policy-
all of you,
No,
all of you.
he's saying that I should
All of-
dissolve the
all of
border
you,
of
please.
Australia because Indonesia has bad policies. His idea
Okay,
is that we should dissolve
I
the
understand.
entire border security of Australia.
Isn't that the
because
whole
Hold on,
point
just
of
real quick,
refugees?
LonerBox,
is
please,
that they
please.
flee countries that can't
An
take care of
Indonesian,
them?
a refugee, arrives at your shores and arrives at your door, right?
Wig loves throwing out
And
Romans.
if you don't let them in, they're going to be sent to these Indonesian torture prisons. Do you have a moral responsibility to let them in?
That is not at all.
Then just answer the fucking question for once, you fucking pussy.
Actual moral responsibility. That is not actually a realistic moral scenario. That's not true. It's not that is not what is happening.
A Jewish person
That is
fleeing
what's
the
happening.
Nazis, okay, and they arrive at your door. Do you have a moral
Indonesia is not
responsibility
carrying
to
out a
let them in?
Holocaust.
You're
Indonesia
being
is not
asked a
carrying out a
different
Holocaust.
question. You're being asked a different question now, you fucking idiot.
Holocaust, dude. Indonesia is not the Holocaust. Indonesia is not Nazi Germany. It is the largest Muslim majority country on earth, and it is a democracy. Tell Indonesia to change their policies.
Well, again,
But until they do change their policy, would you
Until they
rather
do,
they
we
stayed
should
in
have
those
open
detention
borders.
centers?
No, until your idea is that until Indonesia reforms its policies, that Australia should have open borders. No, that is not acceptable.
No, Australia should have vetting. Do you acknowledge that, by the way, almost over 80% of small boat arrivals from Australia succeeded in their asylum applications? They were legitimate. Of course they were. They came from Syria and Iran and Afghanistan and Iraq and Yemen. And of course they had successful applications. They were legitimate refugees, every single one of them.
It's still 20% failed. 20% were just literally random economic blokes.
It was like
Economic
12% that failed, and they got deported.
it's like yeah, good. I hope they are deported. If you're not,
Why do you care? Why was that your instinct to? What about the other ones? Is it bad that they stayed?
No,
The ones who succeeded?
if they followed if they did end up getting vetted and they were not a threat to anybody, then I'm okay with them being here. But they have.
But these are the people that you want to push back on the boats.
Well, we have to have a policy that is strict so that more people don't come into
He's
the
actually
future.
nonsensical.
So you don't
It's,
want
like,
the people
so
on small boats who
embarrassing.
succeeded in application.
Well,
You'd rather they
no,
had not made it.
No, well, the people that already made it, then we have to process them, but we want to try to stop them from coming in the future. And
But
so
it would be better. It'd be better if they hadn't made it. It'd be better if they'd got fucked in Yemen, right? Or stayed in Iraq, or stayed in Afghanistan. Yeah.
Well, it would be better if random foreigners who, if they found safe asylum in another country, yes, it would. Be
Obviously, it would be better if they found safe asylum in another country, but obviously they didn't. That's why they end up in Australia.
They could go to Cambodia. Cambodia is a signatory to the UN Convention. They should have done that.
Cambodia for what? Rohingya Muslims.
Yeah, it's closer.
It's like saying that you might as well be saying that they could take Muslims are fine going to China because they're part of the Refugee Convention.
But
Which he literally did
Cambodia
say.
is a party to
Which
the
he
Refugee
literally
Convention,
did
and it's
say.
right next to Myanmar, so they could go to.
Do you think?
Cambodia.
Do you think Rohingya Muslims can't flee China because China's party to the Refugee Convention? Like, why would they need to flee?
I'm offering Cambodia as a safe asylum, dude. It's right next to Myanmar.
Why do you think they don't stay in Cambodia?
Oh, Myanmar.
They want to come to Australia because it's a wealth.
Myanmar, the military dictatorship. Myanmar, the military dictatorship with untold human rights abuses, an insane, collapsed society. I mean, that Myanmar.
Wealthier country than Cambodia.
Are you sure?
A lot of the case, yes.
You think of any other reasons?
Yeah, Australia's a more attractive country than Cambodia. I'm aware of that fact.
That's not the only reason, okay? Cambodia is also quite rough on Rohingya Muslims, but whatever.
Okay.
Okay, I think we've. It is late.
Papua New Guinea in the offshore processing centers.
Well, Papua New Guinea is party to the convention, so they could go to Papua New Guinea potentially.
Have you seen how people were treated in Papua New Guinea from the offshore processing? Australia paid for that, by the way.
It's regrettable.
Because Australia is basically paying these countries to take the load off them, basically. That's actually a problem as well. Is like when you are trying to send someone who's coming to your border away, you kind of need the consent of the other country to do it. That's why you said you care about people smugglers. Well, we know that Operation Sovereign Borders people, because of whistleblowers, have actually been paying smugglers just to take people back, because it's otherwise they might just stay in the middle of the sea and drown. We know that when Australia was trying to
It's
offshore
unbearable.
process
It's
people in
fucking
Nauru and
unbearable.
What
Manus
Australia
Island,
did-
Get to the end
we know that when
Australia
people
did-
did, when we know that when Australia, I'm not finished. We know that when Australia was trying to process people in Nauru and Manus Island, they had to pay for that to happen. It actually cost them millions of dollars per person to keep them there. They could have. It was more expensive than putting them in a fucking 5-star hotel in Australia. And what was the result of that again? Where are most of those asylum seekers now? Oh, they had to get medically evacuated to Australia. They're in Australia right now.
It's
It was a
regrettable.
fucking failure.
Look, at the end of the day, it did stop overall the boats though, because the arrival.
And that's what
of-
matters. Yeah, that's what matters. Keep them out. Yeah, I know. I understand.
Well, the good thing is that there are no large scale migrant movements over through offshore boats. That's a good thing. Australia was able to stop that. I'm happy that they did.
Even though the number was completely compensated by the number of plane arrivals and asylum claims.
Yeah, but
Turns out that when people are fleeing, they'll find a way. I'm sorry. Like, it's just what happens.
But here's the thing, LonerBox. I don't want the plane arrivals either. So you're trying to be like, oh, you're a hypocrite. Like,
Yeah, but
Okay.
how do you stop someone coming on a temporary visa and then saying, I can't leave? Sorry.
It is.
Like,
deport people,
It is.
deport people on temporary
deport
visas
people
do that.
to countries they're fleeing.
It's been about 3 hours.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, LonerBox. A lot of the time, they're just economic
yeah.
migrants who are lying about being refugees.
No, majority of them, like you said, like you acknowledged earlier, you admitted, majority of them succeed in their applications. They were successful because they were valid refugees.
Here's what we're gonna do.
No,
what we're gonna do.
couldn't possibly.
I'm gonna read these last 2 super chats, and then we're gonna get closing statements, and then we're gonna go because I'm tired and it's been 3 hours past my bedtime. Okay, and yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So real quick, $5 from Super Platano Man. I can't believe Drew went from supporting Uyghurs in China. I wonder how those Muslims feel about him becoming Tommy Robinson. And then 10
I'm not Tommy
pounds from Freshly Exhumed to say, here in Britain, we have assimilated many different cultures: Chinese, Indian, Irish, Polish, African, Caribbean. Just to name a few, I see no reason why we can't do it again. Thank you for the 10 pounds. And with that, if you've enjoyed the show, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm going to give closing thoughts to each of these people. What we got coming up, tomorrow I'm going to do call-in. So if you have a problem with anything I've said, just call in and we'll talk about it. On Thursday, we're going to have a discussion on which party has
Exactly what you're proposing. Then you have stateless people everywhere. Stateless people are not good. Stateless people are dangerous. Stateless people are the easiest people in the world to recruit and radicalize for missions, etc. ISIS thrived off of people who were made stateless by the Syrian civil war and by the conflicts in Afghanistan and around the Middle East. Like those groups love. They love statelessness.
closing statements.
They
You gotta
love
let them. You gotta let them go. You will get your own closing statement. I
to
promise
answer-
you.
To answer the question about safe first country, the reason that exists nowhere in the Refugee Convention, and actually the reason the Refugee Convention says, it quite clearly acknowledges that there should be international cooperation on the issue of burden sharing, is because if you just allow the neighboring country to take in and force them to take in all the asylum seekers from whatever crisis or war is happening next door, then you are actually imposing massive, arbitrary, disproportionate burdens on single countries. The only way that we can deal with the issue of global refugees is by sharing is by taking a share of the burden, because otherwise you have issues of massive build-up of stateless people who are ripe for radicalization, who are ripe for militarization, and generally, just as a humanitarian, it's a good thing to do. That's why Drew is so desperately uncomfortable to admit that he would rather a Rohingya Muslim go into an Indonesian detention center.
Not least, Drew.
Wow,
Pavlou.
and the fucking Wix internet cut out there? Wix internet just cut out or some shit, bro. And we messed the end of LonerBox's statement. Okay, whatever. I don't want to hear this fucking pig statement.